假对对，歌词成这样。
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年36个国的是吧？07年注册08年，那这个哪一年？这个11年，概况8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I
我是林小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是写述民歌、写述分手的真心人。
在小虎子的吧，在最穷国你们上，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢在山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅平王记可以教我定路脚步。我爷对我讲，平王庄是不宜在台山嚟以后才可以做嘅，所以我经常南去嘅平王庄对着正在看待新颜。梦想地个台山嚟以后就像平王庄嘅样子。每一次一赶上早前，我都好冲着去拦路，就为了多睇几人信仰头上生好的佛子。当时懵里懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大会，更是台人为大老都唱对歌，其实都是平王包容我人唱台，就符我人自由嘅象征。这条台线来，就像是太太外班嘅时候是先落样子。体验生活也好，网络也好，出台小时都当然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴随我女面面台线来，也面面教我像啲细时只怪云对平王嘅热爱彰显落去。所以我十分坚决将头挂上。我啲过一次当作出发。我想对地个嘅体会当作有平王庄。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一辈子。现在我在舞台上唱出地个嘅故事，啲民俗嘅真心都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是本意在相处嘅标志。伊是俾我人勇气，让我人无拘无束，做啲个嘅披风弄开脚。爱来自山下，我是热爱嘅勇气弄勇上，我是憧憬平王嘅全岛中嘅一个。爱也是平王，爱是书记，爱心无惧。
Did you see this coming?
你俩用的歌之城的，
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这个03年3月5日是吧？07年注册08年，那这个哪一年？这个11年这块8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready.
you see this coming?
Tôi là Lâm Xiao Lũ, tôi là Chiết Công Thái Sơn Nhân, là xa số Minh Cố, xa số phân số cái chân sinh nhân.
最想负责的吧，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我在西家就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。西家只有老人头上嘅平王記可以教我定路腳譜。我也對我講，平王裝是不你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿佢嘅平王裝對住將在看待新言，夢想地個台先嚟以後就像平王裝嘅樣子。每一次一趕上早前，我都好衝着去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅佛跡。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人為大老都唱對歌，其實都是平王包容我人唱台，就符我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，夢綠也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我，像啲細時隻外雲對平王嘅熱愛盡顯露出。所以我十分堅決將頭掛上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會當作有平王裝。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開角。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平王嘅傳道中嘅一環。愛也是平王，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
你俩任务是各自成长。
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年、35年、36要国的是吧？07年、17年、58年，像这个哪一年？这个11年，概况8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
Wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. At the top, we be singing like the choir. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we came to win. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we came to win.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. We are back for week 1, day 3 for solos of the Nbpl 2024 spring season. My name is Severio, and I'm going to be joined in with the Dobby Air himself, Mr. Ambush King. Oh, man.
Yes, sir. It's back again for another set of games and solos. I'm excited. It's one of my favorite things to be able to cast and talk about extensively, because those 1v1s are so important, you know, outside of the third parties and everything like that. But we don't talk about what we talk about is how powerful these players are. And when they duke it out 1v1, you never know who's going to come out on top, especially when it comes to these Realm of Yangs, man, because I've been seeing some of these players looking back at the other night, day 1 and day 2 games. Some of these players, man, they really got a chance to kind of show how powerful they can be in certain situations. I got to give it up, Bao to Action, getting some dubs. He was really putting a lot of that confidence in. Obviously, Wang Lang starting off strong in that day 2 with the dub. And obviously, Spider, red hair, still was like, hey, listen, we might have not won last season, but we're still here ready to kick some behind. And obviously, Mike as well, you know, made it look absolutely easy in our day 1s. And as I was watching that, just absolutely put in work. But some of these other players, I haven't really seen an explosive set of games yet. Shaw, haven't seen PST. So we're going to be seeing some of them put in some work today. And of course, one of our casters' favorites, especially from last year, that we really thought was going to really go crazy, DRJ's Fang. Another player that I'm really hoping we get a chance to absolutely put in some work. But before we talk about all that stuff and get a little deeper, we still got some drops to give you guys. So obviously you guys have been paying attention. I mean, you know how this works. You know how we do this. We do it for the weeklies and we do it for the bi-weeklies, right? Keep watching. You make sure your NARAKA BLADEPOINT is linked to your Twitch in order for you to get these drops. And of course, you can also get the bi-weekly final drops, which obviously our first bi-weekly is coming up soon. So be sure to make sure that it's linked. Make sure you're watching. And like I said, 15, 30 minutes, 60 minutes. It's a solid hour of NARAKA action. And on top of that, you get a chance to get some wins. And of course, in terms of the bi-weekly coming up, you still get a championship bubble choice, which you don't know what you might thought. So hopefully it might be something good. And if you do, tag us on Twitter. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, and another thing is like, you know, in 60 minutes, that's like a round and a half. And you might as well finish the second round and then the third round, because you don't want to miss anything that's going to be happening, guys. And of course, for everyone out there on the Twitch and YouTube spheres, you know, we appreciate you guys for watching between the 2 platforms, but only on Twitch. Make sure you guys keep those emotes and those, you know, A, B, C, Ds ready for those servers. You know, those are going to show up in the chat, because, you know, free goodies are always going to be a good handle of things. And another thing I'm actually really watching out for right into today is that, you know, even though Mike and Spider, they performed admirably in the first and second rounds, and they're going to be in high placement, especially if we're trying to make it to finals to end of this weekend, we still have now the remainder of the groups to be playing today. I mean, between Bao to Exen and as well as with having, you know, DRG Fang, formerly with Kuma, right? FPX's Zui Shi is also into the ringer. If you guys are unaware, he was playing out into a lot of games into day 2, where it may not seem he's doing a lot, but I do see that going through into the schedule, because one thing is that even though he's on the day 2, he can make it to finals, just like as you guys can see into the schedule, because we do have trios day 3 tomorrow, and with that, Saturday and Sunday are going to be bi-weekly 1 finals. Now, the stat sheet shows here, right? Shui Shi, he's at the bottom of the board, 6.7 points to go through here in 18th, but JDG Shang is actually having his second day to showcase an 8.9 lead or deficit, but it is still a chance for him to catch up, especially with BBE's Roy Shishi showing up here. He did do day 1, but now he's in the day 3, along with Akame, Frostivus, J-Team's Pace. If you guys are unaware, they still, you know, Pace was last year in the season of summer 2023. He did a lot of good work, especially making it through, but now under J-Team's banner, he's going to be making sure he's representing the team there. And TE's Jux going to have his chance here with a 15.7, and then 12th with AS from JL from 21.6, and 11th, 10th with GG Shaw with 23.7, 24.9 for X in place number 9, JJH's XXY in 8th with 29, but he's not playing today. Arano, on the other hand, I saw some massive plays coming in from Rana for the day that he was playing, and you know, I'm kind of seeing how he's going to Fang up against, you know, the TT25 from KLA and Fang, because those 2 monsters are in this lobby. And Dobby, I got to tell you, man, Akuma / Fang, man, you think he's going to be pulling out the fan or a dagger today? I'm going to call it.
I mean, it has to be the fan, just knowing how strong and how fast that thing is. But I got to give it up to Wolves CDY, formerly known as Wang Liang here, second place, right behind Mike, man. When I tell you, this has been somebody who has had such incredible improvements over these seasons that we've been watching him over and over and over again, adapting to the meta, adapting to the play styles, and adapting to the enemy players that he goes against. It's amazing to see him in that second place within the top 5, top 3 instance, and makes it easier for him to be able to come through, lock in, and now he's got a little bit of a safety net here. So obviously he still has a long way to go here, but he cannot afford to lose, knowing that he's got some prime people. But obviously he's going to be taking a break today as we're going through the list of who we're going to be seeing play today. We got JDG's Chazing, we've got FPX's Junshi, we got GG Shaw, T225, Alliance's Frostabus, one of our finals players from the grand finals from last year. And obviously he's back, he signed with Alliance, and he said, I am full committed to NARAKA, I'm full committed to the Nbpl, let's make it happen. And he is here to stay alongside fighting with players like BBE's Roy Hehe and Exogen as well here. So obviously this is going to be a stacked set of games. We're going to get locked in 6 games deep for all of these players here. And so far, like I said, I got a chance to see some of the games from the past couple of days here, and obviously they've been doing an incredible job thus far here with everything. And man, looking at the backstage here, it's really incredible because it just brings me back to last season and where we was and how we were physically there and just seeing everybody and being able to have conversations with everyone. It's such a vibe backstage. It's very much like just a good time. So it's interesting to see where that is. Obviously, you've seen T225 getting his hair did, making sure it's looking right. Now to get ready to lock in here. The excitement is in the air. The stage spread out. Love the layout this season. A little bit more straight. I'm looking at you. I'm seeing you right here.
Yeah. I mean, especially considering that all the players are familiar with one another, right? It just goes into that familiarity, that that it's like family-esque type, environment, especially in the esports. And from I heard from you, hear from other casters that were there, and it's with Raven, right? These guys, they're like the nicest people to come through, and they learn from each other and they evolve with one another. That's one of the best things that I've seen with the NARAKA pro scene, just having that kind of commitment towards the cause of just, can you get better? Can you get better with me? Because I want to make sure we're both on the same level to make sure we can excel between one another. And of course, onto this end, with everything coming out towards the Nbpl season, right? The new system and the rule set, especially not only to the new round pick system, but with also the match point system coming into finals and to the grand finals. We're going to see that for the first time this weekend, Dobby. And I'm really excited to see how it goes. If we end up with 2 days of 8-round games, man, that's just something I'm like, oh, we're really here to make sure these guys get their win, and they're earning that for keeps.
Well, you know me, I when it comes to these games, as much as I love to see people just absolutely go off, I love when games are tight. I love when it's close. I love when it's only a few points apart. The decimals are it's just enough where sometimes a placement can be the win, or sometimes it can be just the elimination alone. And you love to see how intense these games can be, especially with these top tier players and how they've been able to dish it out as much as possible here. But here we go. We're going to lock in for our first round pick here. And obviously Alliance, Exogen, Fang, and Junshi gets first picks here. Let's see where they're going to go here for the first round selection.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see Ziping Yings and Fairy Shens. If that doesn't get banned for a 2-pick Fairy Shen, 2-pick Ziping, then second round is going to make sure that's eliminated. I feel like
it's going to be round pick, second round. I think it might be round 2.
For that mode, yeah. I think with the, I don't know if Shayo's ever going to work in Hollow for now until they really work out those kinks, because Ziping Ying against Shayo, I feel like it's the sustained game versus the pressure. Considering that Shayo has to work around the F1 Zipings if it's available. We saw Spider run F2 V2 for a round into Holoroth, but then he switched back over to F2 V1. And the majority of that just to make sure he can just get the extra healing coming out here. And there it is, maxed out. 4-round pick for the first round. Second round, gonna have to work with out. We're gonna see Fairy Shen, and we're gonna see actually a double locked in Shayo coming out from confirmed for Jux. Akame is still working it out from 5-2-1, but Roy Shishi as well as Pace are going to work the Fairy Shen, and there it is, double locked in Shayo. They're going to be seeing how it's going to perform out here. I'm excited to see how it performs, because Shayo, you see her in more style to the majority of things, but I think these players are going to be wanting to work her through, and that's going to be a 3-round pick for Fairy Shen. So 5 Farias, 4 Ziping Yings, and the remainder Shayos.
This first game, very, very explosive. It's definitely going to be hectic immediately off the rip. Could see some heavy aggression, or we could also see maybe some moments where maybe they're not necessarily as aggressive and mainly focusing on just getting those first weapons, at least something to at least get started with, because we've definitely seen some people kind of throw themselves into the mix and end up fighting, but actually not having anything in their inventory at all here. But most of the time, they are ready for anything that really comes their way here. So let's hope that a lot of these players are ready to go, as we've seen one of the players from 521 Esports here getting ready solo player as well. I mean, it's just going to be a good one here. 5-2-1 Zakame. Let's look at DRG's Fang as well. The unexpected person that really does come through with just so much versatility. You never know what Fang is going to really come out with. Obviously, I'd say the book of GG Shaw. The third party insane guy that can come in and show you how to get it done and how to get it done well at the same time. Like just knowing like this is textbook GG Shaw, right? So coming into this, it's going to be interesting to see how these players are really going to be able to adapt alongside not only the meta, the new character. I think it's just going to be a good start game and a very explosive one too.
Yeah. Chronicles of Shaw, coming through for this round, but atypical skills coming through. We're going to see Zipings with the F1 V1s across the board. I'm not seeing any F2s coming out from them, but we are going to see the F2 V2. As for the Shiols and then Fairy Shens are always going to have the F1 V3. I know I saw mention about F3 Fairy Shen in solos, and it's a prickly pair. No pun intended for the attack buff, but more importantly about how you can use a low cooldown skill against a target such as with Shiol in her V2 form or V1, where you cause that silence where she can't do anything about using her flash step for the Justiciar's Guard's pursuit. But one thing that comes out from her shield combo bash rush, it's just all about the neutral, that F2 Shiol. I think that's like the biggest thing. Like you got the layer cake, you got tier 2, and then you have, those 2 levels are just all the F2. And then the icing, the little, wedding dress on the top, that's the V2, just to have like that little caveat.
And blue focus definitely being like that very big, helpful hint here as we look at it towards the map here and definitely seeing I would say a spread, but not really here as Plum Castle still has a decent amount of players. We're seeing BBE's Roy Hehe straight down center towards the Quail's Quest here. Meanwhile, DRG and Baldas look like they're going to be heading towards the Fortress of Kaviani, which is down in like the little cave, the little canyon section down below. Meanwhile, Matop, nowhere to be found. Nobody in City of Tang. Nobody, at least from what I can tell from Nbpl Village. At least I can think so. And then everyone else mainly is going to be on this little left side of Igneous Mountain, Altar of Tranquility, which is on like kind of that west side of Plum Castle here. And there might be one person maybe pushing out towards Yushan Ruins, but the majority of people are heading towards the desert. It's going to get hot. Make sure to be wearing your caps because it's going to be crazy as we're about to get ready to lock in for our game number 1 here. So we've seen some of the loot patterns immediately coming through from GG Shaw. Hopefully seeing if maybe they can pick something up. Blue dagger to start off, not too bad already. And we got some grays here, and he trades that out for a blue spear as we see Arano and Jushi potentially fighting this out off the first rip here. So he hits up towards tree, trying to see if maybe he hit something with the damage from the weapon, but not enough here as that spear is going to be able to get some massive damage coming through here. Just Junshi just flying down Arano, trying to see if he can finish it with the musket, but sadly whiffs both shots here, giving him the opportunity to at least be able to find himself a different shield, go for a quick heal, and dip out as Junshi is now getting caught in between 2 players here. Kami trying to see if he can put his name in the basket here, wanting to try to see if he can capture this third party, potentially. But with that and the heals coming in from ZP, obviously they are gone. And now Jux and T225 fighting this out on this outside sketch as well here. And Jux struggling to try to keep up with T225 as T225 is just putting him in a broom and sweeping him up like he's a bunch of pieces of hair. Gotta be careful here. As now T225 is caught in between the whirlwind, trying to get out, but it's not going to be enough. As Chuzing is going to catch the first elimination of this game here, goes towards wall, waits for the scale rush, trying to see what the next 2 players are going to do. It looks like Juzing might try to see if maybe he can third party this as well here, waiting for the scale rush to see if maybe he can connect somewhere. And as he connects towards Jux, the question is, can he connect to the fight? No! As Roy Hehe actually comes through, steals the elimination away. It looks like we also got an elimination from Frostivus as well here in beneath this fight here. As Justice's going to go up top, he's going to go for that quick shield. It looks like they're going to go right back to the fight here. 4 players all in within this space. Actually 5, excuse me. Akami trying to close this gap here between Junsi in this corner. It looks like he will be able to as Junsi still just trying to get away as best as possible. But that's what happens when you have the speed. Oh, and Roy Hehe catches him on the wrong side of the tracks and says, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Welcome. It's nice to meet you. My name is Roy Hehe, and I'll see you back when you get resurrected, buddy.
He's gonna open the door and say, hey, you're back. How's it going? Roy Shishi did a phenomenal job there in Ignis Mountain. I mean, one thing that kept it going was just the amount of people there. We saw, you said in the beginning, explosive amount of action is going to happen here into the first round, and it does not disappoint. With everything coming out here, third parties, the amount of scare rushes that were coming through, and the catches that were coming out from both Jisheng and Roy Shishi, we are going to see how much more these guys can handle the amount of supplies being consumed just to keep their pressure on between one another. Now, one thing as to note is that as much as it comes out, Roishishi wants to keep that pressure through. He is not going to stick around for much longer. Just going to go ahead and keep those 2 kills and keep walking out. And as Chisheng is going to be going ahead and trying to figure out where the next, his next target on the list is to look forward and catching. The RFG Fang has a Salvation Podium ready or already finished and picked up the gold pair of dual blades that he is already accumulated onto the hand. And as a Zipping Ying, right? He's going to be keeping the amount of damage that he comes out, and he's going to be pushing into one of these guys. It's a third-party opportunity. He's going to be doing so. But he's skywalking. He's moving. He's going to be looking to try to get to that bird, most likely. I heard the little tweet. But everything coming from Arano, he's chasing out Akame, who is going to be low. He's going to be below the 400 HP threshold. So while everyone's chasing him out, they're going to find the target fire selection to be successful. GG Shop looking for it. And of course, you have to try to push him back. And then Akame looking for the scare rushes as it comes out here. And with those R&Bs coming back to back with the verticals, it looks like Akame is not going to have much time to live here. But range shot comes out, finds an armor swap. In the middle of all that action, Akame going to be charging out these V2s as well as the horizontals coming out from the fan. Finds GG Shaw, has the V2 teleport, gets the flash step, but does miss the target as soon as that scare rush was out to come. Akame looking to try to avoid the third parties, but it's not going to happen. JDG saying another scare rush opportunity, and this time picking up his second elimination. Going to be choosing out his target as well. If he's going up against the Zipping Ying, he's going to be just going ahead and poking her out as Fang is looking for a scare rush preemptively. Shaw's going to be healing out to the outskirts of the corner of this building, and Fang looks to try to chase this out. While Fang is backlining over towards the northern side of this area, he is just going to go ahead and reset. He's got the time to do so. In the meantime, though, Zhisheng finds himself in a good spot against GG Shaw. GG Shaw not going to be able to do anything about that push. Number 3 for Zhisheng, but I'm not sure if Arano wants to take this fight. He's going inside this building with everything in mind. Scare Rush going to be coming out, not going to be connecting it, but we are going to see Zhisheng look towards forcing the stone form and is pressuring out his target out there. And as he is getting chased out here, I'm pretty sure Fang wants to pick up this kill, man. Arano is going to be easy bait target once a clink happens and everyone can try to lock him down. But that stone form, that really strong mitigation skill coming up from both the greatsword and the pole sword is getting Arano the run of their lives to try to catch him. Horizontal hold check comes out here. Fang is going to take a nice blow to the head, but it looks like he's going to go park the stone form for a clink with a shunt. And the Zhisheng wants to try to scare rush this out. Every single one of these targets are looking to hold down the fort into the Ignis Mound, and no one has come to contest this fight. Not even Roishishi, who was looting temporarily and dipped out of dodge, but he is not going to show up back up here again. And this fight is still happening since the beginning of this round up.
Not gonna lie, JDG Zhisheng's definitely learned from Mike, because that movement was flawless. When he was chasing Arano, that was some flawless movement right there, just trying to see if he can catch him. And I mean, each time, I mean, look at this movement coming through here. The time strikes. Oh my goodness, gonna be able to catch him on the outskirts, right on the upside with that fan, forcing him to be able to pop that. And immediately, he's going to be able to take his mech and his massive drone. He's going to be able to pop down here. Nice hits towards Fang here. He's going to be able to use that as a way for him to be able to alter and get out of dodge. Meanwhile, Fang still wants the smoke. Still wants to get those pistol shots in here as Arano's just going to heal up little by little here. Doesn't really want to force too much out of this and just tries to get out of the way as much as possible here. Obviously has the free space to do so here, but a time strike here as he finds Roishishi immediately dropping down towards that. Oh, catches him right before he's able to scale rush out of dodge here. Roishishi just trying to close in the gap here, but it looks like Arano just absolute movement tech again. Going absolute rock climbing. You going to Mount Everest? I might need some spikes and some rope. Might not need the rope because he's just good at it. As Roy E is going to scale all the way back down here. Finds T225. Oh. Like T225 was doing something here. Looks like he was waiting for his chance to get inside of that bubble. He was looking too close. Better be careful. You might get a bow right on the top of the forehead. It's not going to feel good. It's going to give you a nice headache. I don't think you want to do that. He's going to see the first fights of the Realm of Yang happening here. It's going to be between BBE and KLA. JDG and Bauda, and TE versus Alliance. Let's see how this first fight goes between Jazing and Xjin. Both of these players in their own respective spaces here really have been playing pretty well over time here, especially Xjin, who absolutely was decimating last season over time here. As we waiting for the scare rush to see if any of them are going to connect here. It looks like it's going to be some Houndbirds versus a fan in this space here as he finds the first connect onto it, finds the strikes as well towards it, but he ends up coming through on the backstretch. Immediately comes through with some problems with the fan. off the back. Nice hit towards it as well here. Trying to see if he can go for it as the backflip is able to sort of deter any more combos coming through. Beautiful parry, though, to be able to stop. And X is going to be able to capture and use that towards an advantage here. The double up is going to be able to absolutely put so much damage onto Shazing. But it looks like he's able to get into the mech just in the nick of time. The question is he going to survive with the heals? Yes, he does. The time couldn't be any better here. And now X-Shin, all he has to do is wait it out. Most likely, Shazing is going to use this time to go for the heal ups and not necessarily towards the attack. X-Shin really just has to delay this as long as possible here. Still has 20 seconds left on the clock, so he has time. Oh, gets hit by the rockets, though. Definitely a tough situation here as now X-Shin out of the mech tries to see if maybe they can go for the double up and the run back as he goes for the scale. The blue focus comes through, absolutely decimating a lot of the shield. 7 seconds left on the clock here. X-Shin, it's gonna close down. The question is, he might be able to stall for time, and it looks like it might not be enough. Here's both of them gonna have to fight it out. Nobody wins, everyone loses. And then guess what? You gotta go and get your wins. You gotta collect the soul in order for you to get back in this game. Time starts now. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Both of them gonna do it? Let's find out.
It's a really tough call. I mean, I've seen a lot of Romy Yangs coming through this season where a lot of players are just meeting their fate against one another. They're just stalling out in the Hollow Roth maps. It changes up, once or twice, but I've seen it a lot more times than I'm kind of considering. And with everything coming out, the Romy Yang depletion, like you said, they got to find a soul bloom within that time frame. If they do not, they will just be eliminated. So whether or not they want to stick to a fight until the very last second to pick up a soul bloom, which it has seen success before with like a 2-second, right before they get, sent to the Shadow Realm type play. They get their kill if it comes down to it. But the third parties, man, and in Plume Castle as a whole, so many places to scare rush, so many places to hide, especially off of the very top of the Achilles crest for players. But Bowda's Exen lucks out, finds a bounty scroll, so he's gonna find a target that he can try to, accumulate a path towards, and just trying to keep his, keep his cool when the time comes. Because even though he has 3 healing berries, a 6 armor powder ratio, he is gonna be having enough supplies with the heal alone for the V1 to the F1. And for himself, right now, he's just looking to try to hunt this down. Now, as we can see TT25 over to the Weishan Ruins. He is going to be holding out for some loots here, while, even though he does also have the Romy Yang depletion, he is going to be losing his fighter in the Romy Yang. So he's going to have to find one out. But we're going to see a fight between Exen and Frostivus coming out here. Frostivus, the common armor. He's going to have a blue staff. He's looking for try to go for the pitter patter. Going to come out here for the staff with the RMB or vertical, but it's not going to connect. A neutral opportunity for Exen to look for a big, massive amount of damage with his RMB grapple bump into a musket shot, forcing the Frostivus ultimate. And then with it, a stanchion cloud, not going to do a lot of confirmation damage, but he's going to control Exen as it comes through. Frostivus is going to charge up the blue focus again as a bait out. Looks for some quick poke damage with the musket. Hold checks the heck out of Exen and makes sure he can try to launch him off to the side. And then we're going to see Frostivus poised and ready, taking a musket shot. He's not going to worry about it. He's going to have himself another RMB. Now Exen, I think, is trying to anticipate his moves, preemptive ults, gets himself in a spot where he does not want to hold the blue focus here, but there it is. F1 comes out from Frostivus to push back. Musket shot to confirm. Another blue focus. No stagger confirmed off of this end, but I think Exen is going to be doing out the damage, and I think ultimate priority is now under his guys. Exen looks to try to avoid the RMB coming out there. Exen gets caught into the pitter patter. He jumped. A big mistake of a free jump horizontal there for Frostivus, but another grabbable bump opportunity for Exen. He kills him with a headshot at the very end and eliminates Frostivus for this round.
Now Exen is now back in the game as well here. Doesn't have to worry about the time for the run with Yang, and now he's back at it here. Meanwhile, doesn't necessarily know if the other opponent here was able to get theirs here, as we're looking at GG Shaw and Jux fighting this out here. Nice cannon shot's going to be able to connect. Doesn't end up doing a whole lot of damage here. It looks like he's going to try to see if he can find Jux on the other side of this, though. Shaw waiting for the opportunity to see if they're going to give it to come in, but it looks like Jux and Fang is fighting this out on the inskirts here. It looks like Jux is on the wrong side of this train here. Looks like he's waiting for the block with that defense, trying to see if he can have it, but obviously now he's on the outskirts, the circle being the disadvantage for him in the outskirts, and it looks like he's going to see the shit cannon come through on the outskirts, and he does come through. Shaw waiting and being patient here gives him the opportunity for the third party. What I say, the Book of Shaw does it yet again, is able to come through. He waits it out. He knows they're gonna have to move from outside of the circle. He waits for him and he says, ooh, look what I got here, big boy, big boy. He ends up absolutely scourging that up for that free elimination. He is able to keep that continue on, but it looks like Fang wants some revenge here. Nice bait off for the blue strike here. It looks like Rishishi is gonna come through here with a third party ticket as well here. He wants to be able to get a front row seat to this fight here. Oh, nice hits though from the fan coming through from GG Shaw here. It looks like Fang still wants to be able to come for the fight here, as it looks like he's going to hit the shots from the cannon. Goes for the heals here. He still wants to be able to fight this out here. And it looks like Fang wants to continue this chase. Shaw really does not really want that smoke. He was able to get his elimination. And he's like, I'm out. I'm good. I don't need to fight you. You just gonna waste your grapples, buddy. I don't need to be doing none of this. Why are you still chasing me? Leave me alone.
I just want to talk. I just want to talk.
No, I don't want to talk to you. No. What you want to talk about, huh? I already talked to you about my car's extended warranty. Anyway.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was just about to make a reference. I was on the point. I was like, whoop, your extended car warranty has expired. And as Fang is just going to be.
I already extended it. I just paid for it 2 days ago.
I talked to Griselda, you know? She's very nice lady. We are going to see a Roman Yang fight, though. Bow to Exen wants to run it back, but this time against Akame. And this time it's going to be a Shio. So we're going to see Zipping Shio into the Roman Yang coming out for the R&B as Akame looks to try to confirm the F2. F1 cast comes out, and Exen gets caught with these fan R&Bs. These verticals are too strong to handle. And of course, he catches neutrals. Just as I say that, you know, catch the curse moment, because I think Exen almost gets his moment. I double down on it, and of course, we're going to see Akame trying to look for this V2 proc. If Exen hits him in the middle of his ultimate, right, it's going to force him to have that flash step pursuit. But Exen gets caught into the slide uppercut, and R&B is confirmed. And then there's going to be a chance for Akame to really just hold this fort down. F2 neutral into the uppercut, R&B fan, downward spinal cord strike. Exen's going to have to figure out what he's going to do next, because I'm not sure if he had a Soul Boom save, but a gold tagger for Akame for his victory. If he's going to be picking up the WTP buff for the White Tiger's prowess buff, I mean, he's going to be having a heck of a time out there in the overworld. In the meantime, the second fight, KLA CT25 between BBE's Roy Shishi, as the cannon shots come out here fully loaded. CT25 eating them every single time that the shots came out, but Roy Shishi goes into ground unit form. 10 seconds on the clock. These guys have been fighting for a long time, and CT25 doesn't have an ultimate to negate any of this pressure that the Hong Sword that Roy Shishi's been holding out on has just dealt out a killing blow, Dobby.
What a well-placed time coming in for Roy Shishi here. Definitely giving him a little bit of an opportunity here for some nice loot. Definitely needed it, though, after he's been kind of struggling here with some of these fights here, knowing that there's so many third parties that's been happening around him. He's been kind of struggling here in trying to at least get an elimination here, so that way you can hold strong here, as it looks like the time does start, though, for KLA's T225. 4 minutes left on the clock here. Let's see if he has the time. He needs to be able to figure this out here, and time is of the essence.
The Frostivus body? No, Frostivus, I think he ate the Soul Bloom, right? Yeah, because he had to get rid
He might
of... Yeah, he ate it to get rid of the Roman Yang depletion. So that was his only kill and his only Soul Bloom that was stored out that he had to consume. There was nothing he could have really done about that. This is tough, though. T225 up against a world of Pings and Shios. He can find it, but I think he's going to have, like you said, take the page out of the book of Shaw, you know?
Absolutely.
Find a chance to secure it, maybe even use the F2 to push them back, pick up the Soul Bloom immediately upon just trying to pick it out. Arana, though, is going to be finding his target with the musket shot, and T225 can take some damage there, but not going to be too major. You can actually see in the high ground over there, Shui Shia from FPX's ZQ hiding it out there while Akame going to be in the second floor. T225 eating up the cannon shots from Fang, who is showing up here, and as we saw earlier, the burn effect that Fang has can just dish out that passive amount of damage. He's got that Rupture Gale Orb and the Flame Breath Jade as it comes through. T225 having to burn through his resources. He's now to 2-4 for his healing berry to armor powder ratio, and that's tough, man. I mean, supplies are short in this by this point, and we still have 2 Moonbanes to be spawned in due to that change. So a lot of timings that can come out, man. I've seen that Moonbane grief Panda, man. I've seen that Moonbane grief the trios teams. It's tough, Dobby.
Definitely don't want to risk anything currently here within this game here, knowing that there's so much happening here, and obviously you don't want to get yourself out too early over either both the desperation of maybe getting an elimination or putting yourself in a bad situation here, knowing that there's so many people around that really, if they had the opportunity, they could come through and cause some issues and a massive disturbance here if you are not careful here. And obviously for Akame, he has that time coming through here. He ends up sending Action way downtown and off the outskirts here is Action gonna be able to use that far length advantage here in order for him to go back for the heal up here. Trying to see if he can wait this out here. The timing a little bit more sketched and more scarce than normal here as Akame gets hit with a beautiful blue charge coming in from Action with the katana. I love the katana, man. He creates so much damage. The strike can be just as good. Action ends up getting hit by the upscale rush, though, unintentionally by Akame here. It looks like Akame trying to see if he could time it as well here towards this, but ends up missing the opportunity here as he ends up forcing the F key. We would have start for the heals is Action getting caught. See, this is exactly what I mean. That third party coming in. There's 2 people right near, and here comes the cannons coming through, and just like that, is able to get that elimination as well here. And Akame is able to get the Soul Bloom back in the game. Doesn't have to necessarily worry, but now he has another thing he has to worry about is all these players coming at him at the same time. Low on HP, low on shield. Everybody knows he is struggling to try to get out of Dodge's way, and now everybody is chasing. They smell the blood. It's a bunch of sharks in the pool. You gotta get out as fast as possible. Akame just trying to get out of Dodge's way. So many cannon shots. Fun Plus Phoenix's Junshi, BDE's Roy E, DRG's Fang, they all want a piece of Akame right now. Who's gonna capture the slice and who's going to get the cake? He's got to be able to get out of harm's way, and it looks like Fang is going to secure that elimination here. And this is exactly the thing I was just talking about. You can't put yourself in a tough situation, forcing either the 1v1 or getting yourself caught up to the point where if you do get that elimination and you're low, you are now the main character in the next protagonist movie.
Yeah, a rise coming out of him, you know, and it was like a workplace pizza party, you know, they were looking for that last slice that was just in there. And of course, they made sure to grab that coming off. Fang finds these 3 eliminations this round. He is going to have full vision off of the center of that Valiant Challenger. That was, if I'm not mistaken, Rano. Have to double check and see about that into the northwest. We are going to see it's actually going to be Roishishi who does carry that Valiant Challenger. So he's going to have vision every 15 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, of a target that's nearby, so he can see through walls and making sure. But they know exactly where he is at all times. Every time you see that flash of the red, you are going to see that circle be updated every 3 seconds for the targets to actually look where he's at. Now, Fang finds the Gold Morris Blessing. Big chance for him to sustain out fights coming out. He does have a good amount of pressure. He drops that cannon, though. So he's not going to be sticking over to the, he's not going to stick any more to that cannon with the Rupture Gale. He is picking up that gold pistol as well as the Jade to be placed out for himself. So while he's looking to try to mitigate himself away from that end, he's just going to keep that. I mean, no one's going to contest this. No one wants to contest it. I think it's going to be interesting to see because he actually finds himself an Octaslash blade from that chest. So if he does want to convert himself towards using dual blades, Fang could have a great chance of actually just going ahead and switching out a weapon towards it from his dual halberds. I did see him have a purple pair. So if he's going to go back to a shop, find a chance of picking out a crafting hammer from that and then just going ahead and converting it, he's good to go. I mean, Octaslash Blade, one of the newer J's to be added selected. It comes with gold focus after the second vertical strike, but I don't know, Dobby. I mean, a lot of ranged weapons have been used back to back to back, no matter the cost. Like no one's gonna be, you know, wanting to use like specialty J's if it doesn't come out to it. They just shoot a shot, health shot to the face, and they say, all right, use your heal. You know, I'm not gonna worry about you until you have to run out.
I mean, it's definitely a thing too, where once you are in that space, it's like I said, it's just you just trying to pay attention. Don't get caught in that bad situation here. Roy Hee looks like he's gonna bunny hop a little bit towards this. Loving the hair color, by the way. Really glistening. Reminds me of like just the waters. Well, on top of that, I don't know why my mind went towards the hair in terms of water, but it was just really flowing. But let's look at Junxing and his idea for the NBPL so far.
心态我其实还好吧，主要是我感觉打的时候思路有点出问题了，然后，就是运营方面也有一点缺陷啥的。想对小蜘蛛说的话就是，下次我会出手。
Very nice. Yeah, buddy. He's looking out for Spider. I think Wei Shi, I've seen him playing out in the CN scrims and just having a good blast of just having high placements. And I actually saw something from him that I didn't see before, where he did an uppercut 2-1-1 swap with a longsword to initialize Mike's demise. And T225 almost got caught into the same thing. So, I mean, I think he has some earnestness towards his words when he says, you know, I'll make my move next time, man. Spider, I'm watching out for you. I want to make sure you know I'm ready for you. Really strong.
Gotta be able to be careful here as we see another case of getting caught in a bad situation. Is Fang might be able to catch somebody slipping here if he's able to see where that opportunity might be at, though. Doesn't look like it might not be where he wants it to go. And it looks like it's only gonna get kind of oh no, Junshi caught in the Bane's breath though. At least no one actually saw it, or at least like paid attention, because that would have been tough. Now, if he was in that space and that caught him up in a bad situation, that would have actually been rough. I'm not gonna lie to you. So at least he had the opportunity to kind of go, hey, no one saw that. It's okay. Let me go for a reset. I'll be all right. It's okay.
It's like when you accidentally step over a pebble, you start like making a mad dash dance, and you look around and see no one saw it. Like, it's the same case scenario.
Don't have to force yourself to do any type of dance, right? Like, you don't have to worry about that. You can just be like, okay, cool. No one saw. Let's just run it back. It's all good. It looks like it's still going to be able to come through here. Oh my, ooh, look how close it is to Junshin though. This base breath really is a big fan of Junshin, clearly, because man, oh man, does he want to actually be able to wave and say hi to him again. Gotta be able to pay attention here. It looks like Roy Hee trying to see if he can close in this gap, having the opportunity to do what he needs to here, and all of which in between Fang trying to see if they fight this out with that gold shield, but with those gold dual Halbergs on him as well. Have to be just a little bit more careful here. Looks like, oh, sorry, actually, it's a longsword. Actually, excuse me. It looks like Roy Hee, oh, getting caught, like I said before, in that bad third party, forces the ulti just to try to see if he can get away from this space here. Tough situation here, dangerously low, gets hit by everything and everything in between as Arano is going to steal elimination with a pistol as well. Looks like Fang going to be able to take those gold winnings and goes, ooh, let me get that. I like that. That looks nice here. It's like it's 4 players left in this game here. And able to see who's going to be able to knock out, who's going to be able to come through here with the first dub of the night for our day 2. It looks like Junshin just trying to see if he can get away from DRG's Fang. Fang wanted to see if maybe if you wanted to drop down. Come here. I want to see what you got, buddy. Come here, it looks like Junshin does not want that smoke clearly between this fight. And obviously, he's going to be able to go for the pistol, goes for the reload here, finds Arano. And Arano obviously doesn't want that smoke as well here. A cannon shot's coming through from Fang. Looks like the circle's slowly going to be closing in here in the next 50 seconds here. Let's see what they do in these final seconds here as Arano ends up pushing on Fang here. Actually causing some issues here. And here comes the 2-piece coming through. The 3, 4, 5-piece. Excuse me. He needs some fries and a biscuit with that shake. Oh, my goodness. Fang getting absolutely decimated in seconds. Now he's caught on the tough chopping block here. I'm surprised they don't dog team on him.
Yo, honestly, I think Fang found himself, eating the biscuit, and he's like, I don't have anything to drink with this because everyone is making sure that the water is far away from as possible. So he's choking on it. He wants to make sure, though, that if anything has time to reload, big pause. We're gonna have to see what Fang has in chase for it, but he's got himself for the cannon with that the flame breath to be initialized across the walls, structures, anything. He'll take that poke damage, and as it comes out here, Arano has to utilize his F1 to go scare, like just F1 to the sky, gets himself caught out here. But the pole sword forces that stone form. He has to disengage and actually make his way back up through the storm, which is gonna eat up some damage, just like how Fang is eating up damage from Zhisheng, who is gonna use a beacon blast into an RB, forcing the V1 and looking for the hit. Last hit confirmed. Who's gonna be looking for that pistol shot if they can? He has to force the ultimate, and there's gonna be Fang living La Vida Loca, having another chance of surviving for this round. He gets a heal off. We're gonna see the F1 come out for the heal over time. He'll have enough time to sustain a ballista shot. Who is shooting these things? Arano's gonna be trying to be the threat of the lobby. He is the antagonist, and Fang is trying to be the protagonist, but I don't think they're gonna allow him to live for any longer. He's gone by episode 7. And Juishi has his chance to try to go for the scare rush off to the sky. If he can, he's gonna take the time to reset here while Fang is getting pressured out. And he's holding these blue focuses to avoid those range shots. And as Fang tries to get a heal off again, they're gonna be allowing it. And this is gonna be where he's gonna be building up rage passively. He's gonna switch over to the range weapon as close as he can with a pole sword, with the overcoming coming out from Juishi with a 1 minute and 43 seconds left into the clock. We're going to see whether or not Juishi actually looks to try to go ahead and get a mid-air blue focus to try to stagnate somebody who's going up. He gets caught into the scare rush though, and as it comes out, as Fang is trying to hunt down Zhisheng, we're going to see a high ground position that Arano's going to be taking for that pistol shot and try to confirm it off of Fang. Fang is building up rage. You can see it. He's back up to nearly 68. As long as he hits the 70, he can force the activation for himself, but at 100%, he'll have the sedate soul. He's going to force the proc himself. Nice timing as it comes out, but a scare rush from Juishi can deny this healing if he decides to go for it, and he didn't know whether or not Fang was ready for that scare rush from coming out, so he would have taken that chance and decides to say, nah, I'm going to cut it. Arano's still looking for those shots with the pistol. Cannon for Fang to push him off of that pillar. And as Fang looks to try to go towards it, this is going to be a game for the time. And everyone is just waiting for it out. As long as someone gets caught out, they'll prioritize it for the couple of seconds that they can. Back out, goes back to their defensive position, and keep the offense going by the end of the game, because that's when it's really going to count towards last placement for these points, because there's still 4 players alive. They're trying to get that point multiplier. But most importantly, they're trying to get those 3 ranking points for the first place spot. And as Arano tries to keep the high ground here, he is pretty low coming out here at under half health armor. And for Arano, keeping the grapples expended as to his expense, I'm not sure how many he's got left, because Zhisheng now rushes to the sky, gets caught to the scare rush as Juishi comes out to force him into his mech. This is exactly what Zhisheng did not want to do as early as it came through. And with this, Zhisheng can't see any of the targets. They're bopping on his head like a, like a ping pong ball. They're just going ahead and just going through there. Arano finds the ultimate. Zhisheng immediately enters cannon mode to deny Arano. There's his kill, but Fang finds the kill with a pistol shot to kill steal. He's at 1 HP. He's got V1, but did he proc it in time to survive? No, but Juishi comes out for this first place spot with the ranking points, but I'm pretty sure JG Chang finds himself as MVP for this round.
Zhang has been playing so well since I saw him in the first day for the spring split here for 2024 for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, and he has been absolutely showing why he is still a contender. Not necessarily the biggest name that we've seen, but when it comes to the play style and him just being in the space he needs to be, he is able to find a place to sit down, watch, and learn. And that is something that I've loved to see. Sometimes just Sing is the sleeper pick. And we miss that sometimes when it comes to a player like him, because we're usually so focused on players like Fang, players like Mike, players like Spider, and then we forget how good Zhing really can be in these moments here. And this is a perfect example of what that necessarily means. Laying in the cut, knowing when to strike, and just being smart with your timing. And that's how he's able to win for our first game here for day number 2. Kind of impressive though to see where that is. Day 3. As we're gonna be locked this in though, I mean, he's been feeling it out over time here, and I think even from last season, I think we really got a chance to see a really big, monumental play style and a shift come from him. So it's good to see him. But well, good job from everybody though, from X-Gen, especially Akame. Really get a chance to see how Akame's gameplay really is, and he's gonna be fun to watch over this season.
Yeah. I think I like that point you made, because Xing has himself, as a pick here where don't underestimate at all. I think any out here, I think he's one of the key components into that statement, because one thing that Shisheng does is consistency effort with keeping himself like rolling off the end. One thing that he does though is that he takes to the sky as often as he can. I mean, last year when we saw him play the Temi picks coming out, he was being consistent with using the V3 F1 to just control the opponent. Why? Because then he can get free pot shots. That's the main thing that he's looking to try to improving, right? How much can I allow for myself to burn my resources, but at the expense of my opponent? Especially when it came down to the last season with Akasas being super prevalent into the rounds. He found himself like having a good chance of finding those counter picks and working against his counter picks if they ever show up to arise. Now that he's looking into using the sustain game coming from the Fairy Shen to force that pressure out for enemies, he's also looking to try to pressure them out. And if they make a mistake by using, let's say, a skill or an ultimate at the wrong time, he'll make sure they get punished for it. And he's learning that from day by day.
And he's learning how to punish them effectively in moments where it really is worth it to do it. And like I said, when it comes to these players and how tough these play styles can really be, you definitely don't want to get caught in situations where, I love how the moment I said that, perfect example comes into the fold here. 2 more players comes in, third party of cannon shots just ricocheting towards him, and obviously X-Gen just getting absolutely sent out of contention to the point where he couldn't even be able to do anything, and he ends up dying from outside the circle as well and getting eliminated. And it goes to show that even within that, sometimes it's not worth it. Sometimes it's more about the placement in terms of where you're at and how you're able to put yourself within a position where you still have a little bit of control, whether it's a small little corner, whether it's a little island, or whether it's you holding a little white flag. Sometimes you just got to be able to go, hey, I got a spot here, and none of y'all gonna take it from me. And that is the perfect example of how tough and how tight these circles can go, because the more of that space that you lose, the more you got to go up to that next person. You got to go, hey,
this is my house. Hey, let me
it's you and me, Pato. What's up? Can't do anything, so we might as well duke it out.
It's like, all right, who got the last slice of apple pie? And it's like, I don't know, and they're eating it because they want to make sure they can, eat those points up. I mean, eliminations coming out to their brackets, that's now the name of the game for what these guys are looking out for. And I think one thing you saw, right, Arano had the high ground into the very end circle. He was burning those resources. All it takes for someone to see the opportunity in between of him grappling, on top of trying to see about connecting some extra pot shots for kill confirmation if they can, and that's what I'm seeing coming through. But just like how you can eat the last slice of pie, are you guys going to get the rewards by answering the question coming up here in a moment? Because I want to make sure you guys understand that the amount of rewards coming up for just participating in this is immense. And for you guys out there in Twitch chat, how many players chose Fairy Shen in game 1? I mentioned this in the very beginning. I hope you kept track of it. Is it A3, B4, C5, or D2? And this actually brings up an important point where I'm actually trying to think about when we end up, Davi, with the not say V1, V2, but only 2 skills, 2 ultimates integration. I wonder how that's going to affect Fairy Shen, because every Fairy Shen player in solos is using, and even in trios, they're rocking the V3. And if anything comes out to combine the V1 and V2 where it's armor and boost at the same time, I don't know how that would end up going into those final circles, because those beacons are so crucial between saving your opponent, Dobby, and saving yourself with a 50% rage cost ultimate.
I mean, even with that ultimate as well here, it's still, I mean, it's necessary. It might not necessarily be enough as we look at the top leaderboard here. And it looks like we got Shazing at the top here with 8 eliminations, or it's there, sorry, 8 game score, 5 eliminations, 4 eliminations, tying it up with Fang and Roy Hee. But those placement points are really going to do a lot here, which that 7.8 and that 5.6 is going to be able to do a lot here. But let's go back to the replays here, as we're going to be able to see where it all really sufficed here in these moments here, and kind of what made sense in these places here. And obviously it was such a great moment to kind of see if we can put it all together here. But goodness gracious, was that timing just so effortlessly for some of these players. If we look at Action getting that elimination onto Frostivus here, one of our NAs, and obviously Roy Hee Chi getting that combination inside of this fight. And this is that third party I was telling you about, how bad it can really be, the disadvantage you want to. Obviously, Roy Shishi going back into the stretch of things with this on the T225, trying to see if he can find any. Ends up getting some nice hits, though. Inside of that, with the final circle, Jushing just waiting it out and just watching as the fight commences in between all of this. Is able to find a free elimination inside of that fight. Shazing is going to be able to take that top slot here, as we see Barrier for the MVP. JDG Shazing coming through. A lot of robots during that time too here, but obviously he's going to be the top player of that game here. 24,000 damage, 5 eliminations, and the Spear coming through as the top, surprisingly, because knowing he used his fan a lot in those circles here. So 7,000, almost 7,500 coming in from the Spear. But the Vajra's Grip, that's a name you'd have to say 3 times fast. But I think Descent, Overlord, Attack Soul Jade, 2 Attack Soul Jades, and 1 melee resist Soul Jade. So a pretty decent stack of what he had here, but his first MVP. Welcome back, JDG, to the game.
Yes, sir. One thing is, in the beginning, he was get rushing the heck out with that spear. He was just like, sing, 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 sing. Everyone was like, whoa, 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 calm down, bro. But I think, yeah, the fan, like, I saw it in the stat line for J-Cup. I think one crazy thing, coming out from a weapon that initially, just being released, was a #1 used weapon in the J-Cup, but between both solos and trios. And the factor of that is just the dun-dun with the RMB blue focus, the vertical blue focus of the double hit, and catching that on top of extending out for a free neutral damage. I mean, that type of if we're looking at this as a stat line, according to my calculations, a lot of things comes out from dealing out small poke damage in the small amount of time, as much as you can. It's like laps in a Formula 1 race, or you chunk out two seconds each lap. Perfect. By the end of the race, you're saving around 30 seconds and you're already beating out the other competing team. And that's the same thing that comes out the fan, except it's control factor. That's the caveat. I think if anything comes out from a future weapon, we had the Hong Sword, which is quick burst damage, and then having the Shadow Step as a quick lay on top of it. But I think one thing that makes it seems like if we end up having more chances for these weapons to have more innate skills like that, it could make a pressure hold for contending between the top weapons in the bracket. I mean, Staff was the champion before. It still is. The Pitter Patter is too good. 7 hits or 8 hits.
I mean, it is, but we did see a lot of fans still. And fan is still one of the things, and even with the dagger too. Dagger is still one of the oldest weapons that we've had in the game, and the dagger still to this day still holds strong with how fast and how much of an advantage you have when it comes to a weapon like that. On top of, if you're just really good at just getting away, if you're really good at just not getting yourself caught up in some tough situations. I mean, there really is some moments that we can really talk about how massive the dagger is on top of the fan, and how easily it's hard to contest a weapon like that. So it's kind of one of those things where, yeah, it's still strong, it's still powerful, but I'm not gonna lie, those light weapons, still, you get hit one time with it, a dagger downs, you throw one fan, it hits back, you get the double. I mean, listen, all of a sudden, everybody running, everybody don't want the smoke no more. So yeah, it's interesting to see where we are with these weapons and where we plan to go next, because there's still, I don't know, man, I wouldn't necessarily count some of these weapons out.
I know. I think one thing we can't count out is the new evolving, sides of swapping and to the combo. But before we swap into the swaps, take a look at the leaderboard. Shuichi actually gets himself a 4.4 game today, and that puts him, at a higher point ratio than what he's earned for day 2 so far. But we do have pace here. He's still gonna be 17th. He's still trying to get himself locked in through to his round. Akame finds a 3.4 game, but also to be in the day 3 placement. We still have the gatekeeper being Jisheng here with 16.9, so he's trying to get out of the bracket. AS, Exen. It looks like these guys are just trying to see about where these first point rounds are coming towards, because right now, as much as we're seeing this, that 8-point game that Jisheng has, it's propelling him past the bottom of the 6. So now he's trying to lock himself for finals. That's the best scenario for any solos and trios team or player into the team. They're trying to lock into the top 12 as soon as they can, because the sooner the better, because if they can propel themselves past the average, then they could just hold out, they could just go for placement. They don't have to really take fights as often. They could just chill out as much as they can, because I know a lot of these players in the top 6, they're not going to be having sort of issues, but they're still going to try to deny that push coming out from their former, for their opponents, especially, considering that Fang at one point had gotten the lead so heavily ahead that he started choosing troll picks. He started playing Tianhai in solos, and I was like, huh, okay. And then you play Kurumi, and I was like, all right, no. He's wrong.
You're like, oh, interesting. Didn't expect that. Sometimes it also can be just as equal, really being able to put yourself in certain situations. And obviously, when it comes to some of these playstyles, they've really been able to dish it out as much as possible here. But seeing Fang and KLA 625 in the top, but struggling to get some extra points here, it's really, really interesting knowing that, they really need to put up a decent score for today in order for them to see themselves in that slot where they need to for qualifying.
Yeah. And I think another thing is also, right, worst case scenario for some of these players could be that they burn the hero points twice for a hero that they're looking to perform best on because they know best. And it not working out due to circumstances, whether it's the gear off the drop, whether if it's a third-party opposition from the book of GG, or if it's, GG Shaw, or if it's anything towards having to just choose a pick against a counter pick that ends up working against them in their favor because another counter pick shows up into the lobby. So either we see a good average or median between the points between all the 12 players choosing to play today, and they choose heroes that are more beneficial for their maps, or we see out-of-pocket picks that can happen. Like we've seen Justina rock the world for the past 2 days, but also to the latter half of the J Cup, or the J Cup itself, when we saw Justina V2 making rounds, and now I think she's even more valuable coming into today's meta, just because the amount of gold skills or blue focus skills that come through, where it pushes a guaranteed freeze against your target for a single hit blue focus confirmation in literally like a blue 1.1 second time frame. It's just good to see it, because as I mentioned, that Frostivus, he was the man to showcase, yeah, you could bring V2 Justina to World, and then everyone's like, I wonder how that goes ahead, and they're rocking it to this day. They're still looking to see about getting those confirmation blues, and now that Shael's in the mix, it definitely can work in her favor.
Definitely going to work in their favor here, but let's see if it's going to work in the first round selections favor when we have Rishishi, Akame, Jux, and PST. Some of these players we were seeing towards the end here, obviously Akame being that one player that we saw extensively trying to hold on for as long as possible during those final moments in the circle of Circle 1 here. Let's see where the picks are going to go. But what are your thoughts, though, on this slot here, and where do you think they're most likely going to go for our game number 2?
I think game number 2, we're going to see a first round pick. This group can now choose Zipping Ying as a choice pick. I think they're going to lock her in as well. And if not, they'll go for a 3-to-1 ratio for Zipping Ying to Afarius Shen. Worst case scenario technically is the 2-to-2. Boy, if it happens, that means round 2 has a free real estate position to double pick one of the sustain goddesses. Of course, in terms of Fairy Shen, her sustain isn't necessarily her healing. It's her pressuring. She puts the pressure on every single one of the enemies that show up deciding to want to try to push her out. Realm of Yang is her domain. She can burn time in Realm of Yang against opponents that come through, and that's why Zipping Yings are there to counter her, just in case if they need to go up against her, they can just decide upon going ahead and healing the damage, or finding a pillar to hide against. And we're gonna see Zipping Yings 4-round pick, 3-round pick. Akame is thinking. He's stonking, and he's gonna lock it in. So that is it. So Zipping Ying is gonna be making the round for the second round positions. As Rano, Shisheng, TT25, and Shaw are choosing their characters, we're gonna see Shael again, and now Tessa coming out from GG Shaw. He's thinking about it. He's wondering about it. He's writing a thesis. It's going to be published. The Book of Gigi Shaw, Chapter 1, Win the Game. And there it is. Tess is locking you through. Got himself
we love to see it. And that advantage, though, when it comes to it. Obviously, like I said before, the Book of Shaw, the very extensive read. We look at some of the picks so far, and it looks like Faria is definitely going to be the favorite, and it looks like it might just be
baby girl. Frostfish, he's doing it. He's playing Justina in a lobby full of Zips, Farias, and Shiol. One Shiol.
What do you think? Advantage or disadvantage?
And Circle's gonna be tough. I've seen in the Mortal War, right? We have Rage to be gained by 30% over the course of time. He finds a kill confirmation. He picks up the solo. He has to really just be patient before re-engaging in fights, and that's when there's like multiple people coming out. In a 1v1, he can find it as long as Zippy Ying doesn't outhold him in terms of the pressure that they can do. Because I mean, like, you know, they can pull a Dougie and then start shifting around him and the F1ing all across the place, and all of a sudden, you know, he can't do anything about using his ultimate, because at that point they're already away. They're already walking away from him. You know, they walked out the door. Front door is closed. The club is closed. You know, sorry, come back tomorrow. And I think that's a tough opposition that he's going to go up against. But I love being proved wrong. Like, I'm gonna shout out ALL because they did it in trios on day 2, where their first round Justina game was that 9-kill game with the Fairy Shen and the Yodo. This is out of context, but then the last round, 18 kills. And it's just like, okay, let's switch the conversation and see how it ends up. But let me look at the skills real quick. Yep, you too, Justina.
Wow. Back at it again.
Wait, Jux is he's doing F2, or yeah. He might actually break the mold here and being one of the few Zips to run the F2 to avoid neutral, because I think that's his main counter is actually he's running the F2 to deny Shiol in case of anything, because Shiol can't get a neutral uppercut if she hits the F2 as long as it's the initial reaction towards Jux activating his skill, and Narano won't be able to just go for an infinite Katana infinite, Hong Sword infinite, Fan infinite. There's a lot of infinites out there right now. Unfortunately. Well, fortunately.
Definitely some favorites here inside of this as we're able to go right back towards the action here at Holleroff. As we see, it looks like DRG's Akuma's going to head towards Salvation Podium. Could potentially have all of that loot to himself here as BBE's Rohi is going to land in the same space that he was in the first game. As you see KLA in Matab by himself. It's going to be a lot of open space for him to do what he needs to. It looks like JDG is going to opt out for either Fortress of Kaviani or Manticore Arena. But nobody in Sing of Tang, nobody in Imperial Village, nobody even in the Northwestern Barracks or the Quarry. Quarry is a very popular location for a lot of some of these players here to actually land and be able to possibly get themselves a decent amount of loot. But so far, I'm not seeing any of those spaces here. And it looks like that very favorited place right in between Emberhawk and Fortress is definitely going to be a very wide stretch again. That same space where we got the chance to see that massive fight when it first started here. Everybody's just about to get into this game, lock in for our game number 2 here. Solos B through A. Locking this in here for these games. If you guys are joining in on the stream, make sure to be following here for NARAKA Blade Point and for all of the Nbpl access. And on top of that, make sure to come follow us on Twitter and on socials and on Kick and on Instagram and on Twitter. We're everywhere, baby.
We're everywhere. Global, worldwide. I think one thing Frostbit's got, though, is an advantage here. He caught Pace. Pace wasn't ready for that. Neutral's going to come out for the LMB Nbpl, but then an R&B coming out from the Halberds. I mean, that's going to be a backliner to third party, so Frostbit will dip out. He has common armor, and he's up against Zippings with the blue armor, and that's never his best case scenario. Exton, though, he's going to be choosing the higher path here, being hiding into the gardens. No one has entered the secret room in the bottom after breaking the boxes. Oh, I stand corrected. Exton might have been the one going through, but Paced, I don't know. He can get caught between 2 targets, and Frost was actually making his way towards the Oldania stash region and just keeping himself over there and trying to keep himself safe for the, for in case of loot patterns. Because right now, Pace, his opponent, it's definitely going to have to be Exton. Nice parry from Pace, though. F1 to initiate into an 180 in the opposite direction. Dual blades are going to be confirmed for blue rarity as Exton just makes his escape for some reset if he can. In the meantime, GG Shaw up against Arano. Arano finds the uppercut into the grapple bump to an arm with a Hong Sword. Doesn't hit the secondary blue focus in the V1 as Shaw finds it. He's going to be hold checking with his fan and keeping Arano on his toes and looks to try to go for a vertical, but I don't know if GG Shaw has enough time to try to confirm an uppercut. No, he does it too early with the stagger immunity coming out here. F2 is up for Arano, but can he get it in time? Not going to happen without Crouch LMB that GG Shaw just went ahead and confirmed for his first elimination this round.
What a strong start for him there. Really being able to put that towards the corner and absolutely punishes him for a fantastic finish here towards the end of that here. Really plays that to the best of its advantage here to be able to see that opportunity here as he sees Frostovich seeing him a possible advantage here too. Looks like he's just gonna wait it out, just see what's going on here. Like, hey, what y'all doing? It's kind of fun down there. Nah, I'm gonna chill up here. I'm not gonna go down there. I just want to see what y'all doing first before I start doing anything.
He's like, y'all having too much fun.
Yeah, he's like, no, I'm good. Y'all got it. It's all good. See if that advantage really does come through towards it, though. Could be even more extreme. I'd say it's still coming in from that shot coming through from the musket. It's not going to be enough, as it looks like we're going to be able to come towards that point blank, right towards it. Oh, Shazang caught in a tough situation with Morichichi. He's going to try to see if he can come through with the payback here. Nice hits coming through from the dual Albergs, or the daggers this time. It looks like he's going to try to see if he can do a double it back. Does it again. Captures the elimination and absolutely decimates Roy Shishi in this game. It says, see you later. Go back to the altar, buddy. Come back. We'll go at it again.
I'll see you later. You know they're going to assault you, right? I hope not. But Exen going to be seeing Jux. Jux is going to be seen by Frostovich. I think this is exactly what Frostovich was looking out towards. He's just looking to try to prioritize the target selection. That he's just making sure that the time comes, if Jux finds no chance of using the heals off, that he can just go ahead, confirm the kill, might pick up the purple armor and then dip out, as Exen wants to try to keep the pressure on. But Frostovich has been playing passively as he can. I think a lot of fights by Orb by the end of the dunes has been like that for the most part. But TG5 catches a 1-2-3. We release those as Shang goes ahead and picks up the elimination for number 4. Before the first Romy Yang, Shang is at the kill leader position ahead all. He's looking for number 5 as GVG Shaw looks to try to go from the Pinnacle Town towards here. And as Shang looks towards just avoiding a Tessa, there's a cast ultimate ready for Shaw. And as it comes through, he catches the blue focus vertical. Shang just going for those pot shots and keeps the momentum going, while T25, I see him hanging out behind these guys by 30 meters. So I'm not sure what he's going to be looking for. A dodge does not happen for Shang. The iframe through the enchant, but he finds the enchant anyways. He's got F1. He finds the R&B with the Foxfire effect into the side for Shaw to actually look for time to escape. And as TG25 loots up the body previous, he's gonna be going ahead and just finding his way to try to third party any of these guys as an ambush is to take place. TG5 with a pole sword takes these lessons going through. He having the tuna, man. He's ready to go, man. He's ready to go. He's fully set for the 15 tick heal for the armor, and he's like, all right, I'm zipping. I'm zipping now.
The man is in peace as he whisks away, thinking very slowly, mentally,
nature sounds,
crossing the path of peace and tranquility in the world of NARAKA BLADEPOINT. As now Jux comes through with the repair, following down to JDG Zhang as he whisper away into the sand, the dunes in which the silence of sand and the sounds of wind brisk away like a nice cup of tea on a whimsical morning. Meanwhile, Fraction, I don't know what this man's doing. As we're going to be able to cross back towards this, though, GG Shaw fighting this out with JDG just looks like he's waiting for it. It looks like he's going to come through with the strike here. Doesn't wait for it. Oh, the parry comes through. Nice reset, though, coming in from Shazing here. He's waiting for the strike, though, and the potential advantage here as he might be able to waste for it. Oh, and he wastes it. Oh, no, GG Shaw wasn't able to get the stun the way that he wanted to, though. And here comes the third party coming in from Jux, and it looks like it might be tough for him as well. He goes to the wait time, and it looks like he's going to come through and calls out his drone. He's going to be able to do the same thing again. I don't know why I said a drone, but it's not a drone because it's way bigger than that. That is a massive, massive robot. Looks like Shazing's going to try to see if maybe he can close in this gap here. It looks like there's an advantage here. Doesn't want to get caught in a tough situation, but here we go.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Chishin can chill here. Although he did burn his ult, unless it's a Firefly cage just chilling out, he could just try to go ahead. This is a spot where there would be a Firefly cage, but there isn't. So Shang actually loses out. As a quick reminder, the first 3 rounds are played in Holoroth. First and third round are sunny, and then the second round is cloudy. And cloudy is like, you ain't gonna find Fireflies, you ain't gonna find as much Firefly cages inside or Rage Altars inside of Holoroth as often as you would in other times of the day. But the last 3 rounds, we're going to have more out for 4 through 6. So that's where the offensive measure comes out for players that are going to use Ultimate Rage-based characters that really just succeed in doing so. But Rummy ain't going to enter here. Fang is trying to get through. He's got dual hoppers again, and he misses it, but now he's going to be fighting out Arano with the uppercut. Going to confirm the blue focus, the vertical, and of course the hook wings. We never see that coming out here as a commonplace skill, but as Fang finds himself in a fight against Arano, Arano finds a common armor swap, gets himself locked in here, and that is going to be a bow shot. Misses the first one. You know, that's why we're FLS, that's why we're NARAKA BLADEPOINT players melee battle royale. And I think Fang is going to be looking to try to see about what Arano's plan is. He just gave him the phase out. He switches his armor, finds his teleport for the flash steps pursuit. A third block is available. Arano finds the F2. This is detrimental. The V2 gets dodged. And there's going to be another one available. Fang finds himself to worry. It's should he teleport to his opponent or heal. He is not going to take the opportunity. He knows that Fang is next to a beacon, so he knows that the ultimate cast is going to be the bane of his destruction, and he's going to dip out here as Arano just whisks himself away. No Wilson. All playing the island play.
No Wilson.
No Wilson.
No Wilson?
No Wilson. No coconut. Slash,
wow.
TV's closed, you know, official name of a.
No Wilson, like all Wilson? Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Even with that, though, towards this, let's see if he has the opportunity, though. It looks like Frosted is just trying not to get caught up, and it looks like he will, as the Rockets just seemingly are too much for him here, as he ends up getting caught outside of that, and he ends up getting exploded on. A tough find. A tough finish towards that here. Let's see if we can be able to rummage towards that here. As it looks like we're going to find it all the way around. It looks like on the other skirts here, Arano, tough situation here as he ends up getting hit by those dual gold Halbergs here. It looks like now the scale rush here, just trying to see if he can find the space to be able to maybe get out of harm's way here. Oh boy. Just waiting for it. Finds the gray shield swap as well. Just juking out Fang. A very rare altercation here happening. Because most of the time, Fang is usually the one that's juking him out, but seemingly struggling to try to keep up with him, though, inside of the space. Tries to see if he can go towards the rotation here. Maybe trying to see if he can scale rush up top. Maybe give himself a free time. Oh, and he misses up on the scale rush to go up on the roof, giving him more chances, though, to heal up all the way to the top. Fang struggling to catch up with Arano. Surprising to see. What's going on?
This round's full of shenanigans.
A lot of it, clearly.
I think a big fight, though, over to the Fortress of Kavian. We're going to see Pace and Frostivus go toe-to-toe. Now, Frostivus lost his Romy Yang fight, so I'm not sure he had his Soul Bloom stayed up, but it looks like Pace is going to go all in because he's also in the same state. No cannon can really confirm off the end unless you're looking for the angles, but he's going to be going ahead and going to the ground floor towards the ravine. As Frostivus keeps his cool here, holding blue focus, he gets an R&B release off of the Hong sword, finds neutral damage, but he's at a deficit. He's going to have his V2 ready. He's looking to try to bait it out. He finds the R&B. He forces the sedate soul. No neutral position that Pace could take, and then the F1 comes out for a free freeze. Pace goes down. Frostivus finds his second elimination. Cool under pressure. My man's looking for that elimination number 2 into this round. In the meantime, we're going to see T225 rushing down Exen. As Team Bowders, Exen's going to be just trying to get away and trying to find a wall to corner off of into scare rushing position. Akame, though, both of these guys are just going to be able to lock him down. He can't do anything against him. They got Vermilion Burst Might. They're ready to go for a fight. And if they lose, they can just, I'm just going to rest. But everything comes out from Exen right now. Holds the blue focus, gets a horizontal, forces the F1 from TC25 as the combo breaker is initiated, but then Exen finds his ultimate, knocks back his opponent, the fan comes out, the F1 comes through, he's at literally sneeze away from death, and a position from a pistol shot could cause his demise as TC25 looks for the dodges here, and there's the D-Mech coming out from the fan, and a bow shot from Jux, party of the third. He's looking to try to see what Akame is up for because TC25 is keeping him propelled, and as it comes out here, the neutrals come from the fan, a massive amount of damage for the horizontal, he dodges the lethal jab, he finds the R&B, Jux is like, I'm still here, bro, I got the bow, I'm locked and loaded until my arrows in my quiver run out. But of course, Jux finds himself in the tent. He's saying, hey, how's it going, Mr. Russell Crowe? I'm just going to play Gladiator into this round. And as Akame looks towards his R&B as the release comes out, I think Akame is going to be having to sustain game to his advantage. He's got only 20 seconds left until Vermilion Burst Might runs out. Finds a parry. Jux is going to have a chance. Did he just look for himself for an infinite? It's not going to work out. The V1 comes out from Jux. He's sustaining every single one of these chances. And as Jux looks to try to force out this kill, the longer that Akame doesn't use his Vermilion Burst Might, the faster Jux finds his kill. And there's going to be a chance for him to run out just in time. And Akame is now with no insurance policy. As it comes out, Jux keeps himself cool. He's got the F2 to keep himself stagger immune. And these guys back off, man. That was close. Akame was really under the heat there with the lava coals underneath him.
Definitely getting caught up in a tough situation here. Definitely doesn't want to see that repeat happen again here. It looks like we're going to see Zhe Xing on the outskirts here. Ends up getting hit by a bow. Whoa, ends up finding Arano up top, absolutely ditches him out. Oh, he gets caught by Fang, and Fang ends up catching the finish and seeing him outside of the lobby here, and he says, hey, buddy, thanks for the 3-piece. I appreciate you, but I'm going to take these chicken nuggets and I'm going to keep going. I appreciate you. You don't need these no more. You don't want to go to bed because I'm going to put you to sleep. Go to bed, slumber. Looks like now we're going to see Rishichi fighting this out with Fang. Nice defensive clangs here. It looks like Gigi Shaw's going to come through with that, like I said, the book again. Comes through with those bow shots. Doesn't look like it's going to affect too much of the fight here. Meanwhile, I think the other player is going to decide to back off this. Doesn't really want any of that smoke, though, towards that here. He decides not to, and he goes, no, I'm good. Don't want that kind of energy here. It loobe like Fang is going to try to see if he can maybe could produce this. Trying to wait for the scale rush here, but it looks like he ends up getting stopped prior to that happening here. See if maybe he comes through with it towards another area and another angle. See if that benefit really happens towards him. Oh, nice hits as Fang gets dropped on Roy Shishi. Ends up getting a nice little slice and dice coming through here. He ends up walking around Gigi Shaw like, hey, Shaw. He looked like a cousin.
Hey, Shaw, watch this. He did a backflip there. Watch this whoosh.
He said, I'm kind of nice.
It's like, I'm clean with it. And of course, Fang, his arsenal is pretty snazzed out. I mean, he's rocking a lot of the Soul Land crossover J's, but he does get caught into the burn as Arano looks for the scare to the sky. This man just tried to pull the Sephiroth off of the end, but that's okay. Fang is actually going to be looking towards and seeing whether or not Arano's looking for a scare rush. And Arano is just looking to try to get a blue focus to a bait out to a neutral position. There it is, right? Gets caught to the neutral, F2. The F1's invested for Fang, so his combo breaker is down. He's got a beacon, though, still. Catches the blue focus to anticipate the scare rush to come out. And as it comes through, Fang tries to look for an uppercut, and Arano's just keeping the distance between these two. The longer that this fight pans out, and as soon as Arano does not catch Fang before the ultimate's cast, he's going to burn 30 seconds of his time and just trying to catch into Fang. And I think this might end it going through. Dual circles being revealed from Fang. Big chances for those staggers to come out for that 1, 2, 3. And as the V3 beacon comes out, Fang gets caught to the F2. He gets his beacon. The V2 is still active. This is the third fight we've seen between Fang and Arano. And of course, the uppercut comes out. The slide uppercut is going to be an infinite. There's no combo breaker. He drops it. V2 still available for the knockback. Gets his chance for the iframe dodge, and Fang can actually burn this for Roman Yang, but he is not going to want to do that just yet. He doesn't want to get to the mech. The moment he does, he's going to waste the opportunity. R&B again. Beats it out, man.
Good. He tried. He held on to that for a while here. Actually played that really smart even towards the end here, and really had the opportunity here to be able to at least tie up in terms of the heals were concerned, to the point where it was necessary. It was more of like a fair fight in that instance, but sadly just wasn't enough, though, as Fang comes out victorious inside of that realm. It's able to get what he needs to here. Now he's got the Mystic Might here, and here goes that White Tiger prowess coming in from Alliance's Frostivus. See how well that White Tiger really is going to be able to help for it. Someone starts, cue the music.
Cue the music. Yeah, I mean, White Tiger's prowess buff in the solo sphere, that heal over time is massive. I think one thing as well into what it can be considered is the anti-third party if you don't pull, a bow shot, or you get bow shotted from the back line and your kill gets stolen. Because it's not only that, it's also the sackable aspect of it, and it's also the extension of being able to put a psychological warfare by showing up between a building and they just get a lion roar behind growling in the back line. So whether or not the player is kind of like this, like you see it right here, TTG5 having that aura around him, he's like, where is he? Where is he at? Where is he at? I want him. Where's Omni-Man? All right, TTG5 has his cannon to be going through. He's looking at the cannon shot and putting the pressure against Shaw in the corner as Fang looks to try to prioritize Shaw now as a result of the pressure that TTG5 was looking for. The cannon shot doesn't confirm this. The beacon drop does not confirm Gigi Shaw's demise as the stagger comes out, but we are going to see a clink as Fang looking to hunt this down. We're going to see a lot of rotations between the 9 players into nearly to this area as Fang gets denied an opportunity. Who placed that beacon? Doesn't matter. Shashang finds his 5th elimination out here. 6th elimination? I'm not sure. 5th elimination. Yes, it is. And as Shashang gets himself caught in here, Vince, the dual circles number 2 from Fang. That's it. He's got no longer any sort of special Jade opportunity for him to proc it again unless he has a second pair. Then he's going to be the case scenario. Arano, though, catches almost a full send blue focus off of that Sarah. Not going to happen as the F2 comes through as Arano gets caught into an uppercut clean with it. R&B with it. He gets the kill. Fang has his 3rd elimination to this lobby. He has his Soul Bloom. He's building this up. He's got his beacon to be on standby. By the time that rage starts to ticking away 1 percentage point at a time.
I think it's still going to be helpful for him, though, in this round. But let's see if it really does become what he needs to here as we look at DRG's Fang is going to be able to cross through all the way up top here. Looks like he's going to actually be able to capture Gets the grapple onto Frostvis, but misses the strike into it, though. A little bit unfortunate, but still room thrown towards that, though, just a little bit here. If that opportunity really does become exactly what he needs to here. Is now it's going to try to dish it out just a little bit more. See how helpful that's going to be towards him and with it. Nice hits and the defensive claims coming in from KTLA C225. Ends up getting caught off the backstretch. Ends up going for the backflip, though. And now he gets caught in the third party. This is exactly what I was talking about, getting caught inside of these third parties. Oh, he ends up getting decimated. Beautiful parry coming in from T225. Trying not to be caught up. Gets frozen by Frostvis. Beautiful right click. Slow focus. Gets the finish. Frostvis playing so well towards that, though. Does such an amazing job. And just like that, just as quick as he was in, he's out.
Frostvis was clean with it. So he was looking for the kill, but he missed the first dash. He consumed his second to confirm, and that's great. Now he's got Forbidden Seal to his advantage here because he doesn't have ult. He needs to just build up rage. And now that there's no more ultimates available, there's a rampage to be coming out from Frostvis to be revealed. He doesn't have to worry about the Fairy Shen Beacon for the next 60 seconds as long as he sticks towards this area. Now, as it comes out, Frostvis is going to be with no armor. He's going to be hunted, but it looks like the target prior selection comes out. Shang gets himself a parry off of Fang, but Fang gets saved by the Stormstrider. Not going to any longer. Number 6 for Shang as he comes out here for the leaderboard for the top 4 left into this game. We are going to see Shang versus Akame. And as it comes through, Akame not going to push this out. Supply game. Just restock and resupply and then go towards the zone because right now we still have two moon mains, I think, still left into the game. So as long as they're going to go ahead and try to lock themselves into the center of the circle or nearby to a safe position, like how Jux is, you can see how distance his way. He is now showing up to the fight. Hey guys, I'm still here. I'm still waiting this out, but that's okay because I'm just going to loot up every single one of these bodies, Jades. And he's actually going to be rocking himself into a nice plethora of purple Jades, which actually could be some dagger or sap Jades for one of the weapons that he's kind of got in hand. And, you know, for himself and having Ziping here and in the final circle, this is a good chance for him to actually out-sustain a lot of these opponents because there's not as much as there were in the last round, right? We had 5 opponents into that Salvation Podium fight, and it was just a ring around the rosy between the pillars as well as to the rocks. The zone closes into a lateral position, then you're gonna have a lot of these opponents going through, but no one, and I mean no one, is touching his Moore's Blessing. No one, hand in, and then all of a sudden, all the piranhas can eat with the arrows and the muskets and the pistol shots. You can see the pellets that Shang is just trying to go through. He actually has 2 ranged weapons in his pocket, between the pistol and the bow. So if he runs out of ammo with the other, he can just go ahead and switch it out. But I don't know. I mean, Moore's Blessings, we've seen players get grief because of it, and it's nothing to joke at. It's nothing to scoff at. You can get focused the moment you pick that up, unless make a dash play for it.
Oh,
because.
I mean, the dash plays are definitely something that could be very helpful here, but obviously, that dash play especially isn't necessarily going to be as helpful if those players know how to hit their shots and not whiff. That's the difference. We talk about how well some of these players can go, especially with a bow shot. A bow shot to the head can be absolutely dangerous here as a Akame. Almost just, it's like, huh? Oh.
That's a Mode of Defiance, bro.
Oh.
Goodness. They need that. Dude, this is actually the most worthwhile Moore's Blessing. Yeah, Jux has staggered.
Oh, Jux did. Oh, see, look how quick it though. Just like that. He's able to get in, get out. Jux saw the opportunity. And notice what happens too. He throws the heals, fully expecting for somebody to hit it. All the way up top, bow shot comes through, ricochets, and just hits him right there square. Just as he gets hit by it, he gets healed seconds later, is able to pull it, be able to do what he needs to, and gets out with that gold shield. Now he's good. Now it's about who gets the weapon. Or who's willing to risk it for the biscuit, for the weapon. Because there's no way he got. There's no way.
There's no way. I mean, Frostvis literally found the angle and got that shot. Now it's all about the Mode of Defiance. So someone could find that, right? That's a sneaky Jade. So you find out your opponent's not dead, and then they have mitigation and like 400 heal or probably 500 heal to come back. So I don't know. I mean, no one's gonna go for it. They're like, Diddy Shang is the closest towards it. Fang is, or Akame is in the distance. I think he's proccing Tuna. Interview from Frostvis.
And people have a lot of expectations of me, so for that reason, I feel like I need to try a lot harder. Arano on the last game did quite well against Mike, and that kind of impressed me, where he fought Mike in a very long 1v1, and he pulled ahead over Mike, and he beat him. My goal for the whole season, I've always said that I want to win maybe 1 bi-weekly finals, and that's my current goal.
Good goals to have.
Aspirations.
Definitely. You got to be able to reach for the stars. You got to be absolutely be able to soar in these moments here. Speaking of soaring, Frostvis, the same person. going to be Resor all the way through the skies above. And let's see if we can fight this in the Roy realm of Yang with Roy Shi in this space here, trying to see if he can hold strong here. Nice swipes, trying to see if they can go in. Nice just movement, trying to go back and forth here, maintaining, not trying to get caught up here. Loving the blue. I don't know where that's from though. He's trying to this space. It looks like all of a sudden Frostivus trying to capture this moment here between him and Roy. Looks like he might be able to capture the freeze though if he's able to time it right. Yes, he does. Beautiful hit towards the strike here. Catches him off the dizzy disc. Is able to catch him onto the infinite. Oh, nice hits off of that. And just like that, that's how we were able to see him capture that win inside of the realm of Yang. That's what we missed earlier that we didn't get a chance to see. Obviously coming in towards that here. Beautiful replay here just to be able to give it the idea and the mindset to where he is. And what's going on with him. Timing couldn't be any better.
He's got the Zenkai boost, man. Definitely putting pressure onto these teams now. He's catching up those points. And, you know, he wants to make it. He wants to make that at least one Biweekly finals. I mean, his chance of making that can quadruple, you know, and then make it to grand finals. He's got a chance and opportunity to doing so. And, you know, I love to see how he kind of like puts himself like, I just want to make one. This man is humble, and he's wanting to make sure that his actions speak louder than his words, because if he right now has that going for him with this top 4 placement. He has 3 other targets on the list. We got Shang, who is going to have himself a massive lead in terms of power spec with that the gold halberds. We do have Akame in the backline with a gold fan. He's going up against targets that have the end game in mind, because the V1 Zipping Ying and the V3 Farius Shen. But little does he know, right, is that if they catch themselves out, they're going to want to make sure they target Prio him first and foremost, because it's just seen in the end circle. It could work out if everyone is pressuring each other out. If the V2, if he can find the opportunity for that V2 freeze and just dish out a one-hit damaging, you know, blue focus, or even to a fan RMB, something that does a short amount of time for a massive amount of damage, he could just put them in a displacement spot. They would be like, whoa, I gotta back out here. And then by the time that they've tried to figure that out, they get caught into neutrals, they get caught into a cannon shot, they get caught into bust shots, a third party from Jux with the bow. You know that's gonna happen sometime in the future again. But he's looking towards and just keeping himself sustained and alive.
And alive here as we're looking at Akame, who was fighting this out earlier. Between him and GG Shaw. Beautiful parry. Look at the ultra strike here. Shaw trying to see if he can go for the reset here. Nice hits though, waiting for the stun, but Akame is able to dodge it. Same with Shaw, able to dodge away from AK as well. Waiting for the time strike here, trying to see if he can just dish it out just as long as possible here. Gets caught from the juggle, nowhere to go. The stun ends up catching him case by case. The stun able to do what he can, he times it, but just like that, ends up losing out on that as well. Oh, the heal actually ends up keeping him alive. And Akame, towards the end, actually comes through, backs up, hit him with the pistol shot, and says, "See you later. You thought you were gonna catch me slipping."
And man was like, "Hey, you forgot this." It's like, wait a second. Boom. Now this circle, 2 minutes left on the board. Not a lot of vertical terrain except for two tent posts, and I think it's going to only be one here right now. And there's a rock. I'm not sure who's going to be able to scare rush off of that, but if they can, they'll take the opportunity of doing so. We're going to see that with that little bit of a ledge right there that can give Jux a little bit of positions. But you can see these fans being thrown out back to back to back. They're just trying to deny any range damage or anyone who's pushing beyond their line of sight. And that's where this fan comes into play, guys. Like, the fan has such a long range vertical that you can just like throw it out there like your Scorpion, and you're just going to go ahead and bring them back towards you, and they're going to be in a weird spot. Like, okay, maybe I should not take that. I'm going to disengage. And in the meanwhile, you can find an opportunity like here, like Akame's in the backline. He can take advantage of that if they want to try to reset him back to the spot. But Shang has his V3 beacon still. He's got 29 grapples. We saw this once before. You saw Akame actually haven't been into the sky. He's just trying to see about where everyone is. Like, okay, I got all the positions and who's going to be fighting where. But he's also trying to avoid shots that could come at him. And as it comes out, Jux is just peering closer and closer over the ridge. He's looking at the windowsill, and then all of a sudden, the sleep paralysis demon comes out, and it's Frostbus. Because if Frostbus gets those freezes off, there's nothing that Jux can do about it if he's at a low enough stage, just getting caught through. He does have V1. He does have the Sedate Soul. It could give him the necessary, insurance for just surviving a one-shot kill. But if it comes out to be in a multi-hit blue focus, that's from a ranged position that he can just catch that kill for free, Dobby. And I think, honestly, this circle is going to be closing out here for a second, because now we have 45 seconds left on the clock. Shang just looks for the R&B swings coming out from the fan. And as it comes out here, Frostbus is in low enough position. The Stormfire's going to proc here. You're going to see an F2 coming out from preemptive off of this, and Frostbus has to invest his F2. He's got V2, but these guys still have a beacon to push him out here. Nice parry coming out from Frostbus. Look at the dagger set, the little short handle set coming out from Frostbus. He's got a freeze ready. Shang isn't using the beacon just yet. We're waiting to see whether or not he's looking towards it, and there's going to be a double freeze. Frostbus is 1 HP from this point from a blue focus, but he's going to be trying to keep the high ground and using his targets as leverage. Gets another freeze. He just can't do anything about this because even the horizontal comes out. There's going to be a kill confirmation from Jux. And as Jux stays alive, Shang is still in the mech. He's keeping the pressure between both of those opponents. Akame is going to be the second one out, third one out, and there he is. He's actually the one to survive. And with those kills, securing his spot, I think Shang actually grabs the MVP for round number 2, guys.
2 back-to-back is crazy. But we've seen it again. We've seen it time and time again. And I think for a player like Shazang clearly has been reading over what makes sense, and he's done such a fantastic job with it too. Done exactly what he needs to in order to make it work right, and is able to make it do what it do in this moment. I mean, look at him. He says, you see it. You know what I'm about. I don't need to explain nothing to you.
Heart and soul.
Camera, audience, casters. What I do, Shazang? I was just hyping you up. He was like, I don't need to tell you nothing. My bad. My fault. I didn't.
He's like, I told you. Like, what?
I said, I've been told you. I was like, I know. I just didn't know that was my bad. Meanwhile, I mean, listen, a very valiant game and a very valiant effort coming in from a little bit of everyone here. Those third parties, the timing couldn't be any better. Akame, definitely an improving game for him. I think he had 2 eliminations going into that final circle. He's down in that 15th slot here. So let's hope that maybe with those eliminations here, maybe he puts himself up a little bit higher here. And he's just slowly under it. Frostbus with those 22.6 prior to him getting into that 12th place position, which, by the way, the top 12 go into the first bi-weekly split finals coming up next week, actually. And obviously coming into it, I mean, still is going to have to pay attention to it. I'm sorry, not next week. I apologize. As Jux and Akame both ending that circle with those 2 eliminations here. We're going to see where the standings are looking like for that one here, but that's just where they were before that final circle started here. That freeze coming through from Frostbus was really well timed here to try to see if he can capture some things, but sadly Frostbus is already dangerously low in those moments here, and that really came through at a tough moment when that real contention was really starting to come through, as you see Shazang just being the massive mech within itself. Now, mind you, Faria twice. So Faria is done. Can't use him again. Nope. Gotta go, gotta move on. Time to move on. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can still keep the same energy, but without using his Faria. Everybody had different picks. The Justina's really coming through with definitely some different angles, especially with some of the freezes, both during the Realm of Gang and obviously during that final circle here. But obviously the bot still comes through reigning supreme and the champ. But in terms of that here, you know, like I said before, you got to make sure to pay attention. So I got another question for you. Pop quiz. 3, 2, 1. What's this question that we got here that we're going to give you guys as well here? So, which player killed TRG's Fang in game number 2? That's actually...
That's
a good
these
one.
Questions.
I got to pay attention to this one. Number 2, usually it'd be something simple like who won in game number 2? This one is TE's Jux. Is it Alliance's Frostbus? Is it JDG's Shazing? Is it 521's Akame? Who eliminated DRG's Fang in game number 2? I need you to put your answers in chat for your chance to win. The random split drops for the spring split here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League 2024. Absolutely. That's a good question.
Bonkers.
Even I forgot.
That's a dang. Yeah, I actually, you know, interesting enough, I didn't even know Fang was gone until I saw X player was by his body. That's a tip for you guys to actually see about who it was. But like you said earlier, Shang did burn those 2 Faria Shang games, but heck, 2 MVPs with those 2 Farias. He's doing pretty good for his lead off the board. You know, he likes to play those picks. And then all of a sudden, Holorock only has Zipping Ying as his secondary option. And I'm not sure if Group 3 is actually going to choose Zipping Ying, or not Zipping Ying. Zip to mono pick her into this round. Some players like to hold her down. either because of bad luck, because they weren't able to grab her because the bans already happened, or they just go through. But if he does choose Zip next round, then we could see him have his sustained game again. Now leaderboards. Now we have the finalized type basis after round 2. Joichi is still in 18th. He's got 11.1 overall. J-Team's pace in 17th with 13.9 overall. BBE's Reishishi with 17.3 and 16th. 15th with JL's ALS with 21.6. 521's Akame in 14th with 21.9 points. TE's Jux was 22.1. Now the gatekeeper Frostbus now in place above in the top 12. 22.6 into 12th place. 11th place has GG Shao 26.9. JDG Shisheng with 28.7 and 10th. Battles X in 9th place 28.7. 29 for JJH's XXY in 8th. And EWG's Arano with 32.7 as it stands. And this is still for players to keep it going through between both Arano, Exen, Chisheng, Frostbus. A lot of these players are just trying to keep the middle of the 6 there. Now, as it comes out of the Wang Liang, he already played 34.5. We still have T225's performance here today to keep himself in the top 6 with 36.6, as well as with DRG's Fang coming out here with 57.1 with 12.2 earned today alone. Spider still holds third with 58.7. Wilson's CDY/Panman with 62.2 in second. And OUG Mike still in first place with 73.4 for his day 1 and 2 performance.
Absolutely playing that really well here in that moment here, and obviously still got a little bit more way of a climb here, but obviously let's go back towards this replay here and see why did JJG Chisheng end up winning game number 2 as well, going for the back-to-back here as we see Arano finding this out with GG shot dangerously low on both instances. Shazang with that beautiful parry ends up eliminating Akane in that space here. Beautiful parry on a T225 here, reading some of these players really well. The defense and also the timing just couldn't be any better for a player like him. No, PST dangerously low, goes for the freeze, is able to get the time strike, and Frostivus is able to claim that elimination. Same for Akane. Akame, like I said, man, really big change up. I think he played really well throughout this game. Really being able to see himself in these top moments here. I think Akane is definitely going to be a great person to watch over time, especially with his improvements. I think he's going to be better, and obviously another favorite here as we talk about it as well. Look at Akane. Akane just holding on for as strong as possible. Actually ends up catching that elimination, ending up really in a decent space here, and ends up catching that dub. So he does get those 4 points though for at least the game itself. So that's definitely going to boost him up there a little bit higher in the standings. But let's see where we're at here when it comes to it. Obviously, if you look at the MVP, 18K, 7 eliminations, dual halberds putting up 10,000 damage. I mean, the man put in work with those dual halberds being his best friend. Phoenix Blast, Storm Stride, Moon, 2 Blue Moon. Blue Moon 2. 2 Blue Moon. A single-edged weapon sap and a dual circles. He's got 2 Moon Bloom 2s. 2 Blue Moons. Two moons. 2 Blue Moons.
Blue Moon squared, ladies and gentlemen.
Right? 2 Blue Moon 2s, but he's got 2 of them. So 2 Blue Moon 2s. Dude. I can even
listen.
I can even production laughing in the background. 2 Blue Moon 2s, right? Can we put the chat? I need 2 Blue Moon 2s.
2. Could be got the 2 and the Blue Moon 2. No, we're done. We got 2 Blue Moon 2 coming out here. The longsword. If you picked up the gold longsword, if only he picked it up. But no one was able to pick anything out except for Jux. He got that gold armor. We saw that early on, and that would have been immense if you did 4 2 Blue Moon 2. Off the board, the horizontals. I think one thing that gives Chisheng now, the opportunity is just securing the top 12 at this point. But obviously, we don't want to stop there. We want to be in the top number 1. We want to beat out Mike. We got to get him out of the top first place position. But with CDY in second, and then
well, hold on. Third. We got to slow down a little bit because, like I said, this is just the split. This is the bi-weekly. The importance is just to qualify. That's it. Right. And I say this when it comes to everything else. The one that's mainly going to be very important is just focusing on getting to that. But in terms of that, we, as in me and Serve over here, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to get back to you guys in a couple minutes here for our game number 3 and the halftime for the bi-weekly split solos, day number 3. See you guys in a second.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory it's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nbpl Pro League Spring Split Day 3 solos. As about to get ready to lock in so far here. There's been some good games so far here. I feel like the confidence some of these players have really shown over time. I think the interest of it has really been very suffice, but at the same time I think it's also been just an incredible feat for some of these players. I think Akame has been doing so well with where he is and what a lot of people expect for him to be. Meanwhile, Shazing has just been going off. He's got a lot of dubs so far. He's got 2 back-to-back. He's been absolutely stopping a lot of these players from really being able to dish out anything else and become more powerful. He's really been delaying the inevitable for some of these players here. Frostimus really trying to find his angle and where his potential placement is going to be here. Some of these players really have been trying as their best to try to hold off towards the man of the hour, which is JDG Shazing, but obviously they've been struggling a little bit. Just had been.
Yeah, they've been
had been. But obviously, we're gonna head back towards the game here. we're gonna keep going.
I think one thing is like, you know, the bottom 6 right now is like I think they have to try to get at least some way of catching through, because the gap has to be closed for the bottom 6 right now between middle 6. I think one problem that comes out of it is that, okay, are they just gonna is it coming out to early game kills, or is it coming out to Roman Yang kills? And off of this end, I think one problem that also initiated, you know, out of the choice picks, right, is like, okay, what do I have left? Because in solos you can only choose a character twice at most. After that, you got to just choose your best choice picks that you are comfortable with. And to Holoroth, you know, we've seen Shail's be filler picked into there with like the few and the many, the proud. But one other thing that comes into place now is that if they ran their double picks already, such as Shisheng chose his Fairy Shen twice, now it's up to the other players. If they chose their second choice picks, then they have to work with what they got, which is with the remaining choices coming out into this map, which is very few and slim that can work out at a value. Like Frostfist, though, came slapping with the V2. He came through and showed as Justina, I should say, with the V2, and coming through in a choice of that nature, that could influence these players choosing into the third round position. Like they could. Opportunity strikes.
They put themselves in an interesting moment here, as we're going to see Zhang, who's the top leader right now of our 2 games so far. GG Shaw, T225, and Arano going to be the first round picks here. So we've been seeing a lot of pretty expectant movements so far with some of these players. What do you think is going to happen here in this game?
Honestly, Shisheng, since he's in this first round picks pool now, fortunate enough to be able to be into the second and third and being able to choose his characters of choice with this Fairy Shen. This honestly can actually turn out to be a full mono Zipping Ying again for this round. I think the exception to that rule was in the round 2. Honestly, if a Tessa shows up here as another pick, that option is on the table. There it is, mono Zipping Ying. We're back to that season, guys. If you remember, if you know, you know. But one other thing that comes into second round is where it gets interesting. Bao to Exon actually going to prompt out himself for the Justina pick, as well as Jui Shi from FPX. Those are both locked in. Fang and Frostbist are still thinking about a Fairy Shen for Fang. Frostbist still waiting this out. Fang is still hovering over his choice pick, and then with it, Shail to be locked in for Frosty into this round from ALL. So that's going to be a good chance to seeing another Shail make its rounds into the Hollowoth region for the testing grounds. Jux from Team TE, he's choosing Justina, as the picks have been coming through previous from Exon and Jui Shi. Pace is going to be picking up the Shail. Roy Shishi going to pick up the Tessa, and Akame switching out from Zai is not going to be choosing the Fairy Shen off of this end, and that's it. They're locked into their choices. This is what's going to be remaining for the third round for the Holoroth Sunny Time map.
Interesting expectives coming in from a lot of these play styles here, and what they really want to like either be seen or not in these moments here. But let's see where that advantage really does lie towards the end of this game here, because I feel like this game is really going to be kind of that interesting deciding factor on where we're going to lead towards the next steps here. And obviously towards that here, I think it's just going to be really, really interesting to see how it all falls and foils together here.
Yeah, the boiling point right now is this. I mean, I see, you know, with the Tessa pick, especially coming out from Roy Shishi, right? Where does it align with how he wants to engage? Sometimes players will make that risky move in solos, especially solo. Like trios, it's there, initial rage Tessa, but in solos, if you run an initial rage into the beginning of the round, that's it. That's all your value coming out there for the first eliminations. And if you really want to hold down into a heavy spawn, you try to look for a 2-for-1 deal, you know, like, you know, 4 for 5, 5 for 4. Anything in the nature, you're looking for that combo meal and just trying to catch every single one of those kills and getting the early game gold and working out with it. Now we're going to take a look at the skills. Off this end, Shisheng actually going to rock the F2 for Zipping Ying with a V1. We're going to see double V2, F2 Justina's with Jux actually being the third one. Roy Shishi rocking the F1, V1. Shail sticking to their F2, V2s. And about that, you know, about these picks, right? Shaw is actually going to be the only, the other Zipping Ying with the F2. So we're seeing these players getting more comfortable with using F2 because stagger immunity, there's so many neutral infinites out into the game as of right now with the weapon selection that's currently available that these players, they can't find it. They don't want to give their opponent a chance of catching that. The only thing to stop that is with the F2's Inspiration Shield, which comes out for the stagger immunity due to that shield being up for that time frame. And of course, if everything comes out to work out, that means they can survive into those 1v1 engagements or even to the Roman Ying if their opponent is looking to try to go for neutral as much as possible. Spawns right here, though. Spawning out here. That's really interesting. Everyone's coupled. They're all up there.
definitely coupled together here, as it looks like it's Plum Castle again. Still going to be a favorited spot here. Roy Shishi has not moved from where he lands yet into this contention. Knowing that now we've got players like Jux, we have TE as well. We have JDG Shozing is going to be heading towards the far left side of Yushan Ruins. Looks like we're going to have 521 as well near not Nbpl Village. That's going to be near the quarry potentially here. It looks like that little space on Yushan right beforehand. So it looks like Serpent's Pass is going to have a nice little spot. Igneous Mountain is going to have an eastern spot. And it looks like KLA as well, all the way towards either Moonbane George or Camel's Hump, most likely on that left side here in between those canyons here. So it looks like we're going to see a massive fight possibly happening right off the rip. And it looks like Action and GG Shaw fighting it out right towards the contention here. Not really giving themselves much of an opportunity to pick up anything, as it looks like both of them do. Looks like they have something. It looks like GG Shaw might have that movement as well. Oh, look how fast GG Shaw is just trying to get away. As Action wants this fight, he wants the smoke. And it doesn't look like he's going to give him that opportunity, though, as he is going to be able to scale rush all the way up top here. And he says, if you want to fight this out, you better come up here. You better get it going.
Keep it moving, keep it rolling. Ice Shard Lake going to be the next point of engagement. FPX's Jue Shi. He's up, and an opponent is going to be Arano, who's just keeping the scare rushes off to the top of these pillars. And as much as Arano is wanting to keep this fight, he's actually looting as he's escaping. So he's just making sure where's the next gold trove for him to apply towards. Now, over back towards the Igneous Mound, we do see TT25 in a really tough spot here. Gets himself a chance of actually dipping away from Jux, who is keeping the pressure going through. But TT25 is at 500 HP. He's got no F1. He's got nothing to keep himself sustained. He finds an armor swap on the fly here. Gets caught into the uppercut grapple. Not going to go ahead and get a confirmation blue focus, as Jux is going to have to force the F2. But JDG Shishang, it's like Deja Vu featuring Denzel Washington. He's back with it. He's catching those kills, back with the scare rushes, and keeping the pressure going between every single one of these guys. But TT25 finds another armor swap and keeping the ball rolling. And it's funny enough, JG Ching finds him, gets the scare rush opportunity for the stagger. And as much as TT25 catches LMB RMB, guess who's here to play? Jux finds his chance of trying to third party and grab the kill off of TT25, but TT25 has enough time for the V1 to be available and catches the heal as soon as possible. And as it comes out here, we're gonna see Pace joining the fray. And as it comes out, Roy, she's like, I'm here to party too. But the kill confirmation from Jux against Pace comes out as that third party attempt was obstructed, and Shisheng gets caught into the RB from that spear. The kill's right there. They're not catching it. The F2 is available for Shisheng to get himself away from this fight. This man is backing off, Davi.
Yeah, he definitely does not want to have that back off here, as it looks like K2225 is just struggling just as Roy Shichi is going to be able to find the combos. Jux is able to find the ulti, gets the freeze, catches them slipping, but not enough, though, to really be able to see where the next stretch of it goes, though. It looks like Jux is going to be able to at least be able to get some of their wins here and keep that going towards it. And he says, hey, I want that opportunity here, and you're not going to have it without a fight here. Let's see if he has the opportunity to get it as well towards this. Obviously, you're going to be able to dish that out towards the very, very space here, but it's not going to be enough. He does what he needs to, though. DRG's Fangs trying to see if he can hit the bell, though. Think maybe there's going to be somebody nearby here, and it looks like he knows it's going to be Roy Shishi all the way up top here. Looks like he's going to try to see if he can conjure up a fight here, but it looks like it might not be enough here. It looks like Action trying to see if maybe they can contest towards this. Akane trying to find that middle ground here in between this space. Let's see if they have the opportunity, though, to see if they need to get it. Action just trying to close in the gap little by little here. Not going to be able to do a whole lot. Absolutely struggling towards this, though. Let's see if Jux... it looks like that's going to be Arano and PST as well. PST, a player who's been struggling. 13.9 all the way down towards the bottom of the pack here. Right above Junshin, Fun Plus Phoenix. So PST definitely does have a lot of work to do here. Obviously, this is only day 3 for him. So he still has a lot of work to do, but he is definitely getting welcomed into this game here as Arano. It's like he's going to rotate around. Actually doesn't see PST. Just sitting there. Just chilling. Making some lemonade in the corner.
Swish, 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 swish. Get the sugar. But of course, no Sour Bite coming out against that Hunt. And of course, Sour Bite. That parry was sour because GG Shot comes in here for that third-party kill with a bow shot off of Fang, and now Akame is now in the locked position of just trying to heal Roy Shishi. He's actually looking for those range shots as well for a third-party position, but that Fang, Fang going down like that it's tough because he lost the gold nunnies that he earned from the Salvation podium. Now Exen from Team Bauta, he's going to be dipping out for it. That's tough. I think if Akame looks towards his chance here, he could get himself into a cannon mode and just trying to lock away these guys, but I don't know, Dobby. I'm looking for a swap combo. I don't know why, but I haven't seen any of them. None of them have come out.
Swap combos are definitely something where in reality, it's not easy, man. Like in those moments here, trying to see if you can capture it, knowing that these third parties can really be hectic. In a lot of these areas here, can be super hectic. And Roy Chi-Chi just trying to see if he can find it. His X-Shin is just finding every single pit of dodge and damage as much as possible. But Sha, again, the book, he opens it, he reads it, he studies it, and he captures the third party with the bow to capture a free elimination for himself and keep the game alive for himself here with that 28.9 second elimination for him inside of this. And while everybody else is fighting, he's just like, let me get some loot real quick. Hold on. I mean, y'all keep fighting. I'm gonna stay right here. I ain't going nowhere.
Rummaging through the bag.
Absolutely. Definitely does not want to get caught with the rummaging and well here. It looks like Nai's going to try to see if he can find it, though. Action. Waiting for that opportunity to strike here. Trying to see if there's anything else that can really be to his advantage here, but he's struggling to try to see where it can be. Obviously, with time, GG Shaw just trying to see if he can close in this gap. Nice little heal timing, though. Knowing Action was right there, ready to try to strike it. Nice hit coming in from the bow as well. Waiting to see if maybe he can connect it here. Nice thoughts. Trying to see if he can wait for the blue strike here to the connected. But it looks like X-Gen trying to hit the nice hits coming through with those nunchucks. Waits for the freeze, goes for the heal, trying to see if maybe he can time it with the fake here, but it's not going to be enough. And that fake might actually be the worst choice for him here, but it might not be actually as he's able to come through with the switch. Nice hit combo to be able to connect it, but misses out on the bow strike. And obviously here comes X-Gen with that final hit coming with it. Oh, trying to see if he can hit it with the bow, but it's not going to be enough. Though, as he just trying to see if he can close it out just little by little here with it. Struggling just to try to see if he can find it, but X-Gen now caught on the toughest side here is Akane. Kame wants to come through, and maybe he wants to try to see if he can capture this elimination, though. X-Gen not making it easy, though. And it looks like he's going to be able to at least back out of this. Tries to close it out. It looks like Akame and Roshishi might be fighting this out. It looks like they're about to. Curious to see who's going to actually take the advantage from this one.
Yeah, Romy Yang is going to be spawning in here right now. So as GG Shaw makes his way towards, Roshishi is right behind, but X-Gen already had the head start. He's like, hey, guys, I'm already in there. But he didn't actually use any dashes when he activated ult, thankfully, because now that he's entering Romy Yang, all he needs to do is earn back 30% or so towards backing into Romy Yang. Now, JDG versus BBE, J-Team versus TE, and ALL versus Bauda. This is going to be a chance in seeing about how Bauda's Exton works up against Frostfist into the Romy Yang as a Justina. Now, Exton has these gold nunnies, so hopefully he doesn't go and throw wild haymakers of horizontals, but he's trying to force out a horizontal block extreme. He catches one, he catches two. He looks to bait out. The uppercut is confirmed with those R&B verticals. Bow shot to try to stagger, and Exton just double jumps and walks away from Frostfist as the Shio Rage comes out. The V2 is still available for Frostfist. He gets it, he procs it. He's looking towards it. The first proc is coming out here. Bow shot to try to negate this. The F2 is available. Action is not burning his F2 because he wants to make sure that he can confirm a way of aligning towards Frostfist's position. Trying to catch a meter dump. There it is, but it's not going to work into his... Oh, one smacks to the face with a nunchuck. He gets the kill. Exon gets his purple armor. He's like, whapa. And he's got gold Hong Sword too to gain towards the Roman Yang buff. I wonder what he's going to pick up. Because it better be Vermilions. Because I'm looking at players actually picking up WTP buff in the first round, and I'm kind of hoping that doesn't happen again, because I think that was a misclick coming out from what I've seen earlier.
Vermilions could be, Vermilions is usually always the yep, and you're right, it definitely would be the Vermilions though. It'd be interesting to see if he didn't choose it though, because I mean, now that they have the White Tiger, definitely could be an implement that could be really helpful for him though, but you never really know until you actually are used to it, and I feel like a lot of players are really starting to get used to the White Tiger now. And I think it could be interesting to see if that advantage really does start to come through the more that we start to see these players kind of like get into it. And obviously with this, you know, comes more time for them to figure this out. As PST, now he has to figure out his timing. And he's got to do what he needs to figure this out, because now the timing is of the essence, and now it's against him. Now he has to try to see if he can go for this fight here. And obviously with Fang is a tough opponent to try to see if he can fight this one out as he decides to back off. This goes for the reshield. Vermilion's Birthmight's really being helpful for a lot of these play styles and a lot of these players, realistically. I think where it really comes through from as well here. It looks like he's able to get the trade off here. It's like they're trying to hit some pistol shots way from yonder. Trying to see if any of them will potentially connect it. If any of them actually connect as well as Fang gets closer. PST is able to come through, get the first contest though with the nunchucks. It looks like the third party coming in from X-Gen though, and he is glowing, ready for some fights happening as PST gets absolutely caught in the juggle. X-Gen trying to see if maybe he can capture the finish. Yes, he does. PST cannot do anything with that as X-Gen comes through, captures the elimination and gets the feed and absolutely starts to munch. Oh Oh, it's delicious.
Is that oregano?
Maybe.
Eating it up. Season.
It's 11 herbs.
Love to see it. Keeps keeps it well done, cooked. Of course, if he basted it with the rosemary and thyme, then he's kind of working his magic off of the grill, because right now Exon is actually cooking off this end inside of the Ice Shard Lake. We got 4 opponents here. And as Exon gets his disenchant, we see Fang actually trying to locate him to get a guaranteed RMB with that pole sword if he can. But of course, Roishishi putting Arano in a bad spot, having to invest a V1 and Arano having to disengage as much as possible. But Fang tries to go for some neutrals with those grapple strikes. And of course, Exon finds Roishishi. The RMBs are released. He's dodging all these arrows. He's Neo from the Matrix. He's just doing the movements. And of course, a parry coming out from Exon as a pistol shot comes out after that parry, and that's a confirmation kill that Arano took with him to the grave. And Frostivus gets a kill off of Jux in the kill feed, but Roishishi finds Fang. Fang finds Roishishi in the bad spot of HP, as we are still getting third-partied with the bow shots and trying to catch one pot shot to win the day. Arano switching towards a pistol. Forbidden Seal's not activated. Roishishi finds the value there to be too much to handle. If he needs to get his rage back up and get some control here, that's what his main objective is, and by not activating that. Now, as Roishishi gets himself, he's working against 3 opponents, gets pistol shot. Arano grabs the kill. He's sneaky like that. He found the angle between the corners off that end and be able to secure it. And as it comes out, Akame finds Fang, eliminates him as well. It's crazy to see this because all the Vermilion Bird Smites are running out by the point of this fight lasting for so long at the Ice Shard Lake, man. It's tough, Dobby. I mean, we were just talking, we cast a curse to Vermilion Bird Smite, and it's value. But you know, the one con about it, time. 3 minutes, just like that.
3 minutes just like that to do what they need to try to foil this over here. Could have been the advantage potentially with that, though, but obviously it's not going to be able to do enough. Let's see if that really does come with anything else as we go back towards the replays here inside of the realm with JDG. Seeing if they're at that advantage really does become the best thing for them here, because they're able to find any more spaces here. Shazing, trying to see if he can close this in. Pistol shots coming in from Roishishi here. Seeing how were they able to win this fight in between this, though, as he ends up coming through. Oh, man, nice hits coming through with the connectivity. Love to see it as he ends up juggling him and captures that dub. And that's how he was able to get his Vermilion's Bird Mites inside of the realm of Yang here. We're going to see him going towards the rotation here. JDG's just saying he's 2 wins back-to-back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're new to the stream, welcome. Shazing is up 2 wins, slowly catching up to that top 5. That top 5, at least. He's already definitely in qualifying, confident in that. But now it's just about getting into that top 5, obviously getting into that top 3, of course. And obviously, the higher you go, the harder it is for anyone to top you off inside of the space. So obviously, Frostivus is going to be able to go through with this rotation. He has a decent amount of work to do. Frostivus himself.
Yeah, he is the gatekeeper. He is at 12th, like right now. Yeah, he's at 12th right now. He needs to try to get as much as he can to keep the bottom of the 6 to not push past him, and that's his main objective here. It's kind of it is a scary position, yes, but he still's got, you know, knocking on wood. He has this round and 3 other rounds to work with in keeping that selection process very nicely put for the bi-weekly finals this weekend. So he's just making sure, you know, if anything happens, he doesn't get out pushed. He doesn't put himself in a bad spot of getting out pressured. Now, Roman Yang number 2 going to enter into the 3rd round. We're going to see Jux and Exon actually go up against each other. Exon is trying to keep the scare rushes. These guys are just keeping the distance between one another. But the funny thing is, both of these guys are Justina. So we're going to see a Justina versus Amira fight between both of these. Ooh. The pole sword clink comes out here. Nice shunt to allow for the neutral. And a swap out for the fan actually gives Jux a mind read against Exon, who does have this Hong Sword. Yes, he does have a chance of activating ult to negate a dash. Yes, but he dodges the first one, which burns his Jux opportunity for a double freeze. But he gets the RMB, and that's in the deletion. That man said, .exe, I'll delete. He's done. And obviously right then and there, that's going to be the play with the pole sword into the Justina. But then just Shang comes out for these parries. And of course, he is looking to try to get himself into the mech. And Akame is going to see Shang knock him to the face for the first cannon shot. The second cannon shot does not connect, but Shang finds the time to heal. And this is exactly the worst case scenario for Fairy Shen. She has to use her ult late. She can keep the pressure against enemies, but it might just be a burnout for time, because if Akame leaves his ultimate, JDG Shushan can just keep the sustain here or go into a full panic mode of ambushing him. But this is it. Both of these guys are going to meet their fate as the timer runs out for the second Roman Yang. 7 players total into this lobby. They still need to find, they got to find one of the other 5 or 6 in the case scenario between each other. And as Exon goes ahead, he's hunting down Dobby, and he is hungry.
Definitely hungry. He already had a nice snack from earlier here. The question is, does he want the full 2-piece as well with the biscuit and the sides? Obviously with a side of Sprite as well here, as he's able to go through with the freeze. Junshi trying to see if maybe he can use that. And then obviously going to be able to push on to this Arano, trying to see if he can close in this gap, as both of them going to try to see if they can separate this as wide as possible. Definitely does not want to catch him in that tough situation here, but it definitely can be a really big disadvantage here depending on if they're not paying attention well enough. Obviously able to do exactly what he needs to here. Let's see if they're going to be able to close in this gap here. As Akane trying to see if he can push off the backstretch towards that. Have to be a little bit more careful. Let's see where that advantage really does come from, though. As it looks like he's going to be able to close in, and Action is going to be able to do what he needs to capture that elimination. He catches Akane inside of the tent as well and says, come here. Where do you think you're going? He has to be careful, though, inside of this, as he ends up calling for the totem here for the ulti. And it looks like he's going to be able to call it out here. And Action is going to decide to scatter off and back off. Doesn't want any of that fire. Does not want to get into any of that at all here. He says, no, sir, not today. As he does end up backing up. I think he has to play that a little bit better here. Let's see if that advantage really does come for it. What a space thus far to do what he needs to. And Akane going to be able to back off this. Plays that really, really well. And immediately, Action was just waiting for the time. He said, oh, you thought I wasn't paying attention. You thought I wasn't going to attack. Haha, that's so funny. Meanwhile, now here comes that third and fourth party here. He's going to have to black off this as much as possible. Here, this is where things start to get a little bit hasty for him here. Akane actually gets shredded by Action. Action wants it. Beautiful parry. Goes for the Reza. Catches him on the outskirts, but it's not going to be enough here, as Akane is still dangerously low. He's going to have to back off this. He scale rushes out of contention. It goes with the caught heel, but he ends up getting froze, and he ends up getting caught off the back of Action, fighting it for as long as possible, but it doesn't matter. Action able to do what he needs to here, and he holds strong for as long as possible here, and he ends up catching it all the way for a nice little treat. Yet again, does it again. Jose actually goes out and gets eliminated from outside of Storm. He has no heals. What just happened?
So in the replay in the bottom right, he was looking for a soul bloom that he thought he had kept past the Serpent's Pass, and it was not there. He went really out for it in hopes of it staying there, but I think someone found the initiative of picking it up, or maybe he was thinking about the location over at Boomerang Cliff. He's like, I can't make that. But of course, 2.2 kills into this game, so he is going to be in 7th on that spot. And, you know, it's crazy to see a 6-kill game for Exon. He's climbing. He's doing it this game. He's making it his own. And this is his battleground. But anything can happen. One freeze, one guaranteed parry, one extension off of the pistol shot, one bow shot coming in from the back line from GG Shaw as the third party. The book is entering chapter 2, the resurrection. But CTP5...
Chapter 2, sir. We're in chapter like 30. I ain't gonna lie.
We're actually in the second volume. First edition.
This is book 3.
This is the prologue. I can't. GG Shaw has himself
getting started.
Blue armor off of GG Shaw. So unless he finds the epilogue of finding one off of a body of a remains, he is going to have a little bit of difficulty in just trying to find out whether or not he can survive until the end zone. Because blue armor in the end zone, especially against players that are playing like Frostbus here with the F2, which can chunk. It can chunk a lot of damage. If Frostbus just wants to deny the HP bar from being there, he can just go do the successful combo with a shield bash for the first hit and confirm the second one. Because like you said earlier, all right, and it's a good point, swaps are not safe when there's third parties around. So as much short amount of damage that you can do with uppercut blue focuses as we've seen coming out from both the Hong Sword as well as the fan to initialize it with the grapple pump, players are looking for those 1.2 second quick attack get out. Like just go ahead, burn your resources, maybe sneak in a musket shot or a pistol shot into the face of the enemy, and just put himself away. And that's sometimes a tech that comes out even to the to players that are watching these games and be like, yeah, I'm gonna use that into my own gameplay. And that's how you can, you know, attest to playing the game yourself and improving by watching the games from both of these, not only just these players, but seeing how they move, seeing how they react, and seeing how they position themselves across the match board from when it comes down to if you want to compete into tourneys coming up, because we do have scrims being available later on this year if you guys are paying attention to the esports news. So a lot of tourneys to come out here, and as GG Shaw sneaky geeky likes steals the gold armor, and as the Forbidden Seal is active, he's good to go. I'm not sure what else he picked up from there, if he was able to pick up anything else but the armor, but he went from blue armor to gold armor. My man said, oh, my stocks turned out for good. For good. They skyrocketed. He held to the blue moon
boy.
Held out for it. That's tough. No one denied it. Or they tried to deny him.
Just a little bit. Maybe. Like, you know, just enough to be able to go, oh, okay, I see what, all right. All right.
Unchin.
Exactly. Thing. You get it. You understand? It looks like now we're going to be able to rotate this. Let's see. GG Shaw, KLAC 225. Trying to see if we can find it out as well here. Trying to see if there's any type of advantage for him to do what he needs to. And so far here, I mean, trying to battle it out as best as possible here.
Yeah.
There is an advantage, though. So the question is he going to take it?
It's a dangerous game for him to push.
It is.
I think if anyone makes an effort, someone's going to come in and swipe it out of the underneath the bus, and just go ahead and just play the 80 miles per hour game.
Right. Because here's the thing. Now JDG Shazing is out. Yeah. So now it's anyone's game. And right now my pick is on Action. Action has been playing super well. His timing has been incredible. Him being able to work towards these play styles and how he's been able to do exactly what he needs to has been absolutely incredible. But he does have to be careful. There is a lot of these players here, like Frostibus, like Jux, that really is able to take advantage of certain situations here. So he does have to be careful on how certain things play out, depending on where these play styles go.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's like playing passive is not a problem. I actually saw, I just saw a dead rounds on that body. Whoever has that, he's gonna have to worry about what happens then, because dead rounds into the end game. Oh no, you get caught into those heavy staggers, and everyone's like, oh, free real estate, and just go ahead and hit you after the stagger rolls out. But it's also about Jade selection.
Free real estate.
Yo, Frostibus, not in a good spot. Out in the open, took so many range shots, trying to heal in Dante's Inferno, and it's not going to happen because everyone's looking towards it. They're going to leave that Soul Bloom for now. If they need to activate their ult or get their ultimate rage back up, they'll come back for it, but no one's going to go back for that body. It's too far in depth in the zone. And that
the circle ticks are definitely going to be absolutely like disastrous.
Yeah.
Absolutely not smart for you to go do that right now, knowing where everything is and how certain things are going right now. It's definitely not the move for you to be able to do that. It is not the move. It's time for you to just sit back, relax, chill out, see what's going on, see where the next points of contention are going to be, and how we're able to. How did he not attack Action in that backstretch? Like, I understand that maybe he wasn't like in the middle of a fight, or maybe he didn't necessarily want to, but you still don't supposedly like at least like look at that and go, okay, let me at least try to fight that. Like, what do you mean by that? That's kind of crazy.
What do you mean by that? Can I take that's the back line. GG Shaw, I don't know what happened. He went to the zone. I don't know if he tried to deny a Soul Bloom pickup for anyone else, but I mean, he was full health. So for him to end up going in the zone by himself, where there's no real protection for him from anyone that sees him going to the zone, they can pick him off one by one. He finds the reset. He's safe to go. We're actually taking a look at the supplies, as Arano has 4 healing berries to 6 armor powders into this area with the purple armor. With 3 eliminations, he's doing pretty snaz right now. He's actually a really good spot so far into this lot, because we still have 4 other players for him to go up against, but total of 5. And in this round, there's a lot of terrain here. There's a lot of verticality. There's a lot of chances for players to get away from each other from scare rushes and just extending it. They knocked them off the cliffside and, shot out bow shot, just like how Exon is looking towards GG Shaw, who goes back into his hut. He's looking for trying to go to the Shire, and say no visitors, long distance friends. But how about an old friend, bow shot? And that's what's probably what's going to happen here. As T225, he's just committing towards hiding this out, playing for placement. He got 0 eliminations so far. Doesn't mean it's the end of the world. 3 ranking points plus any +1 kills as being in first place is best case scenario for him to get like a 4.4 game. But he is just trying to catch himself out of the top 12, right? That's the objective. We got to make sure that stay healthy with the points. So that way we're not, so that way we can come back this weekend.
Exactly. At the same time, it's time to party.
It's your birthday.
Exactly.
And we got cake.
You don't want to get caught in that. Even with that, though, still going to be able to time that out and see like kind of what makes sense here. Now, let's see where that actually comes through here. And then at the same time here, a player like Action, I mean, when I tell you he was one of the top players, he made some of the best players in the world sweat. Look at GG Shaw, all the way down at the bottom here. Jux wants some smoke, though. You see how fast he's trying to get towards Shaw? He's got a problem, clearly, as Action also wants to be able to dive in on it. And actually ends up turning around on Arano and says, hey, whoa, where do you think you're going, buddy? Hold on, back up. I need you to back up, first of all. Where do you think you're going, sir? You're not going anywhere. You stay here.
You chill out, man. Take a seat on the bench.
Yeah, he said no. No. Where do you think you're going, huh?
Play with your Tonka truck, back and forth. Just stay over there.
Do that.
Chill out.
Figure that out. Don't come here. Go there.
Well, Jux is he's like, don't you know I'm the Juggernaut? He's gonna be. I mean, he's trying to pressure these guys. I tried.
Oh,
Jux
that's
is gonna
great.
He's gonna be keeping. Oh yeah. He's keeping his guys around him. He used V2, pushed everyone away, and he's attempting to keep the distance, and he's successful with it. So far, Jux gets ambushed though. Arana was looking for this chance. I do really want to see whether or not Jux is out of here because he does not have ultimate. He canceled his ult to get his rage back up, but he's got F2 to stand by. He's keeping the fan unsteady. He's trying to scare rush as fast as possible. He's in the zone. He notices it. He knows he can't take any zone tick damage, but he's getting buttery rocked almost to submission towards the zone. And as it comes out, TT25 is trying to go ahead and release his RMBs. We're in the last 2 minutes of this round. And then as it comes out, Jux is going to get ambushed by GG Shaw, who's trying to go ahead and coerce a kill as Arano comes out for the scare rush, steals a kill, and looks to pick up the Soul Bloom just to deny his opponent's guys from trying to go ahead and try to reset. And Exton is right there, right below him. TG5 though, putting the pressure against GG Shaw, forcing the V1. Sedate Soul is now procced. GG Shaw into the zone, dies out. GG25 finds out one elimination. I was making mention of that earlier. Could he grab another one? Because he is putting out the pressure against Exton, picks up the Soul Bloom to deny the armor heal. And as it comes out, Exton has his ultimate ready to go, but he's holding on to it. He's got a Aurora Burst. This could be a confirmation for him if he gets it 2 in a row, but the terrain could grief him. And as a result, Aurora Burst is procced. He's locking down TT25. You see the ultimate cast of knockback and R&B from that pole sword from Arano actually puts TT25 in a bad spot. Double R&B doesn't confirm the kill. He's got another freeze coming. He's looking for the Aurora Burst, and it's not going to come out as Exton puts himself in the distance away from these guys. He's got no more dashes. Arano look for the scare rush. An immediate parry as the anticipation comes out, and as Arano gets his V1 ready, he's got F2, the F1 to keep him sustained. Exton, though, bad spot, hombre. He's got to cancel his ult to catch his F2, the F2 to save himself, but the Aurora Burst bait out. Now that TT25 is now anticipating it, he is not going to allow it to happen. There it is, delayed it out. TT25 caught again. Gold focuses are coming out, so Exton does not have to get interrupted just for the initial, for the latter half. But the initial half, he can still get parried. And as it comes out, Exton has F2 to save himself into the final circle. 20 seconds left on the clock. The F1 comes out, the pole sword from TT25 for a scare rush. This could be it. This could be it. There it is. He grabs his second elimination. He looks at TT25, is trying to pick up the Soul Bloom. He gets it successfully. He's trying to build up rage. He's trying to keep himself alive, but Arano, he's denying him. And with that, he gets his 5th elimination in the first place for 3rd round.
Arano really taking his time, though, into that space. Doesn't necessarily force the amount of fights that maybe he necessarily wanted to in that moment here, but really was able to plan it and does it in such a smart way here towards that amount of time here and sees where the advantages is and obviously becomes the best friend in that situation here. And it's still Arano getting his first dub, his first MVP. Welcome to the games. Arano back at it. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, what a striking finish here for our game number 3 in our halftime. A very good surprise to see coming in, especially from a player like him. I think even with that amount of time here, I think he was able to see the advantages that he had. He knew what he needed, and he was able to just absolutely just go, hey, I don't need to force anything if I don't have to. And that's clearly what happened.
Hey, he played it slow and carefully. I mean, so Arano took those opportunities of just seeing those swipes and taking full advantage of that every single time that he got. Once he picked up that Aurora Burst and had that pressure early on to be able, or even to this latter half of to the final minutes of the match, that Aurora Burst comes out to crucial prospects as TT5 was not expecting that. And as he gets caught out, he thinks he's going to get the second time. He works his magic of seeing how many times TT25 was parrying as the anticipated burst were to come out. So he delayed it, and it works in his favor as he comes through and just keeping the control against his opponent, who's just trying to eliminate him out from the round. You know, and these guys are going to be walking off stage after round 3. The performance there was immaculate, Dobby. I'm really excited to see Morris Isle come into place because with everything coming out, we're switching up the environment, we're switching up these play styles, and we're switching up the characters off of this bar, man.
I mean, they was able to switch it up too, even with that amount of timing here, and plays to that advantage in terms of what was the advantage in that area. And obviously he was able to do it and use it to his advantage when it was absolutely viable too. So obviously coming into this, it's great to see. And now it's like, okay, let's go back to the top of the order. Let's see what we can do in order for us to really hold strong. Now we have a few minutes of a break. Now we get a chance to at least relax and kind of see what we can do to even conjure up even a better result than what we did earlier. And now it's just about piecing it together and continuing on with what's been going on. But I have a feeling that X-Jin is going to come back and he's going to dive in strong. And we're definitely going to see him get a dub for sure. I have nothing but utter confidence in a striking, insane player like X-Jin. X-Jin has done this before. We've seen him in this limelight before. We've seen him with this amount of confidence. We know he can do it. It's just all about putting himself in the right places when he absolutely needs to dish it out.
Yeah, you know, the first thing I saw with Exon when I was watching back in his games for season for 2023 summer season was that he made Mike and Spider sweat. You know, and those are the top players into this round or into this season as well. He hasn't fought them today, but I've seen him just put them into the works, and they're like, what is happening here? And he also, fair enough, he's also a conjurer of, you know, certain skills to not be utilized as often, such as with the V3 Tessa, and he made it work to the point where he actually qualified into the grand finals or to the finals itself because he earned enough points to get himself through. And that's where it comes down to. You get yourself to the bi-weekly finals, you get yourself to the grand finals, right? That's the end game right there. That's the value plus respect, because you put yourself in a position of almost getting caught out, but then you're like, no, I'm in. No problem. I don't have to worry.
And he does it time and time again. But look at this, Arano up top here. Look at that, stealing it away from X-Jin with 0 points. What is that? 0.7 points to take away the top slot here. So in reality, we could have been talking about X-Jin here in that top placement and saying, hey, you know, he does it again. He gets the dub. Exit expected. Not really. This is the man of the hour in some way, shape, or form. And he was able to dish it out in such a great way. But look at that. Rounding out the top three, though, GG Shaw with those 3 eliminations and a 5.4 in total. Plays it so well here and does exactly what he needs to in order to just absolutely just play to the advantage that really was stepped out in front of him. And I think that's the thing that really was the progressive moment for him.
Yeah, I mean, the game itself is so much value towards his spot, and now it's only 3 games to go. And with the point values here, as you can see, Joishi's still trying to find his mark through, as well as with Pace, who still hasn't earned any points today. He's still got those rounds to work with. You know, for the players today, especially with Roy Shishi, he's catching up towards the value of his day 1 game, but he has to surpass that above and beyond in order to pass by Frostbus, who has now just recently dropped down right below into 13th spot with Akame right below him. Jux is the gatekeeper now. 26.7 points for Jux as it comes to beat. And while JJH isn't playing today as XXY, from XXY, JJH, 29 points is what his value is at 11th place, while JGG Shisheng, he's climbing up to the middle of the 6th. He's at 31.4. GG Shah, 32.3 in 9th. 8th is going to have Wing Liang, who isn't playing today, but 34.5. That's the point value, while Exon is climbing towards top 6, towards that position with 38 points. 41.4 for TT25, who is in 6th place. Arano, 42.7 in 5th. DRG Fang is at 57.1 in 4th, while we still have Spider in 3rd with 58.7. He's getting creeped upon. He might hit to 4th place, but he's still going to be confirmed, while CDY is at 62.2 in 2nd. Mike's still in the top region, of course, with 73.4 value.
Rano, man, it really does take one good game and one good amount of energy to really put himself in the best place possible here. And just like that, Arano is now in top 5. Kind of surprising to see in some way, shape, or form. Just because he was able to play in that first game, though, so he still has those points to be able to dish it out here. But let's look back at the replays. And obviously, Arano able to play this so well. Look at GG Shaw, able to steal that elimination away from that mid-fight here. Action, just diving in, absolutely decimating PST with the juggle. Goes for the infinite strike here and goes for that full finish here. Roy Shishi again caught in a tough situation here with that juggle, as we see Shazang coming through with that amount of damage, though, coming in from the sphere. Not from the sphere, from the staff. Meanwhile, look at that. Nice little bit of struggle to be able to catch him inside of the ice here. The ice really being huge in this game here. A lot of Justinas inside of these games here. I mean, it really did show that some of these picks here are really why some of these players are the best of the best here, and realizing that the timing and what type of advantage they do have in these moments here. But looking at the final ending, though, seeing both of them fighting this out and just letting them duke it out as much as possible here, doesn't really need to force the fight and decides to just let them have at it, though, and still was able to get that possibility, though, and gets that elimination towards the final and secures himself the dub. And absolutely, I mean, just what a game What an absolute gaming display, though, towards him, though. Obviously, was able to put that together here. We see 12k damage coming in and 5 eliminations. It's his second MVP, actually, with a martial art Tai Chi fan, nunchuck sack, follow the recall, 2 health soul jade, 2s, and a melee resist soul jade as well here. Kind of low on some of the damages, specifically for the swordsman and the pistol. But overall, though, 12k in healing, definitely matching with the same amount of damage show, keeping them alive and keeping that consistency for that game. Very, very, very expected.
Yeah, it's a tremendous amount. The ratio between the healing to the damage, it's right there on par. But you can, as you can see, right, not a lot of damage, but look at his jades, right? They're all defensive measured jades. He's keeping hold on to it with the melee resistance at 24% and then the health at 24. He's just making sure that he has the healing necessary to hold himself for the fort until the final rounds, where he's able to have that extra 240 HP, right? That alone can save you for that small amount that in your mind's like, oh, that's not a lot. For Ziping, that's a whole other armor bar for her if she actually has the opportunity of healing that back up. So for it to be made, Ziping Yings are now possibly chosen out for double picks for these guys, and some of them actually went ahead and double picked the Fairy Shens. We could see some pocketed picks there in the Morris Isle for players who weren't able to choose them because of the round picks, or B, because they were intentionally holding on to them for these rounds, because they can still sustain themselves through getting rage back from the Fireflies or even to the regions that have the caves for the rotations out towards. And I'm excited to seeing how it actually turns out here, because into the Morris Isle rounds, you know, this is still game catch up for the bottom of the 6. They still have points to earn back over and try to pass over for Jux, who is at the gatekeeper spot, Dobby.
I think the gatekeepers really is where that momentum kind of does come from, and what makes sense, though, for some of these play styles and how they've been rotating this around, especially with, like I said, I mean, players like Action has been really laying low in the cut right now. He's been doing super well. We've seen this time and time again with a player like Action. Action has been the type. He will come in. He isn't as explosive as a Spike or as a Spider or Mike, right? He's not as defensive depending too, but he's very, very logical in how he plays these. We've seen him come into this where we've seen him have some amazing plays, haven't been able to get himself a dub, but then these last 3 games, especially these 2, I'm going to say game 5 is where he starts to turn up. We've seen it happen time and time again. Action has a shot at really getting himself not only that top dub, but getting himself way up there close to touching Mike. But on top of that here, we're going to head over to one of our amazing interviewers, as we got another interview, and we're going to take a quick break for our halftime. When we come back, we got 3 more games incoming. See you guys later. See you in a moment.
Thank you all to casters, and hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with T225 and let him say hello to our audience. 来，大强先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 KV T25。
欢迎大强来到我们的这个赛后采访。Okay, so first, because it's the second week for our new season, and I would like to know, so T225, how you comment on yourself, the status or your behaviors? 那我现在想先问一下，因为其实这个赛季也是刚刚开赛，今天也仅仅是我们第2周的一个开端，想先问大强，怎么评价一下自己现在这个状态呀？
我觉得我自己打的有点臭吧，然后就是还没有调整好自己状态，然后心态方面也要有所调整这些的。
Okay, so actually I think I don't have the good status right now, and I think I have be warmer and in the later, and I have to like get back in the track and have like more good status in the matches and just catch up the speed of the matches. 好的，那接下来也要到了我们这个抽奖环节啊！现在状态不好没有关系，我们要赶紧回到状态，先安慰一波。那接下来我们也要把最好的状态拿给观众进行一个抽奖，怎么样 ？Okay, so let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们一起来看一下今天的题目。So you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. Which player used 自拼 in Game 3? 这道题目呢是说到刚才这把比赛谁用到了因子屏，我相信大强肯定心里面已经知道答案了。哎，我们先不说啊，在公布答案之前，我先问一个问题。其实可以看到这个赛季更多的单排选手呢选出了顾清寒这个英雄，大家也说是 Mike 又引领了一波潮流。那大强自己怎么评价一下顾清寒呢？
因为就是武田、火男这些都差不多削弱了嘛，然后你因子屏打卫青也好打，然后本身他打
因子瓶打守苗都很好打，所以他这个英雄本身就处于一个 T1 强度的。
Okay, so I just asked him about another hero, which is the Justina, and I would like to know how he comment on Justina Gu now in the solo game. And Dachang just told me that he thinks that this hero is really strong now in the solo game because we see it's now the Tarka and like the Takada, they are like weaker now, and so that's why Justina is very strong now in the solo game, and also it can fight with like the hero like Furia, so that's why a lot of our solo game players just using the Justina now. Okay, I think our players prepared and let's start counting. 大强应该已经准备好给大家送出福利了，对不对？那接下来让我们进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, lucky guy will be whispered, so please pay attention. Okay, at last we saw that latest game. We saw that you just fight with RM, and I would like to know how you comment on this player because it seems like he really have good status now in the game. 那我们也可以看到，刚才那把比赛其实打到最后，大强是有一点点小可惜的。但是我们也看到阿然这个赛季其实进步很大。那大强自己怎么评价一下这位选手呢？
因为他本身就是一个老单排选手嘛，就是因为之前没成年，然后他的这个博弈虽然有点老，但是他的身法方面，然后技能、英雄使用方面也是非常的广阔的，我觉得他挺适合打比赛的这种人。
Okay, so he just told me that for Aran, maybe he is not good at one-on-one fighting in solo game, but he have his understanding in like weapon and about the hero, and he have a lot of understanding in the game, and it's really fit to the Nbpl, and he think that Aran is really a good player. 好的，再次感谢225的一个分享，也再次感谢可以来到我们的赛后采访，给大家分享出了这个福利，分享了一些小故事。再次感谢你，希望接下来3把也会有个好的表现，好不好？加油啊！找回状态，要祝福你了。Okay, so thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Thank you, Jaeger, for an amazing interview with the one and only T225, who came so close last season. I mean, last season's final was probably one of the craziest finals I think we've had in NARAKA BLADEPOINT history. Not only in terms of the dynamic, but also the fact that he got killed by the same person last year in the same placement. I don't think it was in the same place though, because that would just be wild. That's like a lightning strike twice. But technically it kind of did. But that was just one of those where it's just absolutely insane. But T225 definitely has some work to do. He's been playing well. And obviously, I'm excited to see how the rest of these games go, especially for a player like Action, who really has been seeing this. And like I said, we've been seeing this man do this countless times, time and time again, okay? His timing is absolutely incredible with some of these play styles and his timing. And he's done it before. Watch, mark my words, by game 5, game 6, he's going to be catching dubs. And he's going to be slowly inching himself towards that top. I'm going to be honest with you. He might end up in the top 3.
Oh, where?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And even with that, though, just because, and you know what? I'm going to end it just like that. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back. And when we come back, we got 3 more games. And y'all go see how Action get down. I'll see y'all in a minute.
Yeah, 都是成的。所以呢，然后呢？没事，你看这03年、36个我的是吧？07年注册的8年，像这个哪一年？这个11年，再看8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the second half of day 3 solos for Biweekly 1 for the 2024 Nbpl Spring Split season. My name is Severio, and with me, Dabier. We are starting this off with a bang because now we are entering the residual of who can make it to the Biweekly finals for today. And
true,
it's been a hectic amount of first 3 rounds. We've seen some some attacks coming out against Morris Blessings, denying Morris Blessings. We saw Blue Moon 2s, 2 Moon Blues, 2 Blue Moons. And on top of that, we've seen Exton performing admirably today.
2 Blue
across
Moon
the board.
2s.
It's a really good day, Dobby. I think
Twos, 2 Blue Moon 2s.
All right. Now you got the JDG Shashang catching 2 MVPs this round, and he got those 2 MVPs. He caught himself up into the top 12. Now we're seeing Exton doing the works, doing the plays. Even though Arana grabbed that MVP last round, Exton is just doing some work out here, man. He's surviving.
Ice just laying low. That's what happens in these moments right now. Right now, he's playing really, really well, but he's laying low. He's not the main suffice that everybody is fully hardcore focused on. It's not like it's kind of one of those things where it's like, oh, it's like, he's going crazy and all that. It's like, yes, he is doing well, but he knows the real time to strike is game 5 and game 6. Done it before. We've seen this happen time and time again when it comes to a player like Action. I think even in these moments like this, Action has been playing this so well, so strong. I mean, look at that. Even with this last game, right? 6 eliminations, only lost by not even a point.
Yeah.
Only lost by not even a point because of him getting out. And I think it was either 3rd or 4th in terms of placement. He sadly was only getting 1 out of that. So that also goes to show that he still has more momentum in him, especially if, like I said, I'm placing Action top 3 by the end of tonight. That's just how good he is. I have nothing but confidence in the man himself. I asked him for $5. He didn't give it to me, but I asked him for it. He was cool. He was chill about it. So at the end of it, he still has a lot more to do here. But as like I said before, we're gonna lock in for our game number 4. There's still more that's going to make sense towards this game here. But let's just see where the advantage comes in for some of these other players.
Yeah, there's a lot. I'm expecting some, like, and you know what's crazy too to think about is that, like, for instance, players like GG Shaw, right? For instances where he stole 2 kills with a bow that last round and actually is the third-party champion now. TT25 grabbed into the interview and he knows his opponents are tough. He knows, like, hey, you know, like, with everything coming out, the standstill, you see Justina's, what's your take on it? He's like, it's just to deny that those hard pressures, like such as Takeda and Tarka, which can be showcased this round coming forth. Those 2 characters like making their appearance inside of Holoroth or in Morris Isle in solos, more so than how Sand Siphon in the trios, for instance, which involves Takeda, is more so everywhere. But for his case instance, if he's choosing Justina as a pocket pick, that would be a way for him to showcase this is what I mean by how Justina can counteract these 2 characters. And I'm gonna show you how to do it the Aki way. But everything coming out from TT25 is that he is still kind of safe across the leaderboard. He's still into the top 6, top 8 bracket. And with everything coming into the gatekeeper spots, like we mentioned earlier, that's literally like, for me, the hypest moments is before we hit into grand finals is these bi-weekly days where we can see who's going to make it toward the finals, like each and every time, because those leaderboards shift so often in the case scenario that someone gets passed. Okay, then they pass the next person, and then now they're back in the top middle 6. But that's just my opinion. That's my take. And we're going to see the first round, second round, and last round selections coming out here. Frostfist and Nexon and Feng Shuishi, they're going to be our first contenders for the choice picks here. And Davi, I mean, I'm going to see about if we see a mono pick here of Takeda, it's gonna blow my mind. But we're probably gonna see Tessas.
Possibly.
And if we don't see Tessas,
because at the same time, we also have to remember Fireflies are coming.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy. But you know, when it comes to them Fireflies, that instant amount of rage gives you a little bit of some power, and just like that, can come out, start the wrong swinging on everybody. Tell everybody to look out and look.
Watch out, I'm swinging my shield. A good defense is a great offense.
I mean, he's not wrong. There. You're not wrong. Absolutely not wrong in that moment. And even with that too, look at that, just with the echoes.
That's crazy.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. Pace locked in to Justina too. This is a good separation of all the second round picks chose different characters across the roster, which is good to see. Now we're going to see the final round pick and see who's going to choose. Akos are back. Tian Hai from Marano.
Whoa, hey, Marano. Yo, you better chill out over there. I saw that bald head. I need you to relax, buddy. Have me.
He's about to engage.
Shake it for a second.
Engage double grabs all over the place.
Imagine you would have locked it in.
Oh my god!
I'd have been like, around now, where are you going with this?
He's like looking to his left, like, what did you say, coach? It's like, you're not supposed to play that.
What'd you say? Grab.
He's like, I'm just gonna parry bell everybody. I'm parrying everybody. I'm gonna have
my bell is my parry. What do you mean?
My MVP, 17 parries. Keeps it rolling though. We're gonna see the roster though be very diverse as choices are gonna be dwindling out for those double picks. Now Shayol's at a mono first round pick though. It's kind of the secondary. It's a secondary option to be placed out because, like we mentioned, her neutral is immense. If she can catch someone out, there's no Zapings to contest her now for the F2. The only thing that's going to deny it are innate combo breakers, whether from ultimate cast, such as with the Akos, or by skill cast, such as the F2 Justina. So with that being said, I'm curious about the skills. We could say the same usuals, or we could see some surprise picks like a V3 Akos. I'm shouting you out, Kaibao, for that one. And with that, we have to wonder about if they do choose some out-of-pocket picks, right? Like if the Takeda decides to run into the F3, yeah, no, Valda. All over the place, just spear. And I think if we do see a V3 Akos, I'm gonna lose my mind, but it's not gonna happen here. There's no one to really lock down as heavily.
No, it's too early for the V3 Akos. It's too early. It's too early.
Yeah.
If it has to be that, that's either game 5 or most likely game 6. But it's gonna be interesting to see where that necessarily goes towards that. I mean, look at the spaces though. F2s, B2s. The F1 coming in from Shaw. A lot of people locking in that F1 immediately for the A coast. Doesn't really give too much of a opportunity for others, but Roy Shishi gonna be the only Faria in this lobby. Advantage? Disadvantage?
If he gets caught out in like minute 3, they'll just run him down with range shots. And then he would have like, and that depends if all the Augustus survive at that point. None of these Augustus are running V1 to stagger at the Faria Shen, of course, but the V2s, they can knock some sort of stagger and locking him away from his beacon. Like they can just grab him away from his beacon, and then he's like, I need to get back there, invests the F1, and then he has to burn that through where Akos can just mark this out.
Look at him. People are in the surrounding areas. Victim's Haven, Zeth Winery, Artesian Grove, all the way. Victim's Haven, Zeth Winery. BBE. Roy Shishi coming in way in the far back near Tao Gate of Sunwing's Rest. DRG going to be in a similar situation on the other side of the canyon of Lake Yellowleaf. Meanwhile, before that is going to be Shozeng. Definitely catching up. Trying to see if they can capture some decent hits, though, coming into this for this game number 4 here. But definitely a lot of players together as PST and Frostmas are going to be nearby each other here. Could potentially see the first fights happening off rip here as you do see the grapple starts to come through, though. But it could have been a fake. It looks like Frostmas wants this energy. He's saying, hey, whoa, come here, buddy. You said you wanted the smoke. Now let's get it. I want it. Coming through with the frost, trying to see maybe he can close this out, waiting for the blue focus. Oh, beautiful parry timing coming in from Frostivus, and Frostivus takes out PST in this first round fight for this game number 4.
You know, Victim's Haven, they're going to be the secondary graveyard if we can see that fight, but instead we're going to switch over to Bowda Zexen. He's up against Akame, who does have a purple greatsword. Forcing the R&B hold check off of this end, Exen will try to see about a bait out for his F2 to be confirmed here against Akame, or he's going to use it preemptively. Either way, he's chasing him down. You can see it coming out. He gets a successful combo rush, and he hold checks the heck out of Akame to get that elimination, just like that. And he picks up a purple pull sword potentially if he's swapping that out. In the meantime, Gigi Shaw is up against Roy Shishi. That grapple went east, and as Roy Shishi looks to try to chase out his opponent, I'm not seeing anyone coming out here for the Daylily Meadow, but Roy Shishi is going to be in this position. I love that hair. That hair go hard. And Roy Shishi is actually going to be coming through and trying to find Gigi Shaw, who just finds his last armor powder to heal. In the meantime, back to Victim's Haven, though. Arano sees the Frostivus ultimate. Frostivus finds his opportunity here for the confirmation uppercut, blue focus, and that's going to possibly give Arano a little bit of a scare here. Finds his common armor swap. The V2 still has 1 charge left. Frostivus gets his LMB, uppercut, grapple bump. You already know how it goes. A third elimination for Frostivus here, and gets the vertical blue focus just like that, Dobby.
Meanwhile, it looks like Fang was able to capture elimination as well on Shazang. Our first 2 game winners. Fang trying to see if maybe he can capture some of that revenge as well, as it looks like he was able to, though, in that fight here. We'll most likely be able to see that in the replay later. It looks like 2225 finding this out with Roy Shishi. GG Shaw in the back. Look at that. Like I said, looking through textbooks, reading it out. Trying to see if he can wait for the time being. Roy Shishi just waiting to see if the strike comes and tries to see if they can connect here. Alongside that, nice hits coming from the Akos, and obviously gets hit again with the strike coming in from the longsword. T225 pops open the ulti here, trying to see if he can ties it out. Oh, nice hit coming from Roy Shishi, telling T225 to back up, buddy. Where do you think you're going? Touch me. Talk to me. Ew.
You got the cooties.
Ew. Ew. Touch me. What's wrong with you? Looks like Roy Shishi is going to get out there, though. He's going to getting the floor slam coming through. As it looks like Roy Shishi is coming back, waiting for it, though. Tiger Strike, trying to see if he can get it. Misses it. T225 caught in a tough situation here. Not looking good. Tries to see if maybe he can throw away on the backstretch. Oh, nice hits coming through. Nice blue focus with the staff. Waiting for the opportunity to strike. Nice hits to connect it as well. Pops the ulti here. Now Shaw is caught in a tough situation. Looks like he wants to be able to come through and dish it out. It looks like T225 is going to try to see if he can climb this up. Oh, and here comes Shaw off the back. Oh, struggled. Caught. He's caught in the zoo, ladies and gentlemen. Don't throw meat at this way. It's going to be a mauling, ladies and gentlemen. Shaw catching him. Roy Shishi caught in a tough situation, trying to see if he can catch him with the ulti. It's not going to be enough, as Roy Shishi is going to be able to get in his bot just in time. Goes through, tries to see if he can hit them with the rocket, though. Misses the first, misses the second, hits the third connection. Looks like he's going to be able to come through and blast a little bit of rockets on the inskirts. But it's not going to be enough. Look at GG Shaw, his timing, though. Just trying to dodge it out. He said, oh, you thought. Oh, nice try. Oh, you missed.
He's like, I am the physical manifestation of a sling.
Do you have a registration? Is this not a registration? You need to go back in line.
It's like, sir, it's gonna take 3 seconds right here. I'm gonna explain to you why the book of G.G. Shaw is gonna be the best purchase of your life ever. You know, it's like inspiration. It's like a motivational speaker because like that, Reishi is gonna be taking the knowledge about these books because G.G. Shaw's taking him back to school. Uppercut Infinite with the fan. We saw this happen time through in the past, but he loses it to the back because it went a 180 the other direction. Reishi is 1 shot left, but G.G. Shaw is going with those nutty chase tech, and he's gonna gut those R&Bs just to keep the movement going. And for the second elimination here into this round, of course, G.G. Shaw. You were seeing it early against them in TT25. Between both of the Yakuza's, as long as one of the Yakuza ults, it's best to get away from the other. Like, you know, just to go ahead and just dip out. But it didn't happen the case for TT25. He got caught out there from Shaw as the kill confirmation came through. JD Chisheng, though, inside of Celestra, he's going to be finding out Juishi. He's chasing him out. I'm not sure if the bell's been rung over by the tower, but Juishi is just going to keep looting out here to the southeastern side of Celestra. And as it comes out of here, we're going to go switching over to the Sunwing's Rest. Frostabus looking with 4 eliminations this round so far before the first Roman Yang. If he has a Soul Bloom stored away, it's going to be not found out by any of the other opponents. Fang, though, finds Jux in the uppercut into the F2, which confirms this opportunity of getting his 3rd elimination. Jux gets downward spiraled, and just like that, Fang finds his 3rd elimination into this lobby and a Soul Bloom for the Roman Yang, which is a great chance for them to survive later on lobby if things don't end up in the position that they're hoping for when they enter it and meet into Roman Yang depletion mode.
Depletion mode could be very tough, though, with that as the time definitely is of the essence in this game, especially for game 4. It's like Zin. See Shaw here going up top here, waiting and see if maybe Scale Rush is at least out of the way. Trying to see if you can get some decent stuff here so far. Extra materials, extra heals, extra shields. Definitely going to be helpful for him the longer that he goes towards this game here. A lot of spread out players, though, overall, except for this left side here with T225, Xjin, Frostabus, and Shaw in the middle of it. Looks like they're both going to be fighting this out for the realm of Yang here. So many open places for some of these. It looks like Fang's going to have a free one. PST might have a free one. Roy Hee might have a free one. They're just relaxing here, and all 4 of them are about to potentially fight this out.
They're going to have a brawl.
Yeah, fun little brawl. Excited to see this. I think I'll make it through this. Beyond me.
1920s boxing match, you know, no gloves, all fists.
No. Classic.
Classic.
Dangerous.
It's a classic. You got the you know, the photo, and like, oh yeah, look, it's your grandpa, you know, like that. There it is, denial.
Grandpa.
Denial coming through here. Fang enters a Romy Yang. He's up against Paste. We know Fang has an insurance policy, but it'd be really good for him to pick up a gold weapon as well as a purple armor here. And as the fight goes out, he's going to scare us to the sky, get as much verticality as much as possible. Has no range weapon, so he's just avoiding these shots from Face, who looks for the parry. The double blue focus comes out from the Fang as Fang comes out from the fan. F2 to deny a push coming out from Pace. Pace has himself to try to worry about whether or not the ultimate's coming out from Fang, and there it is. Going to be a chance for that freeze right here. Guaranteed R&B from the pole sword. Going to lead around 600 HP, and as Fang gets his uppercut, that blue focus is confirmed. Clean as can be for the first Romy Yang.
Confirmed coming through from Fang here. Is looking at Rano. Looks like he's going to be fighting this out with JDG saying. Looks like this is going to be the rematch here. Eventually for this. Let's see what happens. 45 seconds left on the clock here. Both Scare Rushing just waiting for the opportunity to strike here. Looks like Jazing might be able to connect it, but it looks like Arano's going to be the one that does it first. Nice freeze coming through. Possibly be able to use it for the shield, but decided to use it as bait. Might have been a tough time, though, as Arano is going to be able to catch him with the juggle. Absolutely hits him with the ghost. Unfortunate for him. Has nothing to be able to do. Arano just sitting there, absolutely juggling. Watch Jazing's like, what did I just put myself in this situation? I can't believe I got caught up in this juggle yet again. Meanwhile, back at it again. T225, trying to see if he can juggle right towards this one. Unbelievable. Had his mind thinking mauling. Roy Shishi trying to see if he can not get caught up into this, but the ultimate's just making it so much harder for him to do anything here. He's trying to double it back. He's trying to dial it back. And on the old school, slide to the left, slide to the right. But right now, he's not doing that. As T225, they both end up losing. The time ends. Realm of Yang said, you ain't got to get home, but you got to get out of here.
Romy Yang is the Tianhai. You know, they grabbed them both and threw him out. They threw him out of the Romy Yang with the Romy Yang depletion. That's tough. That was 1 HP in a dream. And I mean, it didn't really, you know, get the benefit for his opponent, but at that stage, it's like, give the man the kill. Now, just as Pace, I don't know what happened through, but Pace got that parry. His opponent's going to be right there, right then and there. Joichi going to take the time to escape. Arano, this fight over in Islet Crater, it's going to be interesting. TT25 having to force ultimate. We saw Arano get Furin's Desolation off earlier. RMB comes out here as TT25 puts himself in a spot where he uses V2, which forces Arano's ultimate as the Furin is ready to go here as a defensive measure or as a state of engagement, since he can get a free blue focus if Furin staggers occur. Third option there is to get an uppercut into blue focus. As long as the target is in midair or in knots, on the ground, at any point that's, when you hit them with either even to the minimal attack like a grapple, you can actually confirm that with a stagger. But of course, TT25 finds Roy Shishi, who's trying to hide out in the tree line. We're going to see Joichi actually running into here and hides the engagement. And with everyone trying to rotate around here, we are still looking at Romy Yang depletion between TT25 and a few other opponents here. Slider Cup is going to be confirmed here. TT5 don't miss these, but the terrain is what's going to deny it. RMB comes out for the Hong Sword, but the lethal jab gets clinked off, and TT5 saves himself because that F3 from Arano was anticipated for it, but he doesn't get priority off of it. And we're going to see this push coming out. More and more players are coming into here. I don't know no one has a Valiant Challenger, so this type of chance of fighting off of the Islet Crater is a very interesting case scenario. Arano has another minute before Romy Yang depletion, or not Romy Yang depletion, but the Vermilion Bird Smite runs out, and with this gold longsword, he's switching it out here to try to confirm some quick dash damages to try to build up his rage, because he's at 98% right now as it's Takeda. He's keeping himself nice and pushed, but the F2 coming out from Joichi does not confirm the successful combo. And as it comes out, Arano has ultimate to save himself in case someone decides to push him out. He could just use it as a pushback. Akame finds a kill off of TT25 though into the zone, and TT25 goes down for this round as Akame gets himself rid of any sort of debuff with the Romy Yang depletion. But Roy Shishi, he's still trying to stay alive here. Paste looking for the RMB. There's gonna be an RMB again, and this is gonna be a parry coming out from Paste, who's gonna kill off Roy Shishi. And as Paste gets his elimination, he's picking up the Soul Bloom. He's good to go. He's trying to scale brush away and go into the zone, because this is where the zone tick damage is a little bit, but not gonna be too intensive for him. And as it comes out, we're gonna see GG Shot go for that chase. And this fight, Dobby, is just separation between separation, and these guys are converging at the same time. It's like a dividing cell.
Separation really does become the name of the game in some of these instances here, because you definitely don't want to get caught in tough situations where it's literally, if not impossible, to get out of some of these really tough situations. And obviously, Chazang, especially with the outskirts of the circle here, still has a lot of advantage left in him, though. It looks like with that, gets the elimination on Arano. X-Jin is able to catch an elimination on Junshi with a pistol here. Looks like he was able to get some damage here and was able to get out of there before they were able to like fully commit to it. And you're absolutely right, though. It definitely does make the situation a little bit harder for them to try to commit to and try to work towards certain things that really does like take it time for them to figure that out. As X-Jin trying to see if he can capture another one as well here. 2 eliminations to his name. Playing this well. He's been playing a lot more relaxed. It looks like he's not really going to force too much here, because they're both going to be all of them. It looks like, look at all of them. Akane, Shaw, X-Jin, Shazang, PST, all running in the same direction, heading towards the circle, as nobody is anywhere else except for Arano. Arano is just by himself.
Like
he's missing out on the field trip.
It's like
he's
a 1990 sitcom. He's like, in 1990 sitcoms, like, whoa, he's just like, no one's around me. It's just crazy. And Arano just goes to the shop. Actually, I think he has some gold to expend. I think like what, 8K. I mean, that could be a Dragon like Might, and that's a confirmation if that's the case. But he's just gonna buy supplies as a result. Yeah, it's funny because we're looking at these guys into the those carpets like in preschool carpets. That you could put a car in it because it's like a road and it's a building.
Oh yeah.
Grass. That's what everyone is right now. They're just like circling around the Romy Yang, like, oh yeah, I got a supercar, yeah, and then all of a sudden once it hits a Romy Yang, everything turns 3D. It's no longer a 2D plane, and that's when the engagement really comes out. They're gonna see who they're facing and be like, oh no, I'm taking this one. This is my supercar. No. Whoa, you saw that the denial that was gonna come out for the uppercut. That would have been dangerous. That was gonna be a grand keeper instigator.
Gave him that quick fake, like, oh, you thought, okay, that's what I thought. Exactly. You better get up in the oh, had him do the major flinch. That'll be 2-3 times. Give me that neck. Meanwhile, Arano looks like he's gonna be able to pop the ulti here. Waits for the timing though. Nice connection on that. X-Jin waiting for the strike on both sides here. Oh, beautiful jump parry. Turns around right towards his face and says, see you later, X-Jin. Beautiful fix up though towards that. A nice little bit of a reset here or towards that. Arano gets absolutely decimated for at least half the shield here. Nice hit coming through. Just trying to dash it out on each side here. Trying to wait for the timing of the ghost here, but it's not looking good for Arano. Arano just waiting it out, and he decides to just go out in the open, goes for the full push. He wants the fight. He wants the connectivity. It looks like he's able to at least get some here. Goes for the juggle. Does he complete the infinite? No, he doesn't, though, but he hits him with lots and lots of damage coming in from the dual halberds, though. Is it going to be enough, though? No, they both go for the quick reset here. Goes for the heals. Are they going to be able to at least get some shield off? I know X-Gen is able to, and so is Arano. And here we go, back at it again. 20 seconds left on the clock. They don't have that much time. They're going to need to fight this out, or else they're both going to be risking having to go back out with the Realm of Yang and that timer coming in on the backstretch. Let's see who's going to be able to have the advantage. Arano gets caught with the juggle. Nice strike coming in on both sides here. Beautiful Clang to be able to get disconnected. It's not going to be enough. The takedown is able to do just enough. And ladies and gentlemen, time starts now. Sorry.
Just like Kiefer Sutherland, we're going to keep it to the 4.5 minute mark. Of course, J-Team's Pace finds a kill off of GG Shaw. And if everyone tries to keep themselves, notices of where those soul blooms are left behind, we know Isla Crater was like a battleground for keeps. Everyone ate every soul bloom, even if they didn't need it. They just wanted to confirm the denial.
They tried.
So if it comes down towards them, if they have another one hidden out into the... Oh, no way. Ain't no way that one was left. Apparently, Pace didn't go on top of the rooftop. GG Shaw just finds himself away from that and just dips out because of White Tiger's prowess. But let's take a look at Exon. Either he did hide a soul bloom somewhere in the middle of all these fights, or he's just being able to, luck out for everyone to engage. And it looks like he's going towards where it seems to be that soul bloom not going to be that remains. Hold on, he's still traveling. He's taking the journey like he's Frodo Baggins. It looks like he might actually find a chance out here. Where's his Samwise Gamgee? There it is. Finds it. His support, his rock. And with that, he's out of Realm of Yang depletion, but he just hit that shroom. Not a best case scenario, because once he enters into Tawika's escalation, he's also going to be started taking 35 damage per tick. So he's eating his last heal here. This is where time is going to crunch down for him to make it back to the zone, because right then and there, that shroom was the one factor he's not looking at. He's got 100 meters to make up for this tech chase and just getting himself away from the zone, because that's who his enemy is right now, time. And with it, it might not happen to his chance. Exon is frustrated as it comes through. That one shroom is what denied him from surviving, just because it's a free amount of damage that it was not taken into account.
No.
Feels bad.
Actually, no.
Not like this.
No.
Not like this.
It's all right, because he's going to pop up in a game 5 and in game 6. He might even get 2 back-to-backs. That's just how confident I am.
Let's get it.
And Extra's abilities. I love it. Arano, though. Really playing well, though. Look at the slide. On the bridge, though.
He's a bruiser right now. He's a bruiser. He's got gold armor. He got a gold weapon. The only problem, Realm of Yang depletion. That's tough. And he's actually at Noble Cave. There's so many spots to scare rush off of. No one's safe. Or he's not safe if he can't catch somebody out. Like Akame right now.
Akame doesn't look safe currently. That he's gonna be able to go for the heals. Question is, does he go for this ulti and he goes for the stun? It looks like he does, and he misses. Arano is able to dodge it. Arano is able to dodge it in such a great time here. Look at everybody else just waiting for the opportunity to strike, though. It looks like he's trying to see if he can do it. Goes for the stun, though. He was able to find it. The question is he gonna be able to at least finish it up before the stun actually commits for both players? Oh, BST actually stuns Arano and steals the elimination. No, one shot to get back. Arano was actually able to steal it and says, that kill is mine. How did he actually successfully do that? How did he do that? There's no way he gets that elimination. Somebody snakes him, freezes him. He unfreezes just in the amount of time to hit the strike as he's coming towards him. You couldn't ask for a better opportunity for elimination to get handed to you on a silver platter.
This man said, yo, watch this. Shifts from first gear to fourth gear. He's like, watch this. Pushes out the Takeda Fear and Blast and detonation. I honestly don't know. I mean, the distance comes out here. The target's getting knocked into the air. The V2 freeze still has Fear to be able to activate. But miraculously, I think just by happen chance, maybe he was the last target to hit him. I don't know. I don't know. The V2 freeze was crazy to me that he got out of it just in time and pushing back his opponents. GG Shaw. Bad spot here. 3 eliminations. Common armor. Parry was immense. Finds those dual blades and dips out. He just stole that from Pace's body after a parry from Jisheng comes out from the backline. Jisheng actually has ultimate here. If Jisheng wants to kill confirm here, he's got to make sure he does it safely, because last time he saw everyone try to chase out, as we saw earlier with Pace actually go for that V2, and then they stole the kill. They stole the soul bloom. Shaw is low. He's getting burned. Arano sneaks back in, finds the elimination. He's like, yo, I want to get my second MVP. I want to be like Jisheng today. I want to make sure I actually surpass this point. And obviously Arano, He's full sending this. He's got 13 grapples. He's trying to find JDG Shishang. Shishang is quiet. Oh, not quiet enough. Arano looks back and finds him. And as it comes through to the Scare Rush McGee position that we're in, a lot of Scare Rushes can come out between this ravine right here and then until the zone starts to collapse. With the Moonbane actually completely avoided for the spawn. Nice bow shot from Shishang for the midair swap. A preemptive ult from Arano, though. I'm not sure if he's looking to try to negate any sort of third party, but there's a side uppercut. The F2 is initiated for Shishang. He's not throwing ult. There it is. Going to be looking for a confirmation for a bow shot or just getting himself to the high ground. Shishang actually can try to locate a chance of freezing him through the max distance, but Arano is just keeping that pressure going through. Even if he's holding blue focus, guys, V2 can catch him in that freeze. So that's the best case scenario that Shishang could try to look for, but then the opportunity misses as the third party coming out from J-Team's space. Trying to get his dual blades back.
Trying to get it back towards that one, though, but it looks like he still has more to be able to get towards, though. He could potentially come back, though, but we'll see what happens. Honestly, in reality, we'll see like where that really that favorited moment really comes from, though, as Arano is just trying to see if he could not get caught up in a tough situation yet again. Arano was able to do it once. See if he can get out of that contention. 3 eliminations deep so far here. Goes on the outskirts there. PST wants that fight. Goes on the inside. He wants to fight this out here, but Arano doesn't really want that smoke. He ends up going all the way up towards the top here. PST coming right on the outskirts here. Looks like he might have lost him. Goes for the repair on his bow. Quick reload as well. He hears him. Knows he's inside. Question is he going to fully commit to this fight here? Question is, for a player like PST, right now, he's kind of in a tough situation. What does he need to do to really see himself in a better position?
Overall in the standings in this round, best case scenario is obviously second, get a freeze, get a pulse sword swing, get a single hit weapon, and then get 2 eliminations. Grab 4, grab first place. He'll earn himself 8.6 points if he does so this round, which is good because right now he is still, if I'm not mistaken, in last place overall. So for him to work for standings is to make this second and for this round, 5th round, and 6th round to make it hot, because right now he's getting caught out here from Arano, and this is something that he just doesn't want to try to force out, not until it's under the demise of Arano when he's getting caught out by Shishang, for instance. That's where this V2 just, works best into this case scenario, especially here, because no one here has he doesn't have any issues with anyone here versus how it comes out to sustain game, due to the fact that if he does deny Arano his Furin Blast, right, if Furin is already out from Arano preemptively, he can push back Pace. Now, Pace has to think, big brain, 3D chess, of being able to anticipate the dodge for the Furins as we've seen before. Now, Pace catches Arano on the spot, where now he's at below 1,000 HP right now. He's looking for the common armor swap. He finds it. He gains 500 back, essentially, by getting that swap. Now the Moonbane's going to deny the northern end of this area. And Arano, I don't know, man. He's at 3 eliminations. He might get 3rd. He might get 1st. And he could pass Pace into the nether realm, but it's tough. It's tough, dog.
No, you're not wrong. It is definitely tough here in this moment here, just to see like where this whole succession really does start to come into for that advantage here as PST getting that elimination onto Arano, just feeling it out here, and PST pushing it right back towards it with just Zing here. It looks like he's going to catch him inside of this corner here, but PST is going to be able to fight this one back. Has the gold shield, has the advantage. Just Zing, just trying to see if he can dial it back. Nice hits from the stretch of the range coming in from the dual halberds here. That blue focus really able to do a lot here as he comes through with that. Here comes the ulti, though. Not trying to get timed on the outskirts here and doesn't want to get caught on the freeze. It looks like Zing is going to catch him on the freeze first as they're heading straight towards the edge. Oh, no, it's not a good hit. It ends up catching him on the outskirts. PST ends up getting hit as well towards the freeze. Zing on the outside of the circle here, definitely in the worst advantage that he has here, struggling to try to not get caught in a corner. But it looks like both of them decide to be able to go for their heals, go for a quick reset on each side. Doesn't really force it. Now here we go. Back at it again. Dual halberds first are going to connect onto that first hit. Nice strikes coming through as both of them are just waiting it out. Both stalling, trying to see if they can wait for the timing on who's going to commit to it or who's going to be the one that catches the first parry. Just Zing ends up getting hit by the same sits of dual berries, but it's not enough as PST ends up getting caught, hits him with the parry, goes for the reset. Nice freeze coming in from Shishang. Shishang is able to go through and go with the same hits from the dual halberds. Nice collision. Trying to connect them on both sides here, waiting on the opportunity to see which one strikes. Both blue focuses waiting for the timing as well. Not going to be too much here. JDG's on the rough side of this section here as PST is just dabbling down and snacking a little bit of his health little by little. Oh, beautiful strike coming through. Oh, beautiful parry. And it's not going to be enough as PST finally goes through with that defense. gets the finish, shuts down, gets those 4 points, and he gets the win. PST down at the very bottom was second of last place. This game, I think, confirms he's no longer going to be in that same position no more.
That's for sure. My inner Dominican was going to say Doma after that parry. And of course, after that parry came through in the reset that happened for a round 2 engagement between him and Shishang, Pace finds the opportunity there and commits to it. I saw a lot of jump parries coming out from Pace, and I see these jump parries. I'm like, yo, he's right. He's trying to be reactive to it. He's just being jumping into the LMB RMB, it's the composite parry, and he's just doing that as fast as possible. And for Pace to make this round, the prediction that I made, I didn't cast or curse it because it came true. So 8.6 points to be awarded to him for this round. He still has to get out of the bottom 6 though. So this is a good step in the right direction. This is the place I allow for Adabe. And I think, honestly, last season, within seeing him when he was formerly with the HOG, the amount of, surprises that he did, even to the last second, I think into the summer finals, he was actually, from the final game before he could ever qualify for grand finals, I think he actually hit 13th. So he was like on the edge, teeter-totter in the top 12 against his opponents before pre-finals into the grand finals.
Definitely a tough place to be. And sometimes in those situations, you definitely don't want to be in those areas when things like that is happening. And obviously, it really does become a hectic moment, though, when you're really, really trying to put things together and you don't want to get caught in those tough areas. But I mean, for a player like Shazang was really trying to fight that off as much as possible here, obviously, in that 1v1 between him and PST. But PST was able to find the advantage, and he just took his time with each strike. Some of those strikes wasn't necessarily as damaging as Shazang's, but he understood where he was. He had the gold shield, he had the advantage, and obviously it was just about not letting himself be too open or too vulnerable in that final fight. And it's the same thing with a lot of these other players too. Action sadly getting out was, a little heartbreaking, but it's okay. He's done this before. So I'm very confident to see how this game 5 and this game 6 is. How do you feel so far with these first 4 games so far?
I mean, the first 4 games so far puts me in an idea that as much as it comes out towards keeping the average between the points, a lot of these players had those pop-off games, and it's shown. Like, for Shishang for the 2, for Rana for the 1 MVP, and now Pace for the 4th round and catching his first as well. The spread between the sprawl of the point values kind of dictates that any player can have that type of game, even if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, and forcing yourself to say, okay, you get ready for it. And then all of a sudden Pace goes ahead and showcase like, no, I got this, and goes through. Even if Arano, right? We saw Arano almost getting eliminated. Well, not say eliminated, but he read of his Roma Yang depletion on top of killing off his target, on top of picking the solo at the Nova Cave. That right there was the most insane play. But that was also to showcase that even in the thick of danger, that you could find your spot. What I'm kind of curious about is seeing the catch up now between the middle 6 to the top 6. Or TT25, they haven't had a chance to really put out value in terms of like how many points he can be earning, because now he has 2 other points coming through, or 2 other rounds.
That's true. But as I said before, though, these last 2 games can really change up depending on how far you are down the list when it comes to your points. Now, obviously, like I said, all you have to do is be in the top 12. That's it. All you need to be in. As we're going to look at the scoreboard here, and 8.6 coming in from PST. This was the desperate play for him, and definitely a desperate dub that he needed in order to get himself at least a little bit higher in the standings here overall. But rounding out top 3, DRG's Fang with 5 eliminations, 6 points overall, and 3 eliminations coming in from Arano with the 5.4, actually tying it up with Sha in the same space, even with everything. 3 eliminations, 3.9 kill points, 1.5 ranking points, and a 5.4 total. Definitely having the tied up moment. Very, very interesting to see where that goes for him, though. Obviously, a well-placed moment, though, in action when you see it happen towards like all of the other spaces here. And obviously, going to be able to look through towards it here. Look at that. 17th place, no longer going to be where he originally was. PSC has put himself up in, well, 15th, so not that far. But still far enough where at least he's not there. Sadly, Roy Shishi now takes that place with an 18.8. And PST is up there with a 22.5 right now. So even with that, if he has 2 more good games in him, he can see himself at least in that contention, because he's not that far away. And that's the good thing. He's not that far away. He only has a decent amount of points here. And obviously he has to worry about is that player number 12 in that position currently. Dunshing all the way down to the bottom of the 12.1, but Alliance's Frostbite with that 28.8. 30 points is only in top 10. So All he really needs to do is lock in, stay focused, has 2 more decent good games. Not even necessarily enough to get a dub, but just enough where he does better than the other 2 players here. He has an opportunity to see himself in that qualifying region, potentially. And all he has to do is just wait it out and see what the rest of the results is for the rest of the other players. And obviously, as we're coming in, he's still there. He's 5, 41.1, 25.9 coming in from JDG Shazang with that 34.8. And Shaw, 14 points deep, 37.7 in 8th place. But rounding out the top 6 right now, Action moving himself back up higher. 15.3 at a 41.4 overall. Arano, 18.7, 48.1. And Fang with that 18.2, putting himself in 2nd place with that 63.1. What a strong set of games for some of these players, especially a player like Arano right now in top 5.
That man is cooking severely in a good way. And of course, Fang actually passes out both CDY and Spider. So now he is hunting for the 1st place spot here for those, for that position, for the bragging rights on this end. But with this replays bringing out here sponsored out here from Thunder Robot, we are going to go ahead and have Frostbus' first parry off the match. And to just showcasing that he's ready to go for this round. Akame, though, gets eliminated. As a result, Frostbus finds Arano here. And that chase was super long, but he actually found the confirmation there. And as Jux gets caught out here, you're going to see Fang trying to do the work with the dual blades. He catches the uppercuts, he catches the LMBs, and he gets the F2 confirmation. And just keeping out his 1-2s. But with this neutrality comes at a cost. And for that, the cost is nothing. You gain. For Jishang, gets caught into the Fear and Desolation. As we switched over here towards Arano, catching Jishang out from that point. Paced into the zone, finds the Roishishi kill here. Confirmation as he was getting pistol shotted. Rano getting caught out here from Shishang and burning the Vermilion Burst Might just proves that he's like, I'm going to be going ahead and being offensive here. And just like how Paced finds a kill off of Rano, he finds it off Shishang in this long engagement that lasted out forever, but it was well worth it because at the end of the day, what comes out here is a parry that didn't show out to Shishang's benefit since he gets eliminated as a result. It's really good to see these replays. I always like seeing those. It's like, oh yeah, remember the hype moment? It's like, yeah, how about this part 2? And of course, MVP coming out here for Paste, first one for this season, and he's gonna have himself 14k damage. And the most damaging weapon is gonna be the swordsmanship basis, which is gonna be the Hong Sword. Now, dual blades are in 2nd, but with his Jade selection, you can actually see as the trigger lockbreaker and the benthic descent there, we got the Blue Moon 2 melee resistance Jades across the board. Like overcapping, not a problem. But at this stage, all that mattered down was just getting those quick eliminations, those quick bursts of damage. As you can see, that's where the pole sword is in play here. That's why he had it as a pocket pick weapon, because if he can guarantee a freeze, he swapped out to the purple pole sword and enabled the RMBs coming out from this chance. But off of that end, I think Pace actually has a good chance. I mean, like showcasing that Justina is a pick he can go through.
And even with that too here, I mean, definitely the numbers are looking really good for him as well here off of that. But I mean, I won't lie, just like really towards that at the end of the day, he really needed this. He really needed that opportunity though to see if he had that momentum and be able to pop it for that. And obviously, like I said, for a player like PS2, like I said, he's very down to the bottom. He is like all the way in there. So he needed time and he needed an opportunity that made sense for him to be able to absolutely execute and do well. And that's exactly what happened in these moments here. Fantastic for him. But on top of that, let's give you some more fantastic prizes here and some more gifts here. So we got another question for you by the people over at NARAKA BLADEPOINT. So hopefully you guys have been paying attention to these games so far, because we're 4 games deep. We got 2 more left. These next 2 games are really going to dish out how insane they are going to get. But let's see what this question is and where we go from here. Because like I said before, the expectation has definitely been a lot better coming into this. Who was the MVP of game number 4?
Bruh.
Go back to it. Just a little bit easier. Right? Just a little bit easier.
They ask, okay, what's the calculation for a black hole? And you're like, wait a second. And then now it's like, okay, what's the 2 + 2?
Exactly. Is it DRG's Fang? Is it KLA C225? Is it NJ's J Team PST? Or is it Alliance's Frostbus? Make sure you are paying attention for your chance to win something nice. I'm going to get ready to lock this in and do a lot more towards this too as well. Very, very helpful for us. Put it together.
It's crazy though, because we were talking about this player like back to back. So for you not to answer this question, I don't know. Are you really watching the NBPL Spring Split 2024 Week 1 Day 3 for solos?
Are you?
End quotation mark?
Are you sure? How sure are you?
Making sure.
All right. I just want to make. Are you sure?
I'm like an Uber Falcon Blade. I just strike twice. That's why how easy this question is in terms of that. But you know, one play that makes me wonder with how prevalent players are saying choose the Justina for the V2 into this is that the counter towards Justinas, ironically enough, can be Takeda in most cases in solos. It's a 1-for-1 type basis where we're going to see a dodge coming from Justina to anticipate it. But all the enemy player, like for instance, if Arano, right, gets frozen, he can use his Fury and Blast to knock back his opponent, right? One thing that just comes out of it is it really does come down. End of the day, calculations are met. It's the player to player. Who can outbrain the other player? Like, well, who can just decide upon catching one to another? And the thing about that is that when it's like what character counters another, that character also counters the first character. So it's like it's just a back and forth of ones and zeros.
Ones and zeros and a lot more zeros depending on how that works and how that fits. So let's see where that advantage goes here depending on this next game here. And like I said, there's going to be a lot of time and a lot of momentum for some of these play styles here. And obviously that confidence is going to be very, very strong depending on like where we go with it. So obviously let's see where that dynamic goes, knowing that we have Akame, Roy Shishi, Jux, and PST taking out the first round selections. And obviously coming in for the man himself, J-Team PST, who just won our last game. Got a little bit of an advantage now.
Big advantage. Now we're going to enter round 5, and they're going to have first round picks between Akame, Rishishi, and Jux and Pace. So they can choose their guilty pleasure, or they can pick a pick. I think Tarka could be an appearance here. We've seen Tarka's actually end up show up in game 5 so far. So we'll see how that ends up into this grouping and seeing if any of these players are I'm not gonna say worthy enough of the mantle of Panda Man, but you know what I mean. Like just being able to be that player, right? To be the guy, you know.
Could be helpful. Could be helpful if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, one J Team, one Pace, one Justina into the first round pick. Shio is banned now. Takeda from T225. This is the fan favorite. Option to be coming out onto the board. Just Shang locking in his Tessa round. And with Arano and Shaw, it looks like an Akos for Shaw. And Arano still thinking, he's pondering about it. He wants to choose carefully now. He's making sure his cursor's not over Tianhai. And it's going to be...
Go for the Tianhai. Go for the Tianhai.
He's thinking. He's like...
Go for the Tianhai. I just want to see how wild of a pick that would be.
Honestly, though, the anticipation is killing me right now. Justina. Okay, yeah. And there's still Justinas to be available for the last round. For the last round of pick selection. So for third round, they can just, mono pick Justina or Tessa.
That is fair.
Tessa's not banned. Akos is not banned. Here's a Tessa from Joishi. Fang, come on. You going to be surprising us? Nope. It looks like he's going to be keeping the Tessa pick as a locked-in option as X and choose Justina and Frostovis. Since he did burn his Justinas, going to go into the Akos play. So, right now, this is the roster we got chosen in. 3 Shios, 2 Justinas, 1 Akos, 1 Takeda, and 1 Tess into this round. Into a Nighttime Morris map for round 5. Of course, really wanted to see, now got to see the skills because I've seen into day 1 V1 Justinas make their way. I don't know if we're going to see V1 come back, like for at least a majority of options in terms of the pick rate for that skill.
Right.
Its value in Souls and Mortal War can be even better just because you'll get a dash back, but so can you get a dash back after a Soul Bloom pickup because you get the rage necessary for it. But even more so in with V2 because you'll still get 30% rage. You just got to wait out a little bit longer for that ticks to come out. For a kill confirmation, Soul Bloom pickup immediate in the middle of the heat of battle, it can make a break. And there it is. Skill set's going to be announced. No one choosing anything outside of the pressure hold. Not seeing anything out of pocket, and V2 Justinas, V2 Shios, and of course the V1s for the Takedas, for the only Takeda into STT25 is playing that, and with the Teslas rocking the V1 F1s, it's just safety net, which the next changes to come after season 12 begins should be very interesting when it comes to the Pro League, man. Have you seen any of the changes, Doppy? for season
I've
12?
seen some. I haven't gotten a chance to see them all, but what's really going to be the change here is how different this fight is about to be in this game, as everybody is in a nice formed line, like as if we're about to go to class, just like the promo for Nbpl, because the Nbpl promo was actually really fire this season. Now, coming into this, we have Alliance, we have it as JDG Shazing, we have 521's Akane, we have so many different players. We have GG Shaw, we have Action, we have so many of them all going in towards this line here that's going from Moonlit Courtyard all the way to Wayne Shrine, all the way to that tower, leading up to the Eventide Temple, and then heading down towards Lake Yellowleaf, all the way towards, not even towards Artesian Grove. That's going to be in Lake Yellowleaf, all the way towards that left side, in between Servants' Grounds. So those far places are going to be very, very popular for a lot of that stuff here. And man, it is going to be a very, very strong game for this one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a Firefly map, ladies and gentlemen. See how strong of a first start fight this goes towards the first centers here. As everybody's going to try to see if they can go and get some decent amount of loot. We're going to see some fights break out very, very quickly.
Immediately. JG Shang takes an F2 to the face and had to burn his F1, his combo breaker. His solution to this going to be a grapple bump into the extension to a guaranteed V1. And Shang is going to try to deny Jux, who is just holding blue focus here, but that's going to be a hold blue focus right then and there. Shang picks up the first elimination of the match, folks. And I think right now he's going to save that Soul Bloom as Jushi has to go up against GG Shaw here over by this area. It does something that GG Shaw, not really sure what's going to happen through, because Arano's over in the crow's nest, so he can make his invasion over to this area. But Juishi finds his uppercut. R&B comes out here. GG Shaw might have his chance of avoiding the R&B, but does not do so. And with it, we're going to see GG Shaw actually put his opportunity to try to chase tech this out.
Oh, really? Junshin actually misgages that strike here and actually ends up giving him the advantage here in that moment here. Wasn't really looking the best here. Junshin dangerously low, and he ends up getting the strike from that. Captures the finish, and just like that says, see you later, buddy. You thought you had a shot here, but obviously closing in that gap definitely gives him a disadvantage here, and obviously the worst type of disadvantage that you want in this moment here. Let's see if that really comes to him, though, as now Action's going to be able to go back towards that rotation. Let's see if that advantage actually comes through here. Shaw fighting this out here. Shazing, nice little slam, and he ends up getting caught by the Tessa stun here. Now Shaw forced to be able to pop the ulti, but it's not going to be enough as he tries to see if he can get away. Oh, he actually ends up not getting caught in a tough situation, though, and he says, no, not today, buddy. You thought. Could be a chance here for him to be able to close in this gap as best as possible. Action just getting some nice hits coming in from the dual blades, but not too much. Here's Roy Shishi trying to see if he can close in this gap just little by little. Oh, nice hits. Going to be able to conjure up towards this one. Pops open the ice. Trying to see if maybe he can do it towards this. Let's see if he's going to be able to hit it with the Royal Wraith. Yes, he does. Beautiful clash all the way towards the ground. Ends up hitting him with the strike. Gets that finish and says, see you later, buddy. I appreciate you coming by, and I'll see you on the next one.
Yeah, he's extending car warranty right now because it looks like Exon, though, is he's playing out to your keeps. Top 3. He's looking for it. He heard you, Dobby. He heard everything. He hears everything. Just like how he's trying to anticipate a parry coming out from Shaw, because Shaw is releasing all these blue focuses coming back and forth. Parry comes out here from Shaw. F2 is invested. He has 84% until he needs 16% to build up rage. Gets the uppercut extension with the dual blades horizontal. And as much as Exon looks to try to go back into it, he's going to allow both of them to reset. Preface on what I said, he allowed both of them. He said, I'm not gonna. You can go back to where you're gonna go. I'm gonna go where I'm gonna go. Okay. All right. Cool.
That's because it's game time. It's showtime. He wants somebody to go through with that, and that's exactly what we want. Meanwhile, Action wants the smoke. You can tell he feels it. He wants it. And even with that, though, this is where he starts to come alive. Nice shots coming through. Yeah, beautiful. Gonna be able to connect it towards the nice dual halberds. Absolutely hit him with the blue focus. Sadly, it's not gonna be enough to be able to really conjure up what he needs to here. Obviously, towards this one is able to put forth what he needs to. Oh, nice hit towards that, but GG Shaw might be able to get enough. Oh, and he isn't able to. He actually misses out on the strike that he needs. It actually might not be good for Action. Action is trying to hold on little by little. Does he fully commit to the fight, or does he back off this? He tries to hit him, but obviously with that, makes it so much harder for him to be able to capture that fight.
Danger.
Wow. What a
danger.
find and a finish.
Yeah, Action's like, no, I'm still running this back. I don't care. I don't care. You know, I didn't hear the bell. Even though our ultimate's now, I'm still running this through.
He said, I'm good. I don't want that energy. I'm fine. I'm good with it. Even with all that, there are nice little bits of strikes coming in. GG Shaw just trying to see if he can time it strike just a little bit better here. Waiting for the opportunity for it to all come together. Obviously waiting for that time strike here. Oh, and GG Shaw ends up getting caught by the parry, and Action just playing with his food little by little. and he ends up scrabbaging it out, and he ends up getting them nom nom. Yum, 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 yum. Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
He said the secret ingredient is victory. Because Exon, he showcased catching as much chances for those parries. The hook gleams came out. But for Exon there, all opportunity comes down to the halberds and catching LMB uppercut blue focuses, because that's like the easiest amount of damage you can go through. He even swapped out for the Hong Sword. It's a minute swap, but it's free, where he gets able to get an uppercut for the neutrality that comes out from a horizontal attack that the dual halberds possess. But
sometimes those swipes are good, and then sometimes they're just not.
Yeah. Sometimes you
Just
get
depends,
sometimes
really.
you miss it. It's like 5 meters away from you. Like, oh, well, I'll walk this way. Arano has his position though near Joishi over to the Wand Shrine now. It looks like while Sunveil Dwelling was a spot, no one's really contesting out here. 12 players, all players are still on the board. No one's been hardy limbed, as it shouldn't be. But it also comes down to Fang, who's just scare rushing across the board, across the map. He's got 17 grapples in the dream. He's got 1 elimination, so whether or not he has a soul bloom stashed up from the backline, we'll see later on. But Exon has 2 eliminations tied in here with GG Shaw, and as well as with J Team's Pace. See, Pace is getting early game kills, and to his benefit. So when that comes through,
look at look at numbers 12 through 15. Look how close that is. That is a 4-point deficit. That is maybe less than 5, less than a 5-point deficit from being able to be in qualifying and taking out some of the players like JJH and XCG in this fight here. Action trying to see if he can close in this gap between him and Shaw. Shaw ends up getting caught by a grapple, ends up getting caught by the stun of Testa. Immediately, Action is going to try to see if he can use that to his advantage. Fang going all towards the inside. Shaw trying not to get caught. He ends up getting dashed. The question is who's going to take the elimination away? Shaw just trying not to get caught up, and Fang, ends up catching the elimination. He says no. He knew his time was up. He knew that opportunity was only going to pass him by little by little. He knew it wasn't going to be the best case scenario for him though. So obviously it just didn't come to him in his favor here, because obviously it definitely puts him in a tough slot, in a tough position, in a tough scenario overall towards this. Is now just going to slowly close this in here. And I'm telling you, Action playing the game of his life right now. And doing a great job of it too, by the way. Fantastic job. Here comes the pair. Oh, ends up getting sent off, and he says, see you later, buddy. Appreciate you. You guys thought you were going to join in this, but I said, no, I'm not going to let you. Bye-bye. That was kind of rude.
That was kind of rude. I was like, who was it? Tell me, who did it, Raiden? Who did it?
It's a little rude. You didn't have to do that. You could have let other join in. You didn't have to do that.
It's like 6 players on the board. As Arano enters the Romy Yang, though, he looking to try to lock out Jux, who, as much as Jux is getting his scare rush on, Arano's just trying to catch him off with the R&Bs. Jux activates F2. He can cancel that and get the lowered cooldown as a result. Boy, Arano catches him, goes for the uppercut. Oh! Goes to the freeze, guaranteed, trying to keep the neutral going. R&B to the R&B, into the uppercut, into the blue focus. That's going to be another one. And the jump R&B, going to get another confirmed freeze.
Wow.
As Arano is clean with it. Because he said, run the set. And he ran it. Arano going to pick up a gold staff as a result. Could pick up the Vermilion Bird's Might. Off of this end, purple nunnies as well as a secondary option, but he's not going to keep to it. He's not going to pick it up. He's going to stick to the staff. And as he comes out of the Romy Yang gate, TT25 is also there, who also won his Romy Yang. In the meanwhile, Jux losing that Romy Yang fight earlier, is not going to be looking for his Soul Bloom that he left behind over to this region, or maybe he just saw a Soul Bloom in the region, because he has no eliminations. Jux is actually rocking no kills so far. So if he saw a Soul Bloom from another player, if that other player comes back to this, they're not going to find it, which is like worst case scenario. I've seen it happen before. And now Jushi is going to be finding out Frostabus, who won his Romy Yang. Ultimate's ready for Frostabus, but he does have to worry about whether or not he's going to pop the pocket early. There's the V1 test that he's going to iframe dodge it, but look at that Fang getting a Dragon Slayer from the sky into the Nejav's Might's going to avoid it. Frostabus chases down Chuishi. He knows that there's no more ultimate cast until he gets to 55% left for the Tesla. And as it comes out here, Frostabus looking for the Scare Rush, trying to chase it out. There it is. Counters it, coming through, has 2 pounces left. He can't catch anybody. Juichi activates the Forbidden Seal, the no ult zone. Big chances for Frostabus, man. He's not gonna ult. Actually, none of these Teslas can ult here. This is actually a big grief for Fang here, as he could just take an opportunity for a two for one, a twofer, if you will.
Could be a twofer here. Meanwhile, Joshi just trying to catch him in this nice bit. Oh, ends up parrying Fang in the middle of the fight. Frostivus ends up getting a parry onto Junxing, and now it's caught in a tough situation because now Junxing is about to get turned on. Oh, beautiful parry coming in from Fang, and just like that, Fang is able to close in the gap and says, see you later, buddy. You thought you had an opportunity here. And he ends up snaking him. Oh, beautiful strike coming in. His Fang just beats absolutely dangerous onto Frostivus. Frostivus dangerously low here. And he ends up hitting with the dual blades, though. Nice strike all the way towards that end, though. Waiting for the parry strike, but it's not going to be enough as he almost catches him with the juggle. But he doesn't give him enough time, though, as he does end up falling towards the ground here. Goes for the reset. It's him off the strike again here. Question is, does he catch him on the outskirts? No, he doesn't. It's Frostivus. Ends up getting caught. Tough situation. And just like that, he is out of this game.
Yeah, Frostivus.
Actually, no, not out of this game. I apologize.
I was like, Vermilion burst. Like, he's alive. He's alive. I was dead, but I was alive. I think one close point was that Forbidden Seal was just right at the corner where he couldn't do anything. Roishishi finds a parry here into Celestra. Arano activates his F2, his combo breaker is down. And as Roishishi looks for this chase, Arano looks back and says, I stare to the face of danger. And he's going to be looking for this R&B again. We saw this in Realm Yang. He misses the second R&B, but of course, Roishishi finds the undercarriage of this bridge to save his position. The last dash for that Justina Freeze is missed. And Roishishi is trying to look for a heal, but the buttery rocks, you hate to see it. Arano, though, 1 HP, has Vermilion still. Risks it all. And Roishishi finds that elimination, Dabi. That was a very, that was a very 1 HP type moment, almost. Except the fact that Arano, he's still safe by the Vermilion Bird's Might, which in this case works in his favor, as he got that death early on instead of later into the fight of just pushing out Roishishi.
He plays to his advantage. And that's exactly what happens here in these moments where, you really do see that amount of timing coming in. And obviously that really became like the best moment for him to be able to do what he needs to. And that was a success for him. Complete success.
That part.
Now it's all about playing the position in reality.
6 eliminations for Fang, though. He's got it. I mean, he's trying to pass Mike here. At this stage,
He definitely wants to, for sure. He can. He's very close.
And take a look at the replay. I think Roishishi's fight here against T225. T225 came out victorious here, but let's take a look and see how the Furons were utilized against Shayo. As the V2 is getting blocked, you're going to see it being back-to-back as T225 forces the second block. This time, though, Roishishi finds neutral. We're going to see T225 do the rollback, and as Roishishi gets caught out here, that's a free blue focus as the Furon detonation comes out in the dash R&Bs. As T225 picks up a gold Hong Sword from his victory into that realm, he's still going to be trying to keep this pressure on, and as much as he gets caught into his R&B from Jux, he's not going to avoid that F2 as well. He's going to be pushing him back, and he's going to commit to this chase as forcing Jux here in a bad spot, almost catches him for a free blue focus with the detonation, but T225 is going to be trying to scare rush and catching him out for a quick amount of short burst damage. Armor swap is right there for anybody to take into their advantage. There's a slight uppercut, there's a grapple bump, and that's going to be an army kill confirmation for T225 into those.
Smart play, timed execution, well thought out. Obviously was able to see the advantage of what he needs to, and he doesn't actually let him go. He doesn't let him go. He decides, hey, it's time. Don't want to give that up, and obviously that becomes the best favor for him. And obviously that becomes a huge advantage in between everything that happens inside of that moment. And obviously that's why he was able to look at that and go, I am the success, and I can be the successor.
I am the one who knocks.
I am the one who knocks. Let's see what happens here as we go back and towards it. It looks like it's going to be Fang and Frostivus yet again in the realm of Yang, and it looks like EWG and BBE is also going to be fighting this out as well. Inside of the other realm of Yang, let's see where the advantages lie when it comes to some of these play styles, and let's see if that aggression is really going to become somebody's advantage in winning here, as it looks like Fang trying to see if he can capture him, but a lot of misses on both sides here. Definitely not going to be, oh, never mind. I take that back, as Frostivus is able to get a beautiful parry off of Rip here. Able to catch Tessa inside of that. Nice hit towards this, though. Ooh, beautiful strike. Almost misses it towards it. Oh, he has him inside of the strike, but not enough, though, as he doesn't end up catching him inside of the stun here. Ends up trying to see if maybe he can fulfill this finish and getting him out of that contention. Looks like he's able to potentially get the stun, but not long enough. Oh, and he ends up catching him with Zai. The mauling, though, Fang. Just trying to get out of that situation. Very tough in that moment, but obviously still rushing back towards that as he ends up catching Fang, but not enough inside the juggle, though. Almost tries to, though, in the best ways possible, but that doesn't look like it was enough. Now with that, trying to see if maybe they can close in the gap just little by little here. And Frostivus Gets caught inside of the stun, but it's not enough to keep it going. And Fang just trying to close it in, but it's not going to do it. And Frostivus ends up being the winner here, able to do exactly what he needs to flush that one out. And what a strong game coming in from both areas here. Man, able to do what he needs to here, and look what happens.
I was scared for my boy. I was scared. Oh, you can see both of those guys, EWG Arano and BB Boichishi, they met their fate. They haven't killed each other, and that's the result. They're going to be in roaming depletion mode. Frostivus got content at enchant. He was trying to disenchant. He didn't catch it. I was scared for my life, or for his life, because he can get caught to the LMB uppercut if Fang was looking towards it, but he was able to dodge and find that elimination. Now Fang,
he was scared.
You remember that Soul Bloom I said?
Yes.
Oh, he has 2. Yo, he doubled down his insurance.
So he was
policy.
really good. He wasn't gonna let that go this time. He was like, nah. Yeah, I missed out last time because someone else stole it. I'm gonna make sure I got one.
And as a result, we're looking at Rishishi hiding in the bush. He is in roaming Ying depletion mode, but I don't know if he's looking for a third party as a result, or for a res, or someone who's going through the Morse Blessing. Anything for Rishishi to take an upper advantage into ambushing somebody and just trying to catch the kill. But
listen, a blessing,
Arano,
a blessing.
That part. Kills are points are points. Winning is winning. You know, family.
Exactly. You're not first, you're last.
I owe you a 10-second card type basis. You got it
right.
Pushing now he's pushing the 4th gear here with the Valiant Challenger. Now everyone knows where he is. This is a double-edged sword. White Tiger's prowess buff going to be coming out from Frostivus as he's hunting this down. He disengages though. Nice glide.
Smart disengage right now. He's doing well. He's in condition. He's in 5th right now. Doesn't really want to risk getting out this early with what he's been doing so far. No reason to. No point. It was a much better call for him to just be like, nah, it's better. As we look back inside of the fight here, Arano has a massive disadvantage here in towards this. Let's see what happens on how he's able to pull this together here. Nice strike. Let's see ulti able to do the work. Nice juggle to be able to piece this one together. Nice long strike coming in from the long sword here. Comes up, catches him again. Oh, they both end up going out.
Yeah. That's tough.
That's tough.
My man was like, I got this. Yoink. Cast him out. You know, that's what happened. That's what everything comes out. He was clean with catching Rishishi there the last freeze, but if he had just around like 2 seconds, not even like a second, he would have caught that blue focus. He would have released it. Rishishi would have been down. He would have been the champion in terms of that Romy Yang fight. But of course, Arano, he's not going to be in the engagement factor. He finds Rishishi now. It's seemingly a battle of the giants here between the two. Both of these guys running into Romy Yang depletion. Rishishi gets caught into the uppercut. There it is. Going to be going in for again. Gets caught. Arano's going through with that. Going to keep his chance. The fire to force out the burn. And as it comes through, not going to be a chance, but a parry comes out. Arano finds the escape. He's going to be dipping out. Everyone wants to chase each and one of these guys out. Rishishi actually having ultimate still active, 2 blocks, catches the teleport, gets caught into the freeze. RMB comes out, Tessa from Fang, and as it comes out, Rishishi is going towards the direction of the fire. Or actually, JDG Shishang is actually going to catch that Tessa. Oh, my mistake, because now he's going to be picking up this kill elimination if he can, if he doesn't get denied. And as Rishishi has himself into worrying about what's next, Shishang just tries to keep the pressure on, pistol shots from T225. And you can see T225 just keeping those range damage spot shots as often as possible. And now here's a kill confirmation for one of these players, because there's no way that he gets out of here alive. There it is with a poison splash to deny everyone the healing. Sobloom pickup from T225 here is going to deny Rarano from being able to survive here for much longer. He has a minute and 10 seconds to make this count. So he's taking the time to disengage, reset, try again, because there's 3 targets in the list for him right now. Either it's Fang, either it's Shishang, or if it's going to be T225. He knows one of these ultimate, or maybe not, knows the ultimate to be cast by one of the Tessas into the field, but he's got to have to pick choose his fights wisely here.
I'm going to take it to that moment here. See if that advantage really does become like his best moment here, or even with that too, maybe even a moment where he can also go, hey, there's an advantage that I have. I know I have an advantage here, and I'm going to use this to the best of my abilities here. Sometimes it really just is all about timing and really just being smart with what you have. And let's see what Arano can do here as he does end up chasing T225 in this moment here. Ends up going for the freeze, though. The circle's on the outskirts of this tick. Ends up getting caught by somebody else's Tessa. Oh, no. Off the bat, not looking good as he ends up trying to pop the ulti. Oh, no. Oh, no.
He gets it.
Wow.
That's crazy. That is sublime for Arano.
He really just caught a freebie.
Really
wow.
He calculated X to Y, and he was like, I'm gonna increase that to a pistol shot to the face. T225.
Calculated catching a freebie is wild.
is a big brain.
Wow. Even with that amount of timing, though, still was able to find that moment. And Sales still says, hey, I'm going to use that to my advantage, and goes, hey, I'm going to go snag that real quick. Yeah, you don't need that. That's fine. Well, do we need to come back to this later?
This is dangerous for Fang as Frostbus actually tries to ambush.
Oh no, it's JJ. As Fang ends up getting eliminated outside of the circle. No, the Bane. There's not. Yeah, you're done. You're cooked, buddy. You're cooked.
Medium well.
Absolutely cooked.
Would you like some
It's crazy and very much unexpected in that moment. Or unfortunate though, towards that amount of timing though. Wow.
Kind of strange though, because like after all that Moonbane action, there's still one more Moonbane now to kind of worry about. But all three players are playing, they're playing the trifecta here of just separating from one another. 3 kills for Arano, 3 for Shishang, 2 for Frostivus. As Frostivus is the lonely Akos, he could have a little bit of trouble because if he engages ultimate as Arano would as well, Shishang could find a Tesla ultimate. If Shishang finds an ultimate against Akos, Arano could find the V2 opportunity to confirm the kill after the enchant and confirm a double freeze with a pulse sword swing. And if Frostivus sees Shishang and Arano go toe-to-toe, all he's got to do is just look for an opportunity like this right now. There is a parry coming out from Frostivus as he chases down Shishang, who catches him into that neutral position in the immediate scare rush. And now here's Arano against Shishang as the chase goes on here. Golden armor for Arano. Big, massive spike coming out here. There's the V1 Tessa. Shishang is going to go ahead and try to put the pressure. If Frostivus heard this, he's going to go ahead and try to find a flank out of here. And of course, no enchantment to come off here as Shishang looks to disengage. And as a result, Scare Rush is to just back off here. Frostivus finds his chance. Now it's Frostivus versus Shishang as Arano looks for resetting his gold armor. Shishang is going to be trained, just going back and forth, A to B, back and forth between this side of the Eventai Temple. And as Arano is just trying to create that, I want you to burn your resources opportunity, such as with the ultimate. That's the best case scenario. You try to bait out the V1 Tesla ult to get used, you iframe it, and then all of a sudden they have nothing to do except their F1 if it has been burned already. And Dobby, second Moonbane here, the last Moonbane into the lobby. You think it's going to grief?
I think there could be some griefing. I definitely think there could be some griefing. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, I would say no. The only reason why I feel like is because since it's game 5, it might not. I feel like a lot of people grief in game 6, but I don't think griefing in this moment really would be like the best call. Wouldn't be the best interest in mind in certain situations here, and it might not be the best look. So you definitely have to kind of be a little bit more hesitant in certain situations and maybe play that to a little bit more of a better opportunity for you. As Shazing is going to try to see if he can rotate this out. Actually doesn't get caught by the Bane's Breath. Almost does get hit by it. Has to be careful where he is in terms of where he's going with it, but obviously he's going to see exactly where he can be able to put that together here. Obviously, with all of the turning, it's still going to be able to rock back towards it, see if their advantages are going to be exceptionally well. So we got a few players left alive in this lobby here, waiting for the opportunity to see which one's going to strike more or which one is going to be better in these moments. Only time will tell. Because now we're just slowly closing in this gap little by little. It's going to be exciting.
It is. I think one thing that's going to allow for a catch out, right, is just the quick shunts coming out, but also to the fact that this round is going to be preceded by the final round for these guys. So right now, Frostbus is teeter-tottering. He needs to at least make sure that by next round to accumulate just enough points to keep himself away from the catcher-upper, in this case, Jux, who is at the 13th spot right below JJH with XSY from the bottom of the 12. Now, Frostivus, he made mention of this. He's like, I need to get to 12 plays. I need to get to the top 12 because I want to make it to finals. He said that in the interview as well earlier today. And, he's making it happen. He's inching by inch to it because all that matters right now is for him to make it through. In the meantime, while Shishang and Arano are still in there, they're still kind of, they're chilling, chilling across the board. On top of this building, top of this rock face. And as Arano kind of keeps his pistol coming out here to charge up, he's looking for the opportunity for poke against one of the opponents. As Frostbus forces his own F1 out, Shishang looks to try to engage upon oh my goodness, sends him to the opposite ends of the rock. But that's a Frostivus play right there with that have to detach in the Phoenix class and an enchant against Arano. Now what he's looking for, Shishang switches up the target selection towards the target that he hits and gets himself for an RMB, forces the F2 of Arano. Now, this is going to be dangerous. Arano's in the middle of the site, but it looks like Shishang taking the time to try to heal up one armor powder. Arano not going to look towards it. He's not going to allow it. He's gonna be keeping the poke off as he gets caught into the stagger. An ultimate from Arano. Is that too early for his chance? I'm not sure, but he's got a gold Hong sword, so if he does a lethal jab, he can do a quick set amount of damage, unless he does too much damage with his vertical attack. He's trying to calculate it as it comes out here. Sheng, though, no armor, has his chance to catch Prosperous. F1 from Prosperous as Diakos. Tries to push back Sheng, and as it comes out, he's got an ultimate cast to go through. He misses, no targets. Now this is where Arano, remember that play I said, right? He finds this chance for third party with the V2, and the kill comes out from Arano against Sheng, and then with it, Phoenix Blast, Hep the detach. The launch is coming out. The ultimate's ready for Arano here. He's got it. He's got F2 to cast out here, and looks to try to space away from his target. Gets his vertical parried. Doesn't have a combo breaker. This is an extension off the terrain, but no, it doesn't seem to be the case. Arano tries to find his chance. He had another Hong sword in his pocket the whole time. He misses that freeze, and with this, Frostbus uses his F1. He has only damage mitigation to work off of. Nice parry. Another chance for him to extend off of this, and that's going to be a Phoenix Blast with a Hep to kill confirm, even with a Mortal Defiance. Frostbus gets his first place position this round.
Actually insane to see the timing and what he has with that Frostivus, able to find the moment the NA got himself. That's my boy right there, man. That's good people. I'm so happy to see him, absolutely, with the smiles on his face, the energy, absolutely uptight. But obviously, we know who ended up winning towards the end of that round there. The fight was very much a back and forth. The timing was everlastingly incredible, but at the same time, though, it really could have been anyone's game towards the end of that. But it ends up being DRG's Fang.
Surprise.
He
got Moon-made out. He got Moon-made out. he got 6 eliminations last we saw in 4th place. So it would make sense. I think everyone in the top 3 were having 2 2s and 1s. So for the most part,
we got you.
I think
kind of interesting to see though how those games went though, like overall, like when you really think about it too. We've been playing the game so well. The timing has been everlastingly incredible. And in reality, it really only took a few slow moments here for that to really pop off. Very surprising to see that, especially with Arano too, because Arano was really playing the game of his life. If I'm not mistaken here, he really was playing the game of his life. The energy has been there. He was able to find his moments to be able to go through with the stretches. The timing has been this was a well authentic game right here. That was a good game to go into it, knowing we still have one more game left, and that energy is like steadily growing more and more, and I love to see it so far. But to see Fang all the way towards the top though, overall, really stellar game for a lot of these players, especially for Arano. I know Arano definitely has to feel really, really good, knowing that he is just one step closer. He's just inches. He's got to keep going little by little by little by little, and sometimes that's all you need. With how these stats are and how crazy this type of lobby is for these solos. Oh yeah. Big ups.
I think Arano really is going to be that showcaser of, you know, the tenacity, right? Just putting his pressure into making sure that he can, you know, I can be consistent with it. We've seen him doing that Justina freeze with the uppercut afterwards and just extending that pressure. X to Y knocks it over to the corner and then guarantees that kill both in the Romiang and outside. He's being consistent with it though. He's capturing his opponents when they're least expecting it to be able to lock them away from anything that they can do, because at the moment that they're not able to land on the ground on their own 2 feet, if they get denied, Arano will take advantage of that, and he's making sure he's doing that even to the rounds 1 through 4 so far. And now to the 5th round concluding, we have just this last one to be seen where that kind of stems into play, such as is what we've seen here, Davi. Any opportunity to just wait it out into the very, you know, slick moment of when your opponent sees them you see them running away, you check their armor, they got none, you find an opportunity, like, okay, when should I engage? Like how Arano uses V2 as a way of pressuring out someone from facing him. He waits, he pushes back, because now he puts them in the bad position, and then he rushes right back into them with the ready to go ultimate once the rage per second starts ticking down.
Even with the rage per second though, because I'm looking back at the tapes here, even with that timing though, he still was able to like really adapt as quick as possible without fully letting that disadvantage just completely overshadow him entirely. Because that really could have been like a lot harder, but I mean, he still was able to stay alive through this. But even with that though, still have a lot more to do here, and obviously we got another thing for y'all. Y'all need to pay attention. Yes, indeed. As we look back at the scoreboard here, 6 eliminations, 9.3 in total. Arano putting in that top 2 with 4 eliminations and that 7.6, and Frostivus with that 7.2. Frostivus really taking its time here and really playing to the advantage that we love to see, especially for a player like Frostivus. Frostivus has really shown how special and how important he is to the game, and at the same time, what he can do as a player with that play style, and him just being able to just dish it out and just go at it hard. It's impressive to see. Really impressive to see.
Yeah, 3 kills, got the first place spot, has that massive multiplier working for him. And now with the standings, it's overall. It's going to be interesting to see how it stands for the bottom 6. Now, Joishi has 12.6. He's in 18th. AS is not participating, but he's at 21.6. But let's take a look at the players who are playing today. Roy Shishi at 22.2, 25.2 for J-Team's Paste. We have Akame from 521 at 25.7. This is closing in to where TE's Jux has 27.2. That threshold is now between these 3 players, and even to Roy Shishi, if he gets a push for 4 eliminations of knocking out Jux, right, knocking out Akame, knocking out Pace in the early game, to his hopes and crossing his fingers, because Gatekeeper right now for the player that's playing today is Frostivus at 36, but XXY from JJH is going to be that final score. 29 points is where it's going to be met, and seeing how these players want to push past that threshold to make it to the finals this weekend. Yuji Shaw, though, is having a great game with a 9th place position with 39.7, with Chu Shang having 40.2 today overall, with Bowda Exton with 43.4. And you can see Chu Shang's point value today skyrockets his previous day performance from second day, from 8.9 from day 2. Now he's at 31.3 for his second day of playing today. And that's a hefty feat of just catching up those points, because after day 2, you see the scores, you're like, okay, let's see where I stand across the board. And essentially, he dropped from the bottom of the 12 or bottom of the 6 down. Now he's in the middle of the 6. So he's doing pretty phenomenal in that job in that regards. And TT25 having himself here in the 6th place overall with 44.8. Arano is climbing past him here with a 55.7 point day so far. And we have Fang, who is now literally 1 point away, 1.1 point away from passing out Mike for first as the overall for the bi-weekly before the finals concludes.
Sounds like Fang. Fang is a very unpredictable character. Not only that, he's a very unpredictable player. As we look back at these solos for our game number 5 here and look back at the replays here, seeing as though Shazang still playing that game and it really just adapting very well to it, even with the stun, the Testa really was the favorite of this lobby here overall here, as Arano gets caught within the juggle. Roy Shishi really playing that off here. And look at the movement, though, coming in from Action, though. Really taking the time to swipe, get away with a nice dodge, and then be able to time it with that. Doesn't even really force the freeze until the very end. But the freeze is able to do the majority of the work after that, because he's already did a lot of the work towards that at the beginning. And with that, though, comes a lot more of the other ranges towards that as general. Look at the end skirts for this one, though. This was one of those moments here. Tries to catch him on the outside, but just like that, he's able to just clap him on the inside. And then T225, able to do so much towards that. This was that stun we were talking about, too. Look at this. Boom. Doink. Give me that. I want that. Appreciate you. Thank you. That ice spell smooth coming through, though, as Frostivus able to put in that much work, though, and pushes him on the outskirts. Absolutely ends up. I know Frostivus has to be really good.
He's a rock. Yeah, there's rock, paper, scissors.
I gave him paper, so I won.
You gave him paper, so I won.
Yes, I win. But it's not about the paper. It's not about the rock. It's about Fang. 11,000 damage, 6 eliminations. Pole sword 3705, long sword 3176. Hepta detached Phoenix Blast, dual ring, abyssal aurora, blistering edge, and dual circles coming through for Fang. Really showing why he is here to stay and why he is in the top 3.
Yeah, these double cast Jades are really something. I mean, if you take it to your advantage, not only can you use it to switch up the fight, like dual circles, for instance, it gives you a heal back for dealing the damage for a 1, 2, 3 for the fan. But Jades, such as Dual Ring, and even to the extent of the Dual Blades Jade for Splitter, those 2 Jades can cause a silence. And this is just like a note towards how effective they can be. You can also utilize it in a way of capturing not only to an opponent, but for a third party who's trying to drop in there for a R&B for the fan. You can catch them and ring them around the rosy, just being able to get the silence and grouping them together for an extension with pistol shot. I really like to see Splitter be used for tech Jace, just because then if you do a 1, 2, 3, they're not expecting you to catch right behind them, because it has such a long range reach with their melee aim assist that they could just take into full chase mode. But it's a dream. It's copium.
True. I mean, even that. Yeah, even with that, it's tough. But you know what? You know what is tougher? Me having to go to the bathroom. I'm going to be right back. We're going to get ready to lock in for our final game, our 6th and final game of the night. So far, the ideas and the games have just been so strong. They've been so crazy. Are we going to see a back-to-back from one of these players? Is Toronto going to get another dub, or is somebody else going to take that away? We'll find out in just a moment.
Did you see this coming?
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back for game 6 for today, the final game, day 3 for the Nbpl spring split. And of course, right before we head into duo or to the finals, but more importantly, with my co-host, Senor Dabier. And just like that, Dabier, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you one question. How many kills did DRG Fang get in the game 5? You saw that transition? Wow.
That was clean. I just can't answer it because I don't want to give it away.
Oh,
but is it going to be 5, 6, 7, or 8? One of y'all know the answer in chat. I know you do. So the question is, who was it? Why don't you put your answer in chat here for a chance at a random split gift? NARAKA Blade Point. Here in the Twitch chat.
Someone's going to say 17. I'm like, oh, what game are you playing?
Crazy.
It's gonna be interesting if they get the answer right. But you know, someone actually in chat is like, "Yo, Caster Chaos, where is it at?" I'm like, "What do you mean by that?" A lot of things coming out between. You know, the stream has been having a lot of changes. You know, a lot of things that come through, such as for you know, we had a resident book reading. I was providing the nature sounds. Dabier was, you know, doing the narration. It was from the Book of Shaw, chapter 27, volume 2. How to be in tranquil waters. It's crazy.
Deep in it. It's deep in it. Like just when I was at Hot Pot and y'all was trying to have me eat spicy. You know, I was deep in it. I couldn't get out of there. You know, they wanted me to eat so much spicy Hot Pot. It was crazy. I was like, I don't really do spicy. They were like, too bad.
Day after, you're like, all right.
Day after actually wasn't that bad. I'm not gonna lie, it actually wasn't that bad. The taste enhancement was there, but some of it hurt a little bit. And you know, I just had to drink me some tea or some juice. I'll be all right. You know, but at first I was like, I don't know if like this is the move for me. I don't know if this is like, you know.
It's like a flip of the coin through the fingers, like, what's it gonna be? And then you're like, going through.
All I'm gonna say is and this is to Raven. Pink Brain wasn't really that bad. It wasn't really that bad. It wasn't that bad. Really wasn't. I've had some wild things before. That was wild. Really wasn't that bad. But yeah, back at it again. You know, back to the craziness. You know, it's not about me. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about us. We're going to get back into the game here. 6 games deep. And this is about to be our 6th and last game of the night. Groups A and B. The expectation for some of these players, very high. Some of these players on the chopping block. The point difference to getting to close to qualifying is less than 4 points. Is the difference maker. Now, it's not even about the top. It's not even about the top solos right now. I'm not even focused on them anymore. I'm focused on the bottom few that are just above contention, that are just close enough to make it, but haven't yet. And I'm interested to see who is going to lock in, clutch up, and fully focus towards the very, very, very end of this final game of game number 6.
It's tough, man. XXY has that gatekeeper spot for the 12th place position, or rather, you know, just to like put it in a preface into notes, right? You have to understand that Jux is the one that's on nearby to the jockeying block. They showed him first for a reason, and I was like, oh no, Jux, because he is on 13th spot. He is in 13th place, just like how Pace was once before. But this is the first bi-weekly final, or first bi-weekly week, so we still have a chance of seeing these players perform admirably into the last, or the second, third, and fourth round before grand finals to make their spot, make their names known. Essentially, with, you know, wild now plays that come out from left field that gives them the necessary push and it evens out the boundary line. Because right now, final round selection is going to take in place. We're going to see who's going to be holding on to who, and then who's playing Akos who on top of their character selections that they've been not, you know, choosing for the past 3 rounds into the Morris Isle map, because Hollowrath already invested a lot of those Ping Yings, a lot of the Fairy Shens. We saw Justina's getting chose out at their single picks. We've seen Shayo's being chosen now for their single picks. And for now, we're going to see the Dobby. I mean, what's your pick on an out-of-pocket pick? Like, who do you think is going to be choosing the character?
Out of pocket definitely will be Fang. Fang has definitely has had a very long history of picking out of pocket players, especially in the 6th and final game. So I wouldn't be surprised if he did pick something that really was kind of out of pocket, as he does pick the Takeda, not necessarily out of pocket, but I could see him using that to his advantage here in this final game here. The question is anybody else though?
Jux is looking to contend.
Right, he's contemplating maybe something different potentially, but I don't know. I really do see if I look at this entire roster, I would definitely look at Fang being the first person that usually does start to. Oh,
bam!
I take it back.
He's gaming.
Oh, buddy, do we have a game on our hands?
Gamers United. That's crazy, Rishi. You know, it's like, this one's for you, homie. I'm honestly,
I love you, bro. Like, I love you, bro. Oh my goodness. The unexpected pick came from Roy Shishi. Was not ready for that. Honestly, me personally, I was not ready for that. If it was anybody I would have taken a guess on, it wouldn't have been Roy Shishi. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't think of you sooner. My bad.
said put some respect on it. And I'm like, okay.
Put some respect on it. Clearly. I apologize. Yo, as we're about to get ready to lock this in, ladies and gentlemen, we about to have some fun.
Yo, you know, one thing I'm worried about into this lobby is the only thing that's going to stop Roishishi in any case scenario.
They're parties.
They're everywhere. They're below you, they're above you, to the side of you, they're in the next state, they're in the trifecta, tri-county area, Dr. Doofenshmirtz level type of grief. And I think one thing that comes out is that the skill selection here is going to be crucial from the choices of the picks. Now, Roishishi rocking the V1F1, that's Tarka. No other opposition of choices here between the Justinas. I'm seeing the V2s and F2s, and I'm seeing Jux with the V1F3 as Takeda alongside with Fang. And of course, TT25, he's going to be picking out this game as a Shayol, and this is going to be his second round pick. So this is the character that he was holding out for a double round play. But the Tessa's out here, Frostvis having to choose that as well as with Extion. It's just going to be going into a crazy route if everything comes to the favor of the one out-of-pocket pick right between both Paste and Roishishi as the two consolidating choice picks of their characters of Akasu and Target G. Is that they don't get caught out early on, because we saw those fights early on to round 4, right? The Islet Crater went crazy, Crow's Nest went crazy. A lot of those players kind of converged into one area, and then they dipped out. They separated away from it. That's where you can get caught out as those hyper carry choice top. And this map pick rotation does showcase that it might be the same case.
I still can't believe Roishishi locked in Target G. This is crazy for the 6th and final game. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need all hands on deck. I'm gonna need all cameras pointed at Roy for the Tarka. Yeah, I need that. That's all I need currently. Meanwhile, this map is absolutely decently spread out, though. This is a very spread out map. GG all the way in the back of GG Shaw in Sunwing's Rest. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams definitely branched out in the usual favorited places. Zest Winery, Artesian Grove. There's going to be one person that's going to be Shishi inside of center of Celestia, or closest center of Celestia near Village Pavilion. PST, bottom left section, Trifid Junction, in the same place as they just was when they first started here. And the Tarka F1, definitely going to be interesting to see as we go back towards DRG's Fang. Chazang ends up getting caught with a parry, ends up getting juggled, trying to see if maybe he can get caught with it. Not enough, though, but he does get sent back further enough where Fang has a chance to escape here, and it looks like this is the chance here. Listen, there's one person that knows how to get away. It is Fang, and look what happens. He's gone.
Avoids it. He said, "You want the smoke?" Because Fang was rushing towards the Firefly over to that tower, and I was like, "Are you really gonna want to watch that down, dog?" But Frostvis catches Exon, uppercuts confirmed. Third party with that parry. Obviously, Juishi came out here to play for that parry. Immediately gets the R&B for the blue focus, and he's looking at Frostvis like, "You don't have enough. You don't have an ultimate cast here just yet." And catches those double R&Bs. Joishi gets his first elimination. Roishishi gets parried as Arano goes ahead and confirms it with the Pulse Sword. First elimination for Arano here. But Joishi is not going to have to really decide upon where he wants to spawn. Like you said, like players are over to the Dryfit Junction. We saw Pace over by Windmill Gorge going towards the Zest Winery. And as Artisan's Grove is going to be where Jux is, Arano is arriving to the scene. Just trying to create a little bit of shimmy action and just trying to rush him down towards this area. Arano actually almost having ultimate ready to go here. So as a defensive measure against Jux, if things get a little bit too dangerous for him to kind of handle, he just takes the mitigation off of the Black Tortoise blocks in case of any melee strikes or from Furin. And as I say that, Pace goes ahead and try to lock down Jux, who I think used F3 there with an ultimate coming out from Pace. He gets caught out in the most extreme of measures, almost getting locked into place with that R&B spear, but it wasn't hit. Jux gets caught into the pounce. And as Jux looks for scare rushes or opportunities of avoiding, every single player around the vicinity knows that he's going to be the low one. And as it comes out, Jux gets caught out. And R&B from the Pulse Sword swing as Arana tries to go ahead and secure this. We're going to see Jux actually push his Furin into the opposite direction away towards Pace. And Pace is keeping this transgressions against Jux, as Jux is finding every single common armor swap known to mankind next to this tower. And this focus right now is not looking too good. And as he gets caught out here for Zhashang, he'll find the elimination pickup as the knockback comes out from his opponent, Arana.
Absolutely well made in terms of that timing, though. Could have been any better as PST looks like he's going to take that opportunity here, really to try to see if he can push towards Arano here. It looks like PST wants to try to see if he can capture this OLs. Ooh, nice blue strikes, trying to see if maybe they can close in this gap here, but it looks like the pistol shots coming in from PST, from behind PST actually. It's going to cause PST to actually go through for the escape here. Doesn't really want to go through that fight knowing that there is somebody that's going to be right behind him here. It looks like one of the team members decides he wants that energy and he wants the smoke. PST does have the heals and the shield enough to really fight this out as he goes through with the scale rush here. And it looks like he might be able to catch him in this corner, but he decides to back out. Nice little zigzag, though, off that. And then he ends up actually catching him off the entrance, though, of that building. Arano is going to catch him on the right side, though. Oh, ends up actually hitting him towards it, but it's not going to be enough here. As we end up going towards another fight here. It looks like it's going to be a whole four-way as Junshi ends up going through with the freeze, though. Doesn't want to get caught up. Nice bow shot trying to see if they can connect, but unfortunately misses out on it. Kame taking his time, though. Obviously looking forward to the rest of this fight here as he's just taking his time little by little. Doesn't necessarily want to force anything if he doesn't have to. As Junshi dangerously low. Oh, and he ends up becoming and arriving a little too late there as T225 is going to capture a clean elimination on the Junshi. Kame wants to see if maybe he can finish this fight off. It looks like he might be able to, and he does. At least be able to get a little bit of some payback here. Beautiful parry on a GG Shaw. Goes for the freeze and gets a double.
Akame, he's clean with it. Yeah. To say the least, T225 was not anticipating, I guess, the buttery rocks, but put him in a position where he's going to be locked down by Akame. But not only that, that parry, that anticipation, nothing to say the child there. Akame finds 2 eliminations back to back right there for himself. So that's going to be a 2 for Jux spawning out into the Jade Pond as Paste. Also in soul form is rushing down to this area as well. And as it comes out, we know TE Jux, he is near into the gatekeeper spot, no longer is as like Akame picks up the 2 eliminations. Now he is going to be the one that's rising above the bottom of the 6 to try to lock out JJH's XXY. Now, Exen finds Arano in a spot where, you know, maybe he could take advantage of just ringing around this building in Zest Winery, but he looks towards the scale rushes. He's got his dagger handy. He's going to be keeping it nice and mobile. And as Exen looks towards and just building up rage passively, then he could try to take a chance of turning this around after the Shio ultimate is run through its course. For the V2 ultimate, Arano just needs to anticipate one hit to come out or just force Exen to kind of back off, but it's not going to happen. Exen's not going to allow that. He's just like, nah, man, I'll see you next time. Nah, I'm going to do my own thing. And as Exen try to backs off around that point, he kind of makes it so that Arano just, you know, is going to be in a frenzy of just trying to escape him when Exen is still going to be behind his back. And this is the type of play that gives Exen that advantage where he can be aggressive because he's allowed to be playing. If he's allowed to play Tessa this round, he can just go ahead and force that ultimate to be, you know, the demise of the enemy by baiting him out. Maybe they're holding blue focus. He catches him in neutral, and then that's going to be the case scenario for him to just eliminate his targets.
It takes his time with that elimination, though, but he can't take too much time knowing that a lot of these players really do have that advantage here, and they're going to have that opportunity here. But look at Akame and Jux. They're both so close. 27.7 and a 27.2. So close here. Gigi Shaw is going to be able to eliminate Junshi from out of the lobby, calls it quits and says, GG's, buddy. And he's going to wait it out for that one, though. It looks like he's going to have a Soul Bloom Essence ready. So it looks like he's going to try to see if he can go towards the realm of Yang for his advantage here. Meanwhile, PST trying to see if he can get any more scraps for the rest of this game. See if he can get anything better than the weapons that he already has. Thing is, though, the environment's going to get pushed outwards towards it. Roishishi outside, just ready for his chance to get inside of the realm of Yang here. First fight's about to be happening very, very soon. Akame on that inside as we see the circle start to come through here. So we know exactly where that circle's going to end up. Circle started coming in, and obviously same thing with the realm of Yang here as it's about to be time. Everybody's staying patient here for it, trying to see who's going to get into it. It looks like it's going to be PST versus Akame, KLA versus TE, and looks like DRG versus Alliance. Looks like it's going to be Fang versus Frostivus and one of the other ones. So we're definitely going to probably see a replay from that later on. But ladies and gentlemen, they're going to go airborne. Trying to see if any of those strikes are going to hit first. Is it going to be the musket or is it going to be the bow? Looks like none of them are going to be able to connect. At least they end up landing back down here. Ooh, nice strikes. Beautiful parry to be able to connect it. Nice Reza going to be able to connect to it, but it's not going to be enough, though, because he doesn't hit the ghost. Nice slam coming through as the Akos trying to see if he can capture enough confidence. Oh, another parry back to back here. Almost catches him with the juggle, and it doesn't get him with the swipes. Yes, he does. Zarano is going to be able to get the elimination onto Fang. Now we go back onto the other side of the realm of Yang here. It looks like T225 and Jux is still going at it. This is where it starts to really become a stretch here. Takeda trying to see if he can hold strong here. And it looks like he's just absolutely getting juggled here. Nice bits from the sweep coming through. Has to be careful. Has to sweep up under. Get all that hair, then dust out of there. Just trying to make sure that your shoes is clean, Pada. As Jux is just trying to hold on little by little here. Nice hits from the ghost. Not going to be enough as T225 is going to clean, clear, and finish it up.
Yeah, T225 was holding out for that last Furin blast that was coming out from Jux. Jux was actually just staying on the ground because he wanted to make sure and confirming the Furin was to be a bait out tool. Akame, though, chases GG shot into the zone, and as it comes out, Akame has 2 dashes left. He did not confirm that grapple, which is unfortunate because he loses his time, and then GG Shaw finds his old Soblum prior from eliminating Jueshi from early on, who is out of the lobby today. So Akame finds another Soblum. This is the one that he got after that double kill, so Akame was actually behind his target. He was rushing back towards his Soblum, his insurance policy for the Romiang. And now as he decides to rotate around the entire diameter of Sunwings to just lose track of his target, he is in escalation with the weakness to the heal bar, so he cannot heal as much as he's kind of like not going to get. He's not going to get anything out of that. And then with pace, I think T225 ultimate cast comes out here, and both of these guys are now going to be on the offensive push. There's going to be the second block. The third block is still available for Pace to burn off of T225. But T225 finds his opportunity for the swipes. Bow shot's not confirmed. There is the last block for T225. Pace uses his V2 to try to push him back, and then there's a chance right there for a kill steal from the third party coming in. Will it happen? Pace dies almost until catching the kill, until just Shang uses his F2 to reinitiate into that fight as that third party and successfully picking up his second elimination so far, Dobby.
What a good timing, though, for that, though, as well. I mean, obviously able to risk it all for the biscuit as well. And same with Akame, who's just absolutely chilling inside of the bush here. Doesn't necessarily have to do too much. Look at the difference, though. 27.7 and 27.2s. Both of them are in contention. JJH is on the chopping block with that 29 points. Somebody is not making it. And it looks like JJH might not. As Akame and PST slowly putting this together, 2 eliminations, all they have to do realistically now is just stay alive unless they both attempt to grief each other. That's it. Agreed. That's all it is for the final 2, except for technically Jux, because Jux, now that he has one more shot, is one more shot with the resurrection, obviously, as he gets eliminated with the Vermilion's Birthmight, but he'll be back with all of his loot. He still has a shot here. So now really the focus is going to be on those 3 players right here. Akame, PST, and Jux. J-Team 521 and TE. There are opportunity for them to be able to clutch this up as Roy Shishi is slowly slipping away. His opportunity here, as he doesn't have any eliminations. The same with Jux. But mind you, Jux, all he needs is technically 2. And for the placement. So none of them really have to force any fights if they don't have to. Unless they focus on griefing, which that could also be the ender as well, too, because you don't want to risk griefing somebody and you end up getting griefed yourself.
Yeah. Third parties coming out. You know, you're like, oh, yeah, the target power selection. And there it is. Jux gets caught out with the F2. Shield combo rush is going to be doing that damage, and he's going to reset. And it sucks, too, because Jux also has he has a Roman Yang depletion. I'm like, this man's burning time. 1 minute and 20 seconds. That's 80 seconds on the clock. And now Frostfist gets caught out here with the crouch cancel to the F3, which is really strong here for them to actually initiate. But a bow shot, musket shots, everything shot into the face, while Jux finds the avoiding tactic of just iframing through the Tesla ultimate. And as he catches through and Frostfist is getting chased now, GG Shaw looks to try to confirm this kill. The Soblum is there. GG Shaw, can you not grief out Jux's Soblum? And he will, and a pistol shot, and Jux knew. And at that point, Arana was there for the taking, ripe for the picking with the pistol shots. Roy Shishi, though, he's still hunting around. He's still alive. He's still, like you said, though, he needs to earn four kills, first place, in order for him to pass out if Akame and Pace go through. But this is a wild haymaker play here between the 2. As Akame gets himself here at 28.4, he's getting his ranking points up, as well as just keeping the multipliers for those 2 eliminations. He just needs to keep it up past 29 or past 12th place with that 29 points. He only needs 0.7 points to beat out. You know, it's funny. It's strange that it happened twice today. 0.7 point difference coming out for the players, and of course, you know, Akame wants to try to beat that out. Pace, though, he's also right behind him. So one of these 2 are just going to hold out before after Roman Yang. And just keep their positions tight. Tight.
Definitely will be tight, though, within that space, though. And he has to be careful just a little bit longer. Right, Shishi still down there. The solo Parkaji in the lobby. The surprise pick. See if that advantage is really going to be helpful for him, though, as they're on the outskirts of the no ults on there. But who's going to be inside of this realm of Yang here? Let's see who's going to get in. It's definitely going to be Roy Shishi. who has the opportunity. Same with J Team's PST. PST, this is huge for the both of them in reality. This right here is going to be a massive deciding factor for one of these players here. Both of them basically with the same score. One of them is 0.4 difference maker into taking over the top slot here, even with the amount of kills that Rishishi doesn't have. It's just as close. Now, obviously, with that, let's see how the opportunity and the advantage comes through, as well as he also starts to pull in both the staff and the pistol coming through here. And obviously, so does the dual halberds here. Let's see if they're going to be able to push in towards that and get that same advantage. It looks like Rishishi is going to decide to back off, waits for the scare rush here, waiting for them, expecting for them to hit. Oh, ends up getting a crop at the ankle breaker of the broom. Has to be careful, though, towards that. Pops open the Tarka. They're both going to be able to come through as he ends up getting hit by the fully ult of the Mana, but it's not going to be enough as Rishishi ends up getting eliminated. PST gets an elimination, and this is huge for him. That's huge.
Yeah. He actually passes XXY because of that elimination. As long as he holds into top 6 there, I think actually Rishishi now has to, acclimate a way of how to fight this, Akos when the time comes, because he knows where he's at in terms of position. But Arano gets an elimination off into the Roman Yang. Bowder's Exon is in the guise of Pace, and Pace actually picks up the White Tiger's prowess buff. So while he's running this, we're gonna see him just rocking around. And the conversion from his weapon selection from being now from his gold spear and staying as a spear puts him through. And actually, even though they're tied score, it looks like Pace actually does completely pass out XXY. So this is where it gets interesting. Now Akame is in the boat. Like, if I get a kill, I'm passing you. And I'm going to be keeping my spot into the top 12. So this is the end game. And of course, Rishishi still has to find an opportunity here to be that the instigator if he can try to force that fight out. But Dabi, I'm really hoping to see whether or not Rishishi can get out of the Fang's guys, because he's the one who's hunting him right now.
Well, absolutely. Look at this amount of contention, though, within this fight as well. It looks like Fang is going to decide to back off this. Doesn't necessarily want to force it. As it looks like JJX is definitely, you are right, he is going to be in contention here. So he is in qualifying, but can Akame keep that same energy? That's going to be the real tick here. And the real question here is Rishishi is just falling down further and further behind here. He's going to have to be careful. He has 1 life left. He doesn't have to he doesn't want to risk anything if he doesn't have to. This is where it gets a little hasty. Now with that action, ooh, trying not to get caught in another space as well here. It looks like he's just going to time himself out a little bit, backs out that. PST back at it. Fang dangerously low, trying to get out of harm's way here. Oh my gosh. PST catches an elimination. That's his 4th. That's a 30.1. PST is slowly walking himself away and getting himself on the totem and getting away from the bottom feet within this lineup. All he has to do is, if he hits even the 34, it'd be actually impressive as well here towards this, as Rishishi ends up getting a carry towards that. He ends up getting juggled and he ends up getting sniped with a bow. Dangerously low. It's not good. Arano needs this elimination here. As if Shishi ends up popping out of this. And he says, chug, chug. And he ends up dipping out. Chug, chug, chug. Definitely does not want to get caught in that, obviously. Realizes some of them are going to be nearby here. Surprised he doesn't continue to heal more and more here. Knowing where everyone's at here. Almost has a few seconds left towards his name. Oh, no, it's not looking good for Shishi here. Shishi just trying to see if he can rotate this out as best as possible here. Oh, he ends up getting caught on the inside with T225. Both of them waiting it out. He was waiting for the parry, but it's not going to be enough as PST catches his 5th elimination. 31.2. PST is making a home run away from Akame, as Akame still has 2 eliminations. He hasn't gotten anything to get ahead of this pack.
You know what's crazy? That's 2 stacks into his White Tiger's prowess buff, so he's going to pick up some extra mitigation between range and melee for getting those kills as the WTP buff was active. Now that it's gone, he still has his chance of just making sure and keeping this place. But the fact that he picks up so many eliminations that's now walking away, like you said, Akame is now looking at the distance and he's like, I got to close gap that real quick. And for Akame, he still has blue armor, and he needs to be able to try to find a good chance of finding a body remains. Finding a mitigation factor right now is key component, because if he tries to grab eliminations, the third party can come through, snack him through, and then he's down for the count. But he needs to be able to survive the opportunity if a third party wants to try to attempt said, prowling, sense of the word, to try to avoid the opportunity for them to confirm anything at all. TG5 has that gold fan, and he's playing the Shayol, so the damage coming out from the fan there is enough. If he gets caught into one uppercut where he may not have a combo breaker available, it could be over for him. Now, Paste, Spear, still in the play. Man, showcasing the slow and steady weapon can win the race with the R&B presence slam from that Spear blue focus. But at the end of the day, it's also to the point where he can extend it with an uppercut into 2 uppercuts. But he does also have a gold staff on standby. And not only that, he's got a gold Hong sword. So if he needs to switch out here, he's good. He has the Heartstopper kick. So that could also implement why he's keeping the Spear this whole time, because you can just go in and silence somebody, or even to the extent of escaping from a fight and having the forceful pressure of seeing the Jade. I think other players could have a little bit of a scare if they try to get caught out there, especially for chasing him out and challenging him, and then all of a sudden they'll just have no chance of being able to come back into that fight. If and thens and buts.
If ands or buts about it, though. Meanwhile, inside of the Bane's Breath here, inside of Celestra, definitely trying to get on the outskirts of that one here, as they're both just taking their time here. Circle about to close in here. We got a minute left on the clock, 60 seconds. Action with the gold shield. Definitely going to be a helpful advantage with him, plus the dagger. I mean, look at the movement coming through.
Shing, 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 shing. Because it's that's the worst fear,
Background commentary provided by us here at NARAKA BLADEPOINT. It's the you love to see it.
This number is no longer in service. Type commentary coming through.
For commentary, type 1. For me, for 2. Type sir.
For hot, press 3.
Ooh. We ain't gonna get no calls. Everybody gonna pick number 3.
For the meal of the lifetime. Check it through. Pastes.
PST wants this. He wants to stay in this. He wants to make sure that he gets his first final. At least has the chance. At least gets a chance to experience it as well. Especially for Team J team for real. Akame, way ahead of this. Way on the outskirts. Really, all eyes is on Akame right now. This is really it for him. If Akame has the opportunity, now's the time to strike. He has to play his cards right. He's got to get a few eliminations. He's got to hope that PST gets out early, and for him to keep those placements high. So it'd be interesting to see if Akame does get a few eliminations and then ends up actually winning the game. That takes him over, because once you get that dub, it's 4 points. That's 4 extra points on top of whatever eliminations you got during that game and placements. It's huge. So with that comes, all right, now PST and Akame are really the 2 main people that we're fighting it out with. Shazang, Shaw, Action, TT25, Arano already qualified. They're good. We ain't got to worry about them right now. We got to worry about them. Including Frostivus and XCG, realistically. XCG technically has qualified unless PST goes crazy and ends up actually taking over for him, and Akame stays alive, ends up winning, and then they both end up qualifying and kicking JJH and XCG out. But that's very low probability. I'm going to be honest. That's a very low probability right now.
If they knock him out, that'll be crazy. But I'm really... It's kind of a nuts predicament right now, because all these players are sticking to the outskirts, but then all of a sudden, bam, Moonbane, we're back in it. Valiant Challenger buff is crucial here, and Nexon actually finds the time to tuna here in the midst of chaos. He's playing through the fate of it, and while Paste has his has his Heartstopper going through, Akame is in a weird spot between 2 targets. He's playing the game of he's like a Mexican standoff. He's just like, all right, who's gonna be pushing me first, and then Paste is like, no, who's gonna be pushing me? With every single one of these pressure points of the blue focuses, it's just to be able to knock out not only to the bow shots or range shots in general, but also to anyone who's like, I just want to poke this out. And it's also a flex. So I got this. Jade. What do you got? You got what, dual circles? What are you gonna do with that?
Nice little space here. I mean, even with that too, that advantage can be very good depending on how well you're able to hold it. Especially on this bottom section right here, where the rocks are, and just this kind of real space here where if you're really not paying attention, you can either get just straight sniped by a bow, a musket could possibly rock your heels, or you could be able to catch somebody else slipping, while they're so focused on maybe somebody else as well. But it'll be interesting to see where though. But they definitely don't want to get too caught up in the center, if that makes sense, like where PST is currently. And it's really those outskirts is really like where you can just have that space. You don't really have to worry about too much of like who's behind you per se.
Yeah, because a tree is only a tree. It's like a stick figure in the midst of chaos when people just start ramming you with ranged weapons. But we're gonna see Exton actually push out Arano here.
Pause.
Mega pause.
Pause, sir.
Pause 7.2. Arano has himself 4 eliminations and it's keeping his heels going as no one decided to really rush him down. But that's only because his ultimate might be the main factor. He's pushing out GG Shaw though in a position. And then Pace is keeping close to this creek. Yeah, and like you said, like him being in open, not best case. Those rocks though, they'll protect him from shield, from range shots. And you're gonna see a Razor Swift actually coming out from Exton against T225. T225.
Oh no, here we go. This is how it starts. Exactly. It comes up first. Tessa stun. Obviously, he's gonna get stunned by that. Oh, nice shots by it. Obviously, trying to see if he can keep it together here, but it looks like the range shots. Akame is gonna try to see if maybe he can get a free one. But T225 comes from behind and actually rocks him and completely throws him off his game for his chance of getting a free elimination. Akame ends up getting it as a T225 ends up getting eliminated out of that, which is unfortunate. But Jasing ends up actually taking that elimination away here. Meanwhile, PST way at the bottom down towards it. Action. Maybe trying to see if they can go towards the move. A lot of daggers, it sounds like. At least to me, it sounds like there's a lot of daggers in this room. That could be, is the dagger in this room? Maybe. It'd be interesting to see where that comes from, though. That bow shot was absolutely lethal. That could have been the free elimination for Akame and what they needed here. But now their operation and their potential to getting qualified is slowly slipping away from him. As Akame is going to have to try to see if maybe they can make some moves here and just play smart with the amount of timing that they have here as they go for the repair with the bow here. Going to take their time, trying to see if they can rotate this in circle 6. Slowly going to inch closer and closer away to everyone's demise here as it goes for the first strike here. GG Shaw is going to get absolutely exploded on by the Tiger as well. The Akos trying to see if maybe they can maneuver it as well here. Akame just trying not to force himself into certain fights here, giving himself the opportunity with those bow shots. All he has to do is hit something decent. Oh, and the parry comes through. This is not good for him as he does end up going through with the freeze here, but it doesn't end up taking over with the shield here. Definitely does not want to get caught up here as he does end up forcing the ulti to pop out. And he's outside of the circle here. He does have to play this very carefully. He doesn't want to waste what he has. And it looks like he might be wasting his ulti so far here. He might not get a chance to be able to freeze anybody into this game. Curious, why would he might be doing a potential refresh here, which is completely fair, but he might have popped it a little bit too early. That actually might be the worst call for him to make here in this section. But let's see what happens here. I could be wrong here. He does have 60%, so there is that opportunity for him to be able to do that potentially as he does get hit, and he ends up going through with the freeze. And Arctic Wraith ready for the opportunity for him to strike here. Shazing trying not to get caught up. Both of them getting ricocheted off of it. No shield at all towards his name here. Waiting for the shield as Shaw. Trying to see if he can hold strong. Same with Action. Waiting for that opportunity. Goes for the strike. Trying to see if he can push towards Action, but ends up getting blocked. PST trying to hold on strong. And obviously goes to the slam right in front. Akame trying not to fight this with Arano. Arano has a full small little island to himself here. All he has to do is have some coconuts and mangoes. And he's able to do exactly what he needs to here inside of this fight. Akame trying to hold strong here, does get hit by the long sword spear, and he ends up not trying to get caught up. It's like whack-a-mole on each side. Definitely does not want to get whacked in the section here, because he goes one side, he might get whacked. Go to the left side, you might get whacked. Akame has to play this smart, and he has to play this tediously. As PST tries to see if he can get a nice hit off the outskirts here, Arano almost falls towards off the outside, and here comes PST, trying to see if maybe he can follow this up and just get further and further away as Tessa ends up catching 2 stuns on the outskirts here. Arano, Shazing, both of them fighting it out. They're both going to get stunned outside of the circle here. This is not good, but this could be free reign for somebody here. As Akame trying to see if he can hold strong towards the end of the circle here. Looks like there might have been a takedown. Akame just waiting it out, just playing this smart and playing consistent. Here comes the Arctic Wraith. The timing couldn't be better. Goes for the stun. Is able to at least stun at least 2 to 3. Does he catch 2? He might be able to catch it as well as the stun as well. PST does catch 1. He waits for the timing. PST catches 2, 3, 4. Ladies and gentlemen, Action shuts it down. PST holds strong and he catches a dub and he qualifies for the bi-weekly final.
An impeccable moment of just unlucky and luckiness at the same time. Akame was making that V2 work so well until 1, his pulse sword gets clanked out, and number 2, his second, he gets parried out. Pace came through, pick up those last second eliminations 1, 2, and 3, and then he was like, all right, so when's finals? And like, it's in 2 days, dog. chill. He picks up his first MVP though. Actually, no, he picks up his second MVP today. So now he's on the same realm as JG Shisheng came through for his for 2 rounds of MVP today. And overall, I mean, Justina, it was a close call. Honestly, GG Shaw there in the final points was was clean with a giant escape and using the scare rushes, right? But him having to worry about the Tessa ultimate was not so great. It's really not a great feeling when you're locked into the sky and then all of a sudden you see a Tessa dropping down towards you or literally looking at you from below to up, and you're like, well, I can't avoid this at all. And that chant just kind of switched over the whole ordeal into that fight. I mean, I'm honestly proud to see Pace make it through though for finals. It's a valiant push, especially coming up from 18th and then coming up to 12th. And it's not even the last time we've seen this. Like he could be. I mean, not saying that he could perform, in bad in the early, but in remarkable into the end. But also to the extent that he's climbed out of the trenches before into catching back into now the spotlight. It's like a point.
Very true. Even with that, and being able to work towards that with so much on the line, PST was able to hold strong, find his moment, find his stretch with that. I can't wait to see what the final eliminations were, because Action looks like they were able to capture some eliminations within that final fight as well. Here, as I'm looking back at the clip here, now I'm going to try to see if maybe I can slow this down for a split second here, because I want to kind of go through this play-by-play split and really get a chance to see kind of how that whole final circle displays more and more here. So Akame tries to see where that real advantage is. Arano, PST, and it looks like there's one other player. It looks like that was Arano and Shaw just deep in the midst of it. Akane just tries to stay out of wits as much as possible. Doesn't want to get hit often. Action with that top stretch. They end up going through with it. Akame with a very beautiful executed timed ult gets some insane freezes and great stuns. The Tessa stuns 2 up top in the air, forcing them to come down, leaving them very, very vulnerable, both with the circle and everybody else fighting that out. The timing couldn't be any better. Jazing, dangerously low. PST, half HP, some shield. Shaw, no shield, a little bit more of half HP. Akame gets hit from the outside of the circle. PST getting some damage onto Shaw. Meanwhile, Action is kind of high up, trying not to get caught outside of it. But the stun ends up catching one, which was Shaw. PST ends up getting caught as well into that strike. Both of them on the outskirts of the circle here. That circle tick really could have done a lot of damage to a multitude of things, but PST in the very end ends up getting those few hits long enough for him to get at least 2 eliminations before Action finishes off the rest of the pack. That's the only reason why Akane really couldn't have done it the way that he wanted to, because he played it off so well. But look at PST, 8 eliminations, 11.9. Talk about a desperate plea, fighting it out towards the very end. And obviously he does it with Arano with 4 eliminations and a 7.6, and rounding out the top 3, Action with 3 eliminations and a 7.2. What a well-placed game, what a well-timed game, what a well-executed game coming in, able to play that off for as best as he possibly could. And that's exactly what happened. Sadly, 5-2-1's Akame in 6th place with 2 eliminations, 1 ranking point, equaling a 3.4.
Yeah, that ceiling just kept climbing and climbing and climbing. Once Pace was getting those kill eliminations, he's like, all right, I'm in 11th place now. And I think it was interesting to see, the control, the initiation of that fight did start once we saw Arano and Shisheng in the sky. They were in High School Musical scene, Zac Efron and Vanessa Hudgens we're soaring, flying, and then they get caught in the enchant, and there was nothing they can do. And as everyone drops down here, the final standings are made. Zuichi here is going to be in the 18th slot with 13.6, and the finalized scores, JL's AS gets himself 21.6 and 17th, BBE's Roy Shishi in 16th with 22.7, DE's Jux was this 27.2 and 15th place, while JJH's XXY is in 29th, or with the 14th place with 29 points, while 29.1 for Akame in 13th, right below end. Now, you guys still have more chance. Yeah, it's detrimental towards how it might feel going through on these guys, because they are the players, right? They are the ones on the stage to play this out. And you can see Wang Liang was right on the cusp at 12th place here. He's making it into finals with 34.5 and 12th. Frostbus is in 11th with 37. pace leads out past Frostbist in 10th with a 37.1. And as JDG Chishang gets 9th with 44.8, GG Shaw with 45.1, we'll see KLA C225 actually bring into the 7th spot at 47.5. And of course, can't forget the top 6, can't forget the top dogs performing today for the remainder until we hit into Saturday for the finals itself. Because these players are going to be taking every single chance they can get for this practice, because Exon here in 6th place got 50.6 points. WBG Spider with 5th place with 58.7 points. We're going to see CDY from Wolves in 4th place with 62.2. Arano is now taking bronze for this point so far with 63.3. OUG Mike in 73.4 in 2nd. And Fang passes the threshold of passing out Mike with the 74-point lead.
Absolutely insane. What a placement coming in from Fang with that 74, just above what he needs, though, towards that very end here. And obviously Arano placing out the top 3 with that 63.3, man. Arano really coming through and surprising the pack. I'm not gonna lie. Really coming through and doing what he needs to here. Places it so well and does what he needs to here. I mean, absolutely shines and shows forth little by little and does what he needs to. As we go back to the replays here, let's check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, as we see Arano, beautiful strike and gets it off of Roy Shishi. Boy, Roy trying to hold on strong little by little, but it wasn't able to do enough here. Akame was trying to play the game of his life here. He ends up getting that double towards that. I mean, look at the strike. I mean, the confidence was definitely there. And PST trying to find it. Roy Shishi just holding on strong, but it's just not enough here. As Arano, look at that, able to get the pistol kill. PST gets his, I mean, he was finding kills where there shouldn't be found. He was finding it. And towards that very end here, PST was able to capture the next strike, trying to see if he could time it just a little bit while longer here, and just playing it smart to the advantage. Ends up catching another elimination. XGen ends up catching 2 at least as well. And obviously that relief on his face, knowing that he's qualified, he's made it to the bi-weekly final. And obviously with that amount of time, it could be any better, though, as the ACOS comes through at the solid point here. 20,000 damage, 8 eliminations. Spear with 7,000 damage. Martial Art Will Form Hook Heartstopper. Martial Art Hexture Harmony Spiel. Long handle weapon sap. Dual wielding weapon sap and a melee resist soul shade. I mean, he was able to do what he needed to. And it's going to clearly show today, and especially in that final game when he really needed to pop off. He was able to thrive under pressure.
Yeah. And he was able to utilize those Jades to his advantage. I mean, we saw in the Romy Ing fight, Hexa Harmony Spear came through in clutch. When he missed the first one, he hit that guarantee on the second one, and just chipping out damage. And then Heartstopper Kick came through, you know, for keeping his spot. You know, he was just pushing back and forth. And then on top of that, long handle sap, that's the insurance policy. If he gets a parry and he's at low health, he just regens that damage, and that's a gold spear. That's schmacks. And he has a gold staff on standby if he needs to use long handle staff for that weapon as well, in case things get a little bit dangerous for him if he gets caught out by a parry as a result of throwing those blue focuses. But, you know, all it came down to was, like you said, like he found the kills where he, you know, where you didn't really expect him to find those kills. Like Fang was trying to heal up, boom, pistol shot. He just magically scare rushes in and then finds the opportunity of just timing it, and he gets the elimination off with C225 onto the ringer, stealing that kill. And so there in 4, you know, he's catching those kills when those opportunity comes out, and he takes full advantage of rocking that body, you know, working it through.
That's exactly what happens in that moment here. And obviously, even with the amount of craziness, I mean, still, it showed very strongly throughout the rest of it. And you could tell how it really goes the further along it gets. And I think that was kind of like the best part, was that. And it really showed with, you know, with a lot of momentum and a lot of timing towards it as well. And it just really paces in with how these players can really show forth how powerful they can really be in these moments. And I think PST really got a chance to realize that he is one of the top contenders, and he can be, as long as he locks in. Man, talk about being able to survive in the toughest feat of this game and is able to see it all the way through. But until then, we might be potentially talking to PST possibly here, as we're going to hand it over to Jaeger. Let's see what she's talking about.
Thank you all two casters, and hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Forzivas and let him say hello to our audience.
Hello guys.
Yeah, you can introduce your team and your ID.
Yeah, I'm Frostivus from Team Alliance.
Welcome to the post-game interview. And we know that it's the first bi-weekly for the new season. I would like to know, so for this new season, anyone really give you a big surprise in solo game?
Arano seems to be pretty good because as far as I heard, he was pretty new.
Yeah.
But Pace is also a really good player, I think. But when it comes to real game, maybe he's a bit nervous. But I know he's supposed to be like really good.
Yeah, and we're also looking forward to these two players, how their performance. Okay, and also because it's also the first time you came to the Nbpl, so how you feel about yourself, like this regular game?
During these regular games, I feel like I'm not playing how I should be. I should be playing really slow and confident, but I feel like I haven't done that.
Yeah.
So I'll try to do it in the final.
Maybe need more time to catch up the speed of the matches, right?
Yeah.
Just cheer up, okay? Yeah. And we know that Frosivas is really busy, and I just asked him like on the this Monday, do you try the new weapon hands, and how you feel about it?
Yeah, the new weapon hands is really broken, and it's pretty funny.
Really funny and interesting, okay. And let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. Okay, so you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see today's question. How many scores did Alliance Frosivas get in total score? Okay, so talk about the first week, and you said you just need to catch up the speed of the matches, and anything more like you just learn from the onset.
Yeah, there's some things to learn still, and I feel like I'm still adjusting because currently we're all like playing against the Chinese players, and I think they're all really good, and so I probably need some time to adjust, but I feel like I can do it.
Yeah, and I always like your confidence. I think you are the good thing. Okay, and I think it's time for us to counting. Okay, and let's start counting.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, so let's find out the correct answer, please, Frosivas.
The correct answer is B.
Yeah, congratulations that you have really good performance already. And we know like the day after tomorrow, we are going to have the first bi-weekly final. And I would like to know how's your feeling and maybe your ambition in the first bi-weekly final.
I'm feeling kind of maybe in the middle, I guess.
Okay.
And
not that confident?
Not yet. Yeah.
Okay.
But my goal is to get top 6 or 5.
Yeah, we like your ambition, and we're looking forward to the bi-weekly final together. Okay, and just want to say, cheer up.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
See you the day after tomorrow. Okay, and see you, and thank you for today's interview. And we will get back to our casters.
Appreciate Jaeger again for an amazing interview with our Frosty. As obviously he is good when it comes to qualifying. He has made it. He's back at it again. He's working towards it. And obviously we're here again for another set of games, another set of vibes. And obviously 6 games deep, PST towards the very end was able to qualify. He was able to push it all the way towards the end of it. He takes his time, realizes where that momentum goes, and obviously it show force towards the very end, and look what happened. It absolutely blesses the feed, the vibe, and everything else in terms of what is shown. So now with that, there's still way more that could be happening in the future here, and obviously now that we're finally hitting towards the bi-weekly final,
it's time.
It's time to see who's gonna lock in. We got 12 good games. We got 6 good games with 12 players, dynamic players here. It's interesting too because you finally sat down.
I know, I did sit down because it could be 6 games, it could be 8 games into the finals if there's a match point system, right? So we're going to be here for a good long while and hoping to see who performs best at the top and who can deny that first place match point player and grief him again and then grief him again. And then catching all those rounds, make sure you guys don't miss out. If you guys are watching on Twitch, we appreciate you guys for hanging out here, of course. Make sure you guys do follow, because we're not only on Twitch, we're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitter. We have the world to kind of offer our presence and making sure that you guys watch the Nbpl scene, because it is a hype moment to see the amount of support that you guys have been pouring through and being here as a majority of the time, and we appreciate that. Big ups. With a
very much so. Even with that amount of momentum here, obviously we was able to see the final standings for who has fully qualified, and obviously we have some really good games ahead of us. I mean, obviously we have the Mike and the Spider era continuing like always, but now we have players like Action. Now we have PST, and we still have Shaw reading that book, continuously learning. Even Shaw has to go back to his own book and realizes how good he really is in that. Even he has to take his time and go, okay, let me look back at my book, let me realize how good I am and get back to it. Lock it. Same with some of these other players. So far, there's been a good set of solo games here to be able to foil that out all the way towards the end here. And obviously, guys, tomorrow we're gonna have trios, another set of momentous, monstrous games here. And trios so far, especially from the first few days, was already insane enough. It's only going to get crazier and crazier with the amount of action, jam-packed smushness, and everything else in between. Just nothing but knuckle bear action. Just pop, pop.
Bears versus polar bears, man. Coca-Cola.
I don't know about all that. But I mean, it's gonna be it's a lot of fighting. And it's a lot of good stuff. So obviously stay tuned for that tomorrow, as we're going to be going back for more of this all weekend long, all for the rest of the weekend. And obviously next week we'll be back at it for the bi-weekly finals for both our solos and our trios. And there's still some more stuff. What was your surprise moment out of today's games?
Out of today's favorite moment? Oh, of course there is. My favorite moment being how we saw let me go over the standings and then I'll bring up the favorite moment, because this is the same standings that we saw before, but just to reconfirm where we are. With 18th place, Joishi is at 13.6, while AS 17th place position 21.6. While Roishi, she's at 22.7 for 16th. It's unfortunate to see, even with TE's Jux, XXY, and Akame, these players, they had today to be that final chance of making it through, and if not, they've been eliminated due to the second day of them playing previous. But this is not the last opportunity for these players. Please don't think, oh, that's it, they're done. No. Players have a chance of catching back into this. No. The top 12 will confirm, though. XCG's Wang Liang, Alliance's Frostivus, J-Team's Pace, JDG's Chisheng. We got GG's Shaw, Kaylee 2225 here as well. And these are players between the realm of things where it's like, okay, they handle each other very well in terms of fighting one another and being at the skill set to understand when to catch one out. Like we've seen Frostivus like adapting. He's adapting to every single one of these CM players. And he mentioned like CM players are tough to fight, but that's where the challenge begins. So that way he can excel and be at their same level and passing through them. And as we go to the top 6, Battles Exon, WBG Spider, Wolves the CDY, EWG's Arano, OUG's Mike, and DRG's Fang. These are going to be the top 6 scoring advocates for this week. And so fourth right, that's where we're going to see into the finals position whether or not these players can, make it up from catching it through. And that roster is there for you guys to see. Now, back to Dobby's question. My favorite play of all plays today had to have been Arano catching that detonation at Noble Cave when he was frozen and picking up that solo into pushback and using the detonation to his advantage of doing so. That right there was my, primo pick. And that was in round 4 as a point of reference after the first run Yang, I believe, when Arano was able to succeed in catching that elimination and catching that solo and keeping him in the game.
Gotcha. And if it had to be for me, it definitely had to be PST towards the very end. I love a good clutch. I love somebody who really gets a chance to feel that pressure and is able to win all the way towards the end. But this is what the roster is going to look like here for our trios for groups A and C. That's sunny, cloudy, sunny, dust, night, and another dust. So obviously you guys know what the schedule is going to be looking like for tomorrow's sets of games for our trios. It's going to be groups A through C. That way you know what groups are going to be absolutely locked in. So it's going to be a good set of games here so far. The league, in terms of how it's been feeling, has been so incredible. And obviously it's just going to get even better. But As for tomorrow, you guys are going to be accompanied by some great people. You guys got Duncan and Hip Rain, who's going to be joining you guys for our trios day 3 for that. And then obviously this weekend we have our solo finals and our trio finals, right? And then we go back to it, and then we just keep working. We just keep doing it. Obviously this weekend we're gonna have Rune and C8, and then at the end we got Moxie and we got Duncan. So you guys got a stacked group of amazing, incredible casters throughout the rest of this weekend, and then I'll be back again for our solo day next week. So still got a lot in store for the rest of this serve. We've casted before together, have we? Yeah.
Nope. First day casting.
I feel like I casted with you last season for like one day.
Negative. Now, this is actually something I was looking forward to and casting with you, and it's actually been a massive pleasure. And you're gonna be here next week. I'm gonna be here next week. I'll be for day 2. You'll be here for day 1, and it's gonna be interesting to see what happens this weekend, though, with everyone else on the line for trios. I'm really curious in seeing how those guys actually end up, because trios right now is in this position of the economy of everything, right? Like, and that's where I brought that point. Season 12. I don't want to spoil anything until we get the final release, but man, from what I've seen so far,
we're in for a treat. I'm shimmy, shake it up. Shimmy, yeah, shimmy here, shimmy yeah. Time to switch it up a little bit, and that's the one thing that we like around here, especially when it comes to NARAKA BLADEPOINT. And even with that, though, we're gonna shimmy, y'all. This way. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for joining us today for another amazing day of games for our solos. I am your host, Dobby, alongside Sav, and we're going to see you guys tomorrow, accompanied by Duncan and Hip Rain for our trios, day number 3.
告诉你。